European Commissioner Thierry Breton, who will be with us in just one moment. Esteemed speakers, esteemed audience, those of you here at the Maison du Bois and those of you who are joining us online. A very, very warm welcome to the 2023 European Hydrogen Forum, organized and hosted by the European Commission DG GROW. My name is Katrina Sickle, and I have the privilege and the pleasure of navigating all of us through this one-day, six-session event brought to life by a lineup of really excellent speakers who will explore with you all the ins and outs of the EU hydrogen economy. Now, because we are asking for your full attention today, okay, I know some of you are going to be multitasking and answering emails and all the rest of it, and so be it, that's okay. Can I just ask you to check that your phones are on silent? I gave a very warm welcome to the Commissioner. Thank you. So this is an event that is packed with very, very useful content. If you are a Twitter fiend, is anybody here a Twitter fiend or an occasional tweeter? Okay, not a soul apart from myself. So I will be tweeting #EU Hydrogen Forum. You can also make your voices heard throughout the day in two ways. The first is within the sessions. Now, that is for those of you here. We are not going to take questions online in Slido. I'm also saying that to the audience online, just with a raised hand. You raise your hand, a microphone will magically appear. But here is the rule. I know we're in Brussels. I know everybody can have a tendency to get on their soapbox. No. Questions need to be short and to the point. A question has a question mark at the end, okay? So that is the golden rule, please. The second way that you can make your voices heard is through the Slido app. We're going to run throughout the day a series of polls and word clouds. Now, I'd like to ask you, please, to get on Slido now. If you're not already, you can see, I think, on the screens here, you can either click on the QR code or you can go directly to slido.com. It's a very, very short event code, #EUHF. So let me just give you a moment to do that. And before I invite the Commissioner to kick me off the stage, we're going to run a word cloud and we're going to run a poll, okay? So when you're ready, whoever's fast, stick your hand up if you're in and raring to go. I love that. That's a regal, beautiful, summery wave there. One lady in the room. Okay, well, because she's ready, we can start, all right? Who else is ready to go on Slido? Okay, brilliant. So, let's just do an easy one. Could we please start with the word cloud? Who are you? Who are you? Who do you broadly represent in terms of an actor in this hydrogen community? Who are you? So that for the speakers and my good self, I can have a sense who is here. Industry. One investment banker in the room or online. Component supplier or manufacturer. OEMs, we've got civil society. Oh, I like that, hydrogen. I am hydrogen, somebody has written. Who's that? That's lovely. Could you accompany it with some kind of, I don't know, mime, like you'd see on a Parisian bridge? I am hydrogen. Okay, TSOs, supplier, from an industrial cluster. Investor, industry system integrator. We've got the compressor bods. We've got the innovators, utilities, port authority. Glad there's someone here from the European Commission. That's always good. All right, let us swiftly move on to the poll, please, just to check that you are all au fait with the poll function. Okay, I'm attending the forum because it's the event for EU actions and policies shaping or impacting the sector. The content of the sessions is of topical interest and relevance. It offers a valuable opportunity to network and find potential collaborators. The speakers are more eloquent than Cicero and Obama combined. I want to know more, learn more, and share more. Okay, so let's have a look. Wow, this is harder to read. You could have warned me of this one, especially without my glasses. I'm not doing so very well here. So what's the 28%? Okay, the content of the sessions is of topical interest and relevance. Well, I'm glad we got that right at the outset. That would be a great shame because you'd all have a rubbish time here, wouldn't you? Okay, it offers an opportunity to network, and find potential collaborators. I want to know more, learn more, and share more. So quite well balanced across the board. Oh God, I guess if I ran this at the end, you could be more positive about the speakers. I guess you haven't heard from them yet, so I will accept that. All right, great. You are awake, you are raring to go. We're going to get stuck into the opening of this forum. Just to say, we won't be taking any questions from the floor for this first session. And now, without further ado, it's my great pleasure to invite to join me on stage the European Commissioner for the Internal Market, Thierry Breton. Please.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Katrina. Very good to be with you this morning. After 3 years of organizing this hydrogen forum online and also in small groups, so very good to see you again live and to be with you this morning. I remember at the time of the first forum, it was back at the end of 2020. And of course, we were in the middle of the pandemic. The first of, by the way, a succession of many crises that we had to cope with over the past 3 years. We say now that we are entering in a so-called perma-crisis situation, one crisis after the other one. But of course, it's our duty to react and also to continue to move forward and strengthen our European Union. This is, I believe, what we do and what we did. Because I think I am proud to say that Europe's answer has been always consistent, ambitious also, but of course no less than a real shift in paradigm. With one key objective, always, to end or let's say to reduce some of our critical dependencies, sometimes hyper-dependencies, in some global supply chains all over the world. In other words, I should say that Europe now says it is not enough to be a research and innovation power, that we are. It's not enough to focus on deployment and expect technologies to fall from the sky. We must also, and that's extremely important, develop in Europe and increase our manufacturing capacities, which doesn't mean, of course, seeking self-sufficiency, doing everything on our own, but yet it's true that we need to have more close manufacturing capacities, close to our customers, and also close to our research centers. And that requires, of course, a clear and ambitious response that I said many times, the end of to be a naive Europe. And the assertion of a powerful Europe that takes its industrial destiny into its own hand is probably what changed significantly over the past 3-4 years. To be able to export our technologies, but also to product rather than our jobs. Now, many of you in the room may think that financing is simply in the US. I heard that many times. That permitting is faster in China. But of course, we are Europeans. We are Europe. We do things our ways. This means, of course, respecting environment, biodiversities, our social values, and also with strong governance structures where investors and also citizens are protected. And to achieve this, we have worked on 3 fronts. First, using the single market as a geopolitical tool. Second, transforming technological leadership into industrial and commercial leadership. And third, maintaining, as much as we can, technology neutrality. So let's speak first about this new change of the way we see our internal market, which is, of course, a very strong legacy. We just celebrated our 30th anniversary, extremely important for all of us, citizens, but also companies, but also in this new evolving geopolitical situation, the single market as a geopolitical instrument. As I said before, we have entered into an era, and I was trying to qualify it. Of course, we continue to have globalization. I read sometimes that it's the end. I don't believe it at all. But we are entering probably into an era of a new kind of geopolitics that I call the geopolitics of value chains. For Europe to take its place in this new geopolitics, we need to draw our own instruments, and the best instruments. And in particular, the first of these, again, is our single market, and I want to elaborate a little bit on this. It is a single market, of course, that maintained our energy supply throughout Europe last winter and enabled us to replace Russian gas dependencies. When everyone was saying that it should have been impossible, we did it. It is a single market that we are mobilizing now to boost new sources of energy, such as clean hydrogen. And that is why we have adopted some criteria for the definition of green hydrogen. I know many, including in this room, consider this criteria place too heavy burden on hydrogen producer. But I can assure you that I argued during the months of discussions leading to this delegated act for the most operational criteria possible. Now this debate is behind us. We can focus on implementation, on a concrete project directly on the ground, and of course we'll discuss this today. But legislation is only of our tool to defend and use our single market. Certification is definitely another one. And that is why I welcome very much the Clean Hydrogen Alliance standard roadmap, which will allow a more strategic stance on standardization on hydrogen. It is also the role of the Industrial Alliance to make best use of all the forces across the single market. In the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance, we now, by the way, have close to 150 projects in the pipelines covering all 6 priorities: production, transition and distribution, industry, use, energy, mobility, buildings. And these pipelines is 850 projects. It's quite a lot. Definitely, I should say, a testimony of the success of our Clean Hydrogen Alliance. Of course, I hope that such a project will get a chance to benefit from our latest initiative from last week, the Strategic Technologies European Platforms that we announced again last week at the Commission as part of the midterm revision of the multi-annual financial framework. This new proposal is intended to boost investment in critical technologies, such as yours, and also support the long-term competitiveness, of course, of all the hydrogen ecosystem. And to do it while maintaining, of course, which is extremely important, especially for the Commissioner of Internal Market, level playing field within the single market. So the second point I wanted to address with you this morning is how we need to transform technological leadership into industrial and, of course, commercial leadership. You have all seen the statistics. Europe is #1 on patents holder on clean hydrogen. And for a long time, we would have been satisfied with this statistic, but it is now clear for everyone, without an increase of European manufacturing capacity, there can be, let's be clear, no Green Deal, no REPowerEU. And that is why our regulatory and investment framework is appropriately, I believe, adjusted. Yesterday, I met with the CEOs of the electrolyzer partnership, which we set up, as you know, last year to help us to achieve the ambitious manufacturing objective. We are getting there. More than 21 gigawatt of annual capacity could be available by 2025. By the way, I said that I will be more happy with 25 gigawatt, so we will continue to work on this. And thanks to the Net Zero Industry Act, we will provide from our side support to new projects like we have never done before, I should say. In addition, we want to make sure that the supply chains are robust, all the way down, of course, to the material needed to make the electrolyzer, and this is why we also published, as you know, the very important Critical Raw Material Act. In both cases, we have proposed a real revolution, I should say. Manufacturing capacities objective for 2030, 40% of our deployment needs for clean energy and 10% to 40% for raw materials in Europe, of course, depending on the stage of the value chains. And over and beyond these targets, we are providing also the means, first of all, real measures to simplify administrative procedures, I should say sometimes burdens. Today, it takes, in average, more than 5 years to obtain planning permission for raw materials refining plants, and we want to cut this time by at least 2. This is our objective. Financing for this project is becoming more simple and more plentiful. More than 22 billion euros of private and public money will support clean hydrogen projects through the first 2 IPCIs on hydrogen. And we are also about to launch the first hydrogen banks auctions, as you know, that will cover the cost gaps between the production price and the price to off-takers. The third point is about what we call, and what I call, supporting technology neutrality, which is something very important for me as an engineer. I'm a strong believer on science and technology, and I always say that in the race that we are entering in for the Green Deal, I will always favor science and technologies that reducing this, that. Of course, reducing consumption is very important. Reducing, let's say, like so I was last week in Paris, Le Bourget, for the air show, and I saw some new scientists saying, we find the way, let's say that for young generation between 18 to 34, just authorization to take two flights. Yes, why not? But I'm a strong believer that it's probably better to work with technology, including clean aircraft, using hydrogen, using electricity, and so on. I just said that en passant. But here again, that's why, again, for me, this is innovation which will definitely help us to achieve our goal by 2050, which are absolutely mandatory. It's a revolution, and the revolution is made again but of science and technology, changing our behaviors too. But again, that's a full basket of solutions. So I know your ambition to switch your own industrial processes from gray hydrogen to green hydrogen, or to use green hydrogen in new ways, whether to be in ships, energy storage, buildings, steel, of course, cement, fertilizer, and so on. And it means that I will definitely continue to push a fair chance to the use of nuclear energy for producing also decarbonized hydrogen in many member states, nuclear power is a key part of their energy security and stability, more than half of our member states. Again, what our industry needs right now is exactly that, decarbonized electricity. It also means that I don't want to hamper the views of those who think that hydrogen has a future to decarbonize buildings. The success of the Green Deal relies on the mobilization of all the sectors, all ideas, all projects. It is only like this that we will contribute to securing Europe's industrial competitiveness. So, you see, ladies and gentlemen, that we have put forward, I believe, game-changing measures to put Europe industry in action. And with this, I now look forward of hearing. I think you have very busy day, 6 roundtable about how they see their part of the value chains contributing to the development of the very, very important hydrogen internal market. So thank you very much. I look forward now for the first roundtable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I don't know, I don't want to do a big shift, but do you two gentlemen just want to come and sit further? I might ask, do you mind doing a bit of seat switching? Good people in the middle. Just, no, oh, you are happy to stay on the fringes. Okay, so I'm just letting all of these good people know. You're good there? Okay. So, thank you very much, and that's exactly what we're going to hear in a moment. The Commissioner, you said right at the end there, you know, this is all about a mobilization of all sectors, all ideas, and all projects. Now, before I invite the representatives of the 6 roundtables of the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance to come to the stage, a quick poll, let's see, that sort of builds upon or draws upon some of the key points that we heard from the Commissioner. So, if we can launch the poll, please. And here it is. The EU hydrogen economy can secure Europe's industrial competitiveness if. What do you deem most important? Is it about regulatory certainty? Is it about the Net Zero Industry Act? Is it about better collaboration among all actors in the value chain? Is it about an ambitious deployment of hydrogen technologies? What most resonates for you? What do you deem most important? And thank you so much. You changed the setup, or maybe it's going to change every time, the Slido. I find this a bit more easy to read than the Camembert, but there we go. So I'm grateful to the technicians. So at the moment, clearly, financial support and regulatory action have to be in place to provide sufficient hydrogen at an affordable price. So I think for those of you here in the room and those of you who are also taking part in the polls online, that seems to be a clear winner at the moment and probably not an enormous surprise. So it's with great pleasure now, hold all of those thoughts, that I'm going to invite our representatives of the roundtables to join me on stage. So not in the first place, but can I please invite for the production roundtable Miguel Stilwell, who is CEO of EDP and EDP Renewables. So if you can kindly take a seat there next to me. I'm kind, you've got the nicest seat, let me just say. I hope you all feel suitably important. Okay, so for those of you less in the know, just a quick recap. To accelerate clean hydrogen deployment across the entire value chain, the Alliance's work centres around roundtables, is that correct? Working groups, the electrolyser partnership. So really, the roundtables are covering this entire hydrogen value chain, and you're meeting several times a year. Is that correct thus far? Yeah? Several times a year. Okay. Thank you very, very much for being with us. Now, I have slightly terrorized these good people to be able to share with you the top-line outputs from those round-table discussions, because you are really reflecting the views of an awful lot of different actors in the value chain, are you not? Sort of electrolyzers, testers of electrolyzers, suppliers of components, the works. So I'm going to start with you, please, and I'm going to let you, from here, if that's okay, you all know the deal, don't wave it this one about. You need to literally almost eat the microphone like an ice cream. So over to our CEO of EDP and EDP Renewables. Tell us all about the production roundtable top lines. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here and also to be representing the production roundtable. As you say, meeting several times and really trying to have a consensus view on what are the key issues for accelerating the production of hydrogen. I think the first thing we'd say is that there is a lot of optimism about what this can mean for Europe. And the title was Europe and the competitiveness of Europe. Clearly, Europe has been a champion for the energy transition and for the decarbonization, and I think the hydrogen, green hydrogen in particular, can play a very important role in that, and I think that was very widely recognized. I thought it was interesting that the poll, this wasn't planned, but the results of the poll are exactly in line with what the roundtable sort of felt are the key issues. So one has to do with funding, and I think a lot has been done, for example now with the Hydrogen Bank, but there are still some issues that we believe are important, and I believe the Commissioner mentioned that he's aware of them, but it's never enough to repeat them, or at least to provide our view on them, which is that it continues to be relatively difficult and time-consuming, in many cases bureaucratic. In the Hydrogen Bank case, there's a question around the budget size, the 800 million, so exactly that doesn't do for a lot of megawatts of hydrogen, so is that expected to be extended or not? Basically things, is it cumulative, for example, with other sources of funding, for example, like the IPCEI? There are many projects that have already been awarded the IPCEI, but it's not enough to make viable their business plan. And so can that complement that, and so that cumulative awarding of funding? So really, I think it's just streamlining in general the funding requirements. Obviously, I don't want to refer to the US IRA, but we do also have investments in the US, and it is a marked difference still in terms of, let's say, of how simple it is and how clear it is. So I think there's work to be done. I mean, we definitely recognize the Commission's efforts on what they've been doing with the Hydrogen Bank and sort of trying to streamline these things. I think more needs to be done. And I would just make a reference to the survey, a survey that was done between the roundtable members, and which we'll then be sharing with the Commissioner and the rest of the, or the various commissioners. Because one of the things is precisely that many of the producers still have their CODs for many of their projects, so they're expecting their projects to come online over the next couple of years, but all of them, or many, the vast majority of them, have been delaying their financial investment decisions. And I think this is a very important point, because there was an initial expectation, many months ago about when these projects would begin to roll out. And based on the survey now, these have all been pushed back. And so I think that should make us just reflect a little bit on that point. So that's on the funding side. On the regulation side, it's also impacts, and obviously any uncertainty is never good for investors. And here I just say that to the extent that we can accelerate or get more visibility on the gas directive, that would be very helpful. Because again, it's important to have a regulatory framework, and in this case for hydrogen, which would make people feel comfortable in investing. So funding, regulation, not that different from the poll, or not that different from what came out of the roundtable, and so I think a good, let's say, good reflection of what I think people are feeling.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I mean, your points do echo yesterday when it was a pleasure, it was a privilege to sit in at the Electrolyzer Summit, and indeed this comment was made about the hydrogen bank. Great, brilliant. I know we have to see how it works, but already there were requests to understand, will there be more? Can it be cumulative? So your comments do reflect what we did here yesterday. Okay, I'm going to move directly on to the gentleman on your left, Frank Gruer. Gruer, is it?
Greve, hard to
Oh my
pronounce
God,
in English.
geez, honestly.
German.
Sorry, do you know, I applaud you because most people, when I butcher their names, say, no, that's all right. It's okay. Whereas I'm glad you corrected me. That's why I asked.
Sorry about that.
Okay, so let us hear some of those key points, key outputs, and key asks from the Energy Roundtable.
Yes, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner Breton. It's my pleasure to represent today the Clean Energy Alliance Roundtable, gathering industry, national and regional authorities and NGOs with diverse expertise in hydrogen applications for power and heat production, power system balancing, and energy systems integration. The roundtable aims to identify and develop opportunities for hydrogen in EU's energy sector and establish EU's leadership in this field abroad across the following themes. Establish hydrogen in the European energy sector as an enabler of increasing shares of wind and solar power generation, heat and power decarbonization, security of supply, resiliency and flexibility, explore implications for energy affordability for industry and citizens, and develop efficient synergies and complementary with electrification in the heat, power and the mobile sector. Hydrogen-reliant energy applications are available and ready to be deployed. To ensure investor certainty for these solutions, we need a clear roadmap to a liquid market for clean hydrogen, accessible to all sectors, considering their specificities and decarbonization potential, including energy production. We believe that this alliance will be key to reinforce cooperation in this direction, and EU unity and strategic cooperation work. So this is proven repeatedly and more recently reflected in EU's successful response to the war in the Ukraine. And my own country, Germany, managed to replace Russian gas entirely over a few months, which in retrospect could not have been imagined. So why not taking this as a blueprint when it comes to the evolution of Europe's energy system and the role that hydrogen-based generation could play in it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And do you know, I promised I would give this gentleman a magnum of champagne because I said, but every time I've heard someone say, no, Kat, I won't be 4 minutes, I'll be 2. And then that person's taken 10 minutes. And okay, I owe you, sir.
I haven't forgot that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, that's far more important than anything. It's this magnum of champagne. Okay, thank you very much. And absolutely, I mean, interestingly, you used very critical words that I think will come up again and again today, which is synergies, complementarity. Where is the best use of? How can hydrogen? Where can it be applied? Very helpful, very concise. Let's see whether the Commissioner has something to say momentarily. Let me now move on to your colleague on the right. So we're hearing from the Transmission and Distribution Roundtable. We have Velibor Marjanovic, who is a Management Board member at KfW IPEX Bank. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation. And I have the honor to represent the 50 members of the Clean Hydrogen Transmission and Distribution Roundtable, comprising of public and private companies, SMEs, research institutes, organizations of the civil society, as well as regional authorities. They all contribute to making transport, distribution, and storage of clean hydrogen a success. Our members see hydrogen as an enabler for sector integration, linking what you often hear, electrons and molecules. Clean hydrogen will be one of the key elements in the energy transition in order to ensure that the future energy system stays reliable, affordable, and flexible, but is cleaner and much more sustainable. I would like to highlight 4 points in my short presentation. Firstly, with the EU's ambitious hydrogen production and import targets, it is crucial to scale up the hydrogen economy as quickly as possible. Furthermore, we will also need to maintain and reinforce the EU competitiveness. To achieve this, transmission and distribution infrastructure, storages, and the role of ports will be essential to enable liquid, competitive, and secure hydrogen markets. Secondly, the EU has the assets and capabilities to become a world leader in transporting hydrogen, as shown in our Learn book on hydrogen supply corridors, with several planned hydrogen infrastructure projects on a transnational level. For onshore pipelines, repurposing existing natural gas pipelines into hydrogen pipelines is the best way forward to utilize the existing assets efficiently. This will reduce costs heavily. Storage of hydrogen is another crucial part of the puzzle. We need large quantities of hydrogen to be available when necessary. Existing large underground gas storages will play a crucial role to provide access to energy storage, and this will be much cheaper and in larger quantities than any battery could be. Regarding shipping, hydrogen imports from places where low-cost clean hydrogen production is abundant to EU ports with many hydrogen carriers available will contribute to competitive prices for our industry and our customers. Thirdly, in order to ensure sufficient investments into many projects, it is important to have a clear and simple regulatory framework. This includes clear rules for tariffication, planning and ownership structures, rules for repurposing and third-party access, and clear rules to minimize hydrogen leakage, among others. Fourthly, we need strong, clear, and agile financial support. That's what you mentioned before. An alignment of funding at the EU and the national level is key to achieving our common goals and will realize many well-needed synergies.
Thank you very much. I have one quick question for you before handing on. This is, it's not that I'm only asking you a question, but I do have. In conversation yesterday and in conversation with one of the speakers that will appear later this morning, there was this talk about local projects being good demos, being good pilots, being able to kind of close those gaps in the value chain, a more decentralized approach. Just a quick question. You said here, you've got the regional authorities in your round table. When they come to that round table, do they need a bit of knowledge first? Are they coming with kind of knowledge of the hydrogen sector, or does there have to be some good conversation about what it's all about? Just in a nutshell.
Yes, certainly they have gained some knowledge over the last, let's say, couple of months, but there is still a big need to build up this knowledge.
Okay, yeah, thank you. All right, coming now to you, please, Utti, from Neste. You are representing the industry round table.
Yes, indeed. Good morning. And I represent the users of hydrogen and the companies also who work together with the hydrogen project developers, because we really need then this green hydrogen or other types of hydrogen. And for us, when we are working, we want to ensure that there will be this green hydrogen available. For us, the most important thing so far has been the regulation. And now we are very happy to have these delegated acts now ready. We are very much looking forward to RED III, and we hope that they would be solved and confirmed at the EU level soonest, and then also brought into the national implementation in the widest possible way in order to for many different companies to be able to valorize then the green hydrogen. So this is very important, and we want to have clarity and stability of the regulation, because if you have a small word change in the regulation, it may have tens of hundreds of millions of euro impact on the profitability and the businesses. So this is super important. And then the round table, of course, we have been talking about the IRA, and there is always the kind of principles. The US people are very target-oriented. They want to have cost-efficient solutions, and the one who can make the hydrogen in the most cost-efficient way, they can also benefit economically. Maybe in Europe we also focus very much how we do it, and that may lead to increasing costs. Then something which is very pragmatic from the project developer's point of view is that how do we really match the very volatile, fluctuating, renewable electricity production with the hydrogen requirements 24/7 of the large-scale process industry? And this is a really kind of pragmatic issue that is the result now of the Delegated Act. And there, we need all possible means and discussions and developments and innovations. So there has to be the electricity storages, hydrogen pipelines, hydrogen infrastructure. We need to have more innovations on this field. We need to have more product services, also regulation, certainly also support programs. How do we balance it? How do we make this mismatch? How do we work against this so that it would be a cost-efficient supply of green hydrogen to the big users? And here I call for collaboration across the value chain, and also we want to have a dialogue with the Commission on this. How do we solve this as we now have this regulation? So that's the main point I would like to make as an industrial user. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think perhaps, I mean, just saying it's only the woman who gets the applause, right? See? Out of interest, just before I move on to the last two gentlemen and then invite the Commissioner back, for whom does that resonate, this question? We need to have innovation. We need to have support programs. We would like to have conversation with the Commission, particularly around some of these issues around the delegated acts. Did that resonate? Presumably, if there was some applause there with you in the room? Just with you, this other lady? Okay. All right, and only two ladies. It's the women's club today. Everybody else is, they're with you. All right, we have two further speakers. The first is the gentleman who's going to talk about, very important, the mobility roundtable, Javier Iriarte, Solaris Bus and Coach. You are the CEO. Tell us more, please.
So thank you. It's my pleasure to be here with you today. And our roundtable, as you may know, represents more than 50 companies, ranging from startups and SMEs to global leaders in mobility in the entire ecosystem, related both goods and people. And we are actively today engaged in planning, implementing, and supplying hydrogen-powered vehicles and other solutions across the market in Europe and beyond. And for instance, our company is already delivering at scale, at commercial scale, hundreds of hydrogen vehicles that are in operation on a daily basis in many cities in Europe. And in reality, even if our mobility roundtable has some challenges, most of the challenges are shared with my colleagues in here. First, regulations and standardization of vehicles and infrastructure are key, alongside the framework of financial support, in order to really accelerate the deployment at scale and make this a reality. In fact, availability of the infrastructure and the fuel itself, as well as a price for the end customer, represents two of the biggest challenges today. As I said, infrastructure is key, and just as an example, in 2021, the number of refueling stations for hydrogen in Europe, European Union, only amounted to 136. The ability to have multipurpose hydrogen refueling stations that can be used across industries is key to really enable the development for the future. And in reality, we have today, from the point of view of road and rail, we have solutions available. And public transport is one of the ones that has the fastest adoption. However, limitations in costs are high. If we think, for instance, of the cost for end user, the cost of 1 kilogram on green hydrogen is becoming a big challenge compared to other alternatives in the market. As some of my colleagues said before, it's totally crucial that we are able to reach some parity or at least some competitive cost in order to make it happen. And for sure, there are some industries, some sectors, some stakeholders that can benefit from grants or funds. But we really need to think if we do want to push the technology at scale, that is important, that it's competitive for all potential end users and all potential stakeholders in the value chain. And finally, we mentioned it before, and the Commissioner also mentioned, I think that we are going to need to think on what kind of hydrogen we're talking about. We all know that we have different colors, gray, green, blue, and even pink, that was mentioned today. But one of the key questions I would like to raise is, if we are going to only focus on green hydrogen, or at least in the transitional phase, we are also allow and support large-scale production of gray or blue hydrogen in order to speed up this transition and this implementation and this maturity, as currently is the case in most of the commercially operational projects. We, in the roundtable, and I personally believe that hydrogen ecosystem represents a huge opportunity for Europe. And I think for our heritage, we cannot afford not being at the forefront. And I think that technological innovation is in the heart of Europe. We have an opportunity for to lead the transition worldwide and also future generations. And for that, certainly we need full collaboration, but also clarity and the support in the right place, in the right locations in order to make it happen. So thank you very much and look forward to these engaging discussions with you.
Thank you very much. Quick one, just before we move on to our final speaker. You said there, was it that right? You said there was 136 fueling stations, 2020?
According to IATA,
Yeah,
it's 136 registered in Europe.
136. So when you go to bed at night and you worry about all of this stuff, let's imagine that you do, you could wave a magic wand to accelerate that. So you say infrastructure is key. What is the one thing that you see as that key ingredient to accelerate that development in infrastructure?
I would say two. First, certainty about the regulation, and second, financial support for a long-term commitment.
Okay. Thank you very much. I thought for a moment you were going to say, Katrina, I don't lay awake at night. I don't do any of that. When I go to bed, hydrogen, don't even think about it. Okay, the last one is the buildings roundtable. Again, very, very interesting. Nuno Fitas Mendes, REN Portugas. Tell us what's been happening at that roundtable. Thank you.
Thank you, Katrina. Well, from our point of view, the EU Commission now faces a two-double challenge. We need to ramp up the hydrogen economy, and we need to keep the European industrial competitiveness. With these two challenges, we think that buildings can be a solution for both of them. Why do we think this? First, the building sector can easily ramp up hydrogen production. And why? We nowadays have already appliances ready to use hydrogen in buildings. And when we say buildings, we are not talking only about domestic buildings. We are going from hospitals, schools, elderly houses, airports, data centers. So hydrogen can be present because we already have the appliances that use them. They might not use them in a high percentage, but we are also overcoming that obstacle, producing new appliances that will use hydrogen in 100%. How do we know this? At our roundtable, we have divided the projects that we now have in Europe into 4 main areas. Blending up to 20% in existing networks, 100% H2 grids, dedicated grids, centralized heat and power plants with 100% hydrogen, and decentralized production, storage, and local consumption. So we feel that with the buildings that we have today, with the usages that we have today, we can provide a stable, large, and immediate demand for hydrogen. We think we have solved with this the chicken and egg problem. So we can provide consumers in buildings, we can produce clarity on that, and certainty on that for investment opportunities. Secondly, technologies. Technologies for H2 are now mainly European. For instance, almost 100% of the thermal technology in the world comes from Europe. We have the youngest networks in natural gas in Europe. We have a lot of specialized workers all around Europe, widespread in small municipalities, large cities that know how to work with gas. So the question is, if we don't use buildings, if we don't use the networks that we already have to spread this hydrogen, what are we going to do with those jobs and that social impact, which is now positive? We can convert that directly to hydrogen. And third, so this is a way to be in the forefront and using all the patents. And third, we cannot depend on a single solution to decarbonize buildings, as we have already seen it. Although heat pumps will play a major role in decarbonizing buildings, it will not be sufficient, as the European Commission said in recent reports, that by only 40% of buildings will be decarbonized in 2050. So we cannot rely on a single source of production. We cannot rely on single networks, as we have recently seen with the Ukrainian conflict. So, to conclude, we think that buildings are important, but we have to ask for the European Commission if they are important or not, if we want hydrogen or not in buildings, and if we are going to miss that chance of rapidly scaling up H2 production in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Very, very clear, and also how you focused, put the emphasis there on, listen, we've also got these skills, we've got this familiarity, this knowledge, this know-how in, at local level in gas. So how are we going to transition that as well? I mean, as we all know, with the demographic challenge, it's like a lifelong learning. We have to transition people through this transition, also by means of their skills. Just one bit, I'm going to invite the Commissioner in just literally 30 seconds, but I've got a quick question for you because it's helpful. I mean, here you are, you've got an experience in Portugal, there's lots of potential there. It might be just helpful, very briefly, to let the audience know in terms of adapting kind of infrastructure for hydrogen in buildings. I think you had one specific project that you wanted to just briefly stick on the table.
We have renewables in Portugal. We tend to have more renewables in Portugal. It's important to get that renewables into the market. A way to put that into place, it's hydrogen production. Still, we have a number of networks, distribution networks, that we are converting to 100% hydrogen, starting with 20%. And we have a number of projects, pilot projects running out, but mainly to convert our distribution assets to hydrogen assets. These projects that we now run are trying to cope with difficulties inside the buildings, the customer buildings, so that they are assured, and we are running this in other countries in Europe, so that they are assured that safety conditions are there and that it's useful and it's secure to use hydrogen in buildings.
Thank you very much. Okay, so very useful, very helpful. Thank you so much as well for sticking to time. So I obviously terrified you sufficiently, which you did beautifully. Yes, oh God, yes, everybody says. Okay, can I invite the Commissioner back? Commissioner, I can give you my seat if you would like to sit in, or you can have the lectern, but stay seated. Stay seated. Okay, I am not going to obey that. So some clear asks there, some clear overlaps in what you heard. Over to you.
No, but thank you very much, very enlightening, but I find it a little bit gloomy. I mean, okay, look at the US how it's doing, the IRA. Come on, you're an entrepreneur, no? Like me, I was an entrepreneur. The IRA started only 1st of January. 6 months. We started 4 years ago, or 3.5 years ago. We are in advance. Okay, it's simpler. Yes, we are Europeans, okay. But, and we are the first continent in terms of market, 1.5 bigger than the US. That's what we are. This is our history. But we did a lot. We did a lot in terms of regulation. We did a lot in financing. I mean, REPowerEU will be huge. We did a lot in terms of everything to put now you in motion. And of course, l'herbe est toujours plus verte ailleurs. Huh? We know that. You understand what I said?
The grass is always greener on the other
That's
side.
correct. But I really think that we could be proud of what we have, and now we need to make it work. And of course, we'll continue. We'll continue to support, including in infrastructure. That's extremely important. We'll continue to invent. We'll continue to innovate. We'll continue to make sure that we will maintain our leadership, because we have a strong leadership thanks to all of you. And by the way, so I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed for all of this. And I'm absolutely convinced that we will be the first continent in terms of and at least as sometimes, you know, Catherine, as I said, that in the Commission, I'm the commissioner for everything. I could tell you this morning that I'm the commissioner for hydrogen. So as a commissioner for hydrogen, you will be always on your side, find a way, but you are entrepreneurs also. Huh? So don't ask everything to us. I will do everything I can. I have been both a CEO and a Minister of Finance and a commissioner, so I can make the difference. Don't forget that you are entrepreneurs, and I will not forget that I'm a commissioner to support you. And by the way, there is one thing which is extremely important, and I said it again. We will need a lot of electricity. Of course, we need everything you have, but we need a lot of electricity. And this you don't produce, but you will need a lot, and we will need a lot of electricity. I made the calculation for everything we need. I say it again. That's extremely important to increase decarbonized electricity. Without decarbonized electricity, forget hydrogen. And by the way, also, when we buy hydrogen from outside of Europe, we need to make sure that it is 100% green and everything. So I know that this will be also a big challenge for us. We are working very hard at the EU level to make sure that by 2050 we will be a, let's say, fully electrified continent, including with infrastructures. But I think it's extremely important to discuss together also what we will do, where we will store hydrogen, what is the difference between storing hydrogen some places and to use it for industry, having pipelines. So I think the next goal for us, and at least for me, is that I'm not clear yet exactly about infrastructure. So for our next year meeting, I would love to have a dedicated session on infrastructure. So, but in the meantime, please continue to work extremely hard. I know that you do this. We will be next to you and use everything we have put in place. It's time to use it, and we'll make a point next year to see the progresses. But you can count on me. Thank you very much, and congratulations for this very vibrant and dynamic alliance. Unfortunately, I won't be able to attend all the 6 roundtables, but it was a good introduction. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. As you wish. I'm giving them a last word takeaway. If you're happy to stay there momentarily, I will finish on time. First of all, did you feel put on the naughty step there, as we say in English? I like that's what we say in English. Were you on the naughty step?
I'm representing.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I should have asked you.
I think I'm representing the production roundtable, and it's what we feel. And I think the important thing about the survey that I mentioned is that the investment decisions are being delayed. That's the reality. And so I'm not saying that the European Commission hasn't done a lot. I think I mentioned that. I think it's also down to the member states. In many cases, the projects, for example, for the IPCEI, I know of many projects that are stopped because they're not getting funding from the member states. So I'm not saying it's necessarily up to the Commission, but I think as in general, there's a lot more that we can and we should do. And as you say, I think we are willing to invest. We want to do it. I mean, if I was just here to say good things, then I wouldn't be...
I will help you to push. We don't have the money is sometime in our hands, but most of the money in IPCEI is in the hand of member states. So
yes,
you can.
I think that's important. But just last comment, really, I think we are very optimistic. I mean, we see the renewable hydrogen as a huge opportunity, but to be competitive, I think we do need to try and move as quickly as possible. I think that's our bottom line from the production roundtable, and that's what we'd like to convey. Thank you.
Great.
Okay, I promise to give them each of a last word before you leave. So, yeah, you can't now make up your 4 minutes with a 3-minute last word, but absolutely, you can. Just a last thing, a last takeaway for the Commissioner, or something that you take from your fellow roundtablers?
Yeah, I do my best time-wise. So yeah, there's growing awareness around the potential of hydrogen to decarbonize our economies and support energy resiliency. The Energy Roundtable is committed to identify and working towards leveraging opportunities, Europe's hydrogen economy generating demand for renewable hydrogen, and complementing to other net zero solutions in the energy sector. This is the solution, the topic.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I promised each of you a last word before the Commissioner, or a takeaway. Can I come to you now, please? Yes, so let's hear from the Transmission and Distribution Roundtable. Yes.
Yeah, I'm referring to the financial aspect of what we've discussed here. To make H2 projects happen from a financial perspective, I think two things are needed. It's, on the first hand, it's strong strategic sponsors and their equity, but you also need private sector's money. Yeah? And to attract these money, you need predictable cash flows. And to have predictable cash flows, you need a stable regulatory framework, and you need to bridge the gap between, that's what you've mentioned, Mr. Commissioner, the gap between production prices and offtake prices. And we are not yet there, although we are making our way.
Yeah. Good point.
Industry. Thank you. Lucy.
Thank you. I already discussed this dilemma between the renewable electricity generation and the stable needs of the industry. I also noted that you were promoting the nuclear electricity, and we would like to also get the status of the nuclear power as a source for clean hydrogen somehow defined in the EU. It would help the industry also to plan its decarbonization strategy in hydrogen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm not promoting any kind of energy. I'm just saying we need to use everything which is available. And by the way, to tell you the truth, it's true that I have engaged, including with the Belgian government, but also the German government. Before they decided to close some nuclear plants, I was saying to them, I don't want to comment. You run your energy mix. But my only point, if you still have a nuclear plant on your territory, and that could be used for another 5 to 10 years without any danger, why don't you disconnect, if you want to disconnect from the grid, and use it just to produce clean hydrogen, let's say decarbonized hydrogen? It was just a suggestion. We know that in order to achieve what we have, we need to be imaginative and no ideologic. So I'm not promoting anything. I'm just trying to use everything available, because I know that we will need 170 gigawatt to achieve our 2030 goals, and we don't have it yet. We don't have it yet. It is, when I see how much we are now developing renewable energy, the math doesn't work. That's it. So that's just very pragmatical. I'm not promoting, I'm just pragmatic.
Yeah, so if anybody was going to tweet, but they weren't, don't worry, because no one tweets in this room. He wasn't promoting. There we go, absolutely. But it's absolutely, your message is clear. Just the last two, if I may prevail upon you, just a moment. Beautifully brief, beautifully concise from the Mobility Roundtable. What's that last message you have?
My pleasure. It's going to be related to the previous one. In fact, we build our technology and industry while learning, and speed and being effective and operational is important here. So one of the important questions we have in here is if we whether focus on only green hydrogen, or we, at least in the transitional phase, allow the large-scale production and distribution of gray and blue hydrogen, which is currently the case in most projects, and that's going to really feed all the companies and all the ecosystem in order to speed up, learn, and build that technological advantage and industry that we were saying.
Finally, over to you. I think you had a very clear message already at the end of yours. I don't know if that's going to be the one you're going to repeat, but let's hear.
No, thank you. Mr. Thierry, firstly, we accept the challenge to discuss the current infrastructure because we think that's very, very powerful for the European Union. I think that we can secure with the existing buildings and the existing networks a swift ramp up for hydrogen. Today, if we go through Brussels, you see the yellow tag where the natural gas network runs, and so it's widespread. So if we can do that, I think that we can bring hydrogen-ready technologies for all types of buildings, both global and centralized systems, and we hope to do so.
Very good.
Thank you. Have you ever been called Mr. Thierry before?
Well, but he's a former computer scientist, so I agree.
Okay. Thank you. Can I please, can I ask you,
Accept.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you
for
and have a
being
good
with
day.
us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of you. You've been delightful. You may take your seats. Thank you. Thank you. Now we're going to just allow for a little bit of stage resetting. good people, and we're going to go directly into our next panel, and that is ahead of a coffee break. All right, just so you know where we're at. So this next session, you don't have to change my water if you don't want to. Good. I'm not sure anyone can hear me. Okay. We're going to throw the spotlight on the regulatory framework. This is the topic that comes up almost the most. A lot's been happening on that front. A lot of the missing pieces have been put in place. There is progress, but how do we get to the next stage? What are the other missing parts? So while we're still doing a little bit of scene setting, oh no, that was done very efficiently. Could we do a poll? Can I invite you all, please, before I invite our speakers to the stage, to engage in a poll? Now, obviously, there's a little bit of humor. I don't know why I say obviously, unless you've looked at this poll yet. There's a little bit of humor in this poll. Which of these statements you can select two? I hope you can. Can they select two in the Slido? I'm asking, yeah? Oh, yeah, good. Which of these statements you can select two are correct concerning either one or both delegated acts? Which are? The Act clarifies the principle of additionality for hydrogen set out in the EU's Renewable Energy Directive. Stringent rules for the sector must be adhered to immediately. The Act provides a methodology for calculating life cycle greenhouse gas emissions for RFNBOs. Giant hairdryers to produce hydrogen will have to be connected to new renewable electricity production. The Act aims to ensure that hydrogen production supports decarbonisation and complements electrification efforts. So, who is the best kid in school? Which two would you choose as being correct? And who has a sense of humour at this hour of the morning on a Tuesday in a very hot room? That would be the other question. Let's just give that a moment. So, okay, I think that's a no-brainer about clarifying the principle of additionality. And again, we heard a call there from Uti. We need some more conversation around this. We need some dialogue with the Commission. We need some collaboration. We need some support mechanisms. And the Act aims to ensure that hydrogen production supports decarbonisation and complements electrification efforts. Damn it! I wanted more than 12% of people to go for the giant hairdryers. I'm so disappointed. Okay, never mind. Thank you for those of you who do have a sense of humour at this time of the morning. All right, shall we meet our speakers? Do you think that would be the best thing to do? I do. Can I please ask to come to the stage in this order, Stefano Grassi, who is Head of Cabinet of the Energy Commissioner Kadri Simson. So if you can kindly sit here, that would be wonderful. Can I ask our MEP? Where is our MEP in the house? Svetlana Penkova, thank you very much. It's lovely to have you here. We will say more because you know everything about the ENZIA. So we'll see. Martina Vettin, who is co-founder at Nilsen Energy. Welcome to you. Akos Christon, CEO of Hungarian Gas Storage. Are you in the house? You're doing that long walk of fame, not shame, of fame in the back of the room. Was that deliberate, or did you just get here late? Was that deliberate? Okay, and Patrick ten Brink. Look, he's ready and raring to go on the front row. It's a completely different approach. So he is Secretary General of EEB, which is, of course, the largest network of environmental citizens organisations in Europe. So delightful to have you all here. Oh, look at that politeness. That's the first time I've seen that. Okay, Stefano, shall I invite you to go there to frame the session? Why don't I do that? Thank you very much. You're going to give us a kind of a context, give us the big picture and a bit more. Over to you.
Thank you, Katrina, and good morning, everybody. And thank you to the Cleantech Alliance for having me today. I am delighted to join the other panelists for this first session on our Hydrogen Summit. And I listened very carefully to the interventions ahead of me. And I think I'm very glad that we are all, and all the speakers, we are all coming to this meeting with the same sense of feeling. I will say less of gloomy, but I will say a certain confidence and optimism on the outlook for a hydrogen future in Europe, but also with questions, concerns, and expectations. And all these concerns, expectations, and questions have front and center the regulatory framework. Because clearly the question that I see for this panel is not whether Europe should have a regulatory framework for hydrogen or whether it may have an adequate framework within a reasonable time frame. This is a question we would have asked 3 years ago. The question is, in my view, whether we are going to have a very precise, very ambitious regulatory framework, but we will not have a hydrogen industry. Whether Europe will have the rules and some other global players will have the industry, will have the jobs, and will have the growth. And the ghost, or the shadow, which is hanging over our conversation today, is whether we are going to repeat a story that unfolded the last decade, when Europe approached another nascent industry, the digital sector, the digital service industries. And over time, after long, hard-fought battles over the regulatory framework, over all type of precise rules, and I was looking at that from another position in the Commission, we developed possibly the most advanced data protection system in Europe, the GDPR, which is widely looked as a model. We developed a very advanced framework for digital services, and we lost all the digital services industry to other players. We were unable to develop or to graduate from startups into unicorns. And the question is this time different? Are we approaching the regulation of the hydrogen sector in the same way? Or are we taking a different route? And given that you asked me to set the scene a bit in a provocative way, I would argue, for the sake of argument and to enable our discussion today, that this time we are taking a different route. And I will quickly say it in 4 points. First, I think it's quite normal that the European Union is focusing first and foremost on the regulatory action and the regulatory approach, because in its essence, the European Union is a market integration project. It is a way to mold together, to fuse together different jurisdictions. And to the strongest leverage, the strongest point in the European Union, it's a single market. And without an appropriate regulation on many aspects of cross-border flows of hydrogen, the competitive structure, the level playing field for industry, we will not have a single market for hydrogen in the next decade. And there is no way you can build a hydrogen economy in a single country, even if it's the largest or biggest member state. No one can do it alone. And the regulation plays in a nascent economy also a role that most of you have mentioned in the previous panel as well. It is there to shape expectations, to create a business environment, to create some predictability, some investment certainty. So I think it was a good choice to put together in December 2021 the gas and hydrogen decarbonization package as a way of anticipatory regulation, to set already now rules relatively precise and detailed for all the transport, the production, the access to the hydrogen, without waiting first the market to go there, first to develop and then try to see what rules will be there. Because having taken this choice with the right balance in what will be the final outcome in Parliament and Council, I think we will have a competitive advantage. We will shape the business environment and investment climate for the next decade. Second, I think we have covered quite a lot of ground in a reasonable time frame. By the end of this mandate, from the strategy in 2020, we will be the only jurisdiction in the world to have an almost complete and comprehensive regulatory framework for hydrogen. We have started with a regulatory framework for infrastructure promotion, the TEN-E regulation revised. We have now concluded the discussion and the adoption. Hopefully, ITRE will vote this week in favor to the outcome of the trilogue on the RED III with mandate for industry and transport and other important sections on hydrogen. We have already reached an important milestone in the interinstitutional discussion on the gas and hydrogen decarbonization package. So we have covered quite a lot of ground. We have the two delegated acts, and we have also covered all the bases, and this is my third point. We have not simply stuck to the classic energy policy single market regulation. There is the word hydrogen in the taxation regulation. There is in ETS a recognition of the role of electrolyzers. We have it now in all the industrial policy pieces of regulation, whether it's the Net Zero Industry Act, the critical raw materials, acts. We have regulation in the mobility with AFIR, with maritime fuel and the refuel directive. We have a clear recognition and provisions on hydrogen in all the state aid framework, including the latest temporary crisis framework. So differently from what happened in the past, this time we have taken from the beginning a value chain approach. And we have tried to cover all bases and to look not simply at one part is what is the classic, the production, the transport, the competitive and non-competitive activities. But we have tried to cover everything with a different, I think, more pragmatic, more fit on the ground perspective. For a last point, I think I heard the concern that most projects are now on paper and they are hesitating to move past the finishing line and take the final investment decision. This is the strongest concern. But I also see that there are a number of projects that are quietly moving past the tipping point. I've seen in the last months, we were in Salzgitter, we've seen projects on green steel. We have seen projects on ammonia. We have seen projects on different type of electrolyzer production. We have seen projects on terminal and what is happening in many ports from Rotterdam, Antwerp to Sines and elsewhere. We see now the progress in the network planning and project infrastructure planning. So this is happening under our eyes. So to conclude and to give back the floor to the panel, I think this is the moment where, as a regulator, we need to conclude some of the files, in particular, I think, the gas package and the gas directive. But I think it's important that we try to find balanced solutions, but also that we all collectively try to inject in our debate this immaterial condition that is always the key for any success, the sentiment. The confidence that we can do it. And this time, and I finish here, we have taken a different route. Whether it takes us to a different output, I leave to our panelists to elaborate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your almost appropriation of a Nike slogan there. Not just do it, but we can do it. Okay, now let me just give you the lay of the land. Because we came into it late, we will go into the coffee break maybe at 5:15, okay? We can take 2 or 3 questions from the floor. I hope to leave time for that. All of these good people are going to speak 3, tops 4 minutes, an opening statement. Then I've got a question for each of you. Let's see if you sufficiently cover the ground or whether we've got questions from our audience. So let me come to you, please, Svetlana Penkova. So you are indeed in that ITRE committee. That has just been mentioned. You got the vote on the RED III this week, but you are shadow rapporteur for the Net Zero Industry Act, which is why it's very splendid to have you here. Do you want to just sort of, let me give you the floor to say, how does that fit with hydrogen? What's going on there? Over to you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I had prepared a different introduction, actually, but I got inspired by the first panel here. When you try to kindly ask me and Martina to move around in the first part, I think Commissioner Breton's reaction was a very good example of how the market works. So basically, if you miss an opportunity to act quick enough, the seat will be taken. And that's where I'm going to put the question for the European regulators. I do agree with Commissioner Breton completely that we, as Europeans, as European Union, we've set the ground properly. We did prepare the first row, but we didn't make sure that the right players are there. So that's the question and the challenge we're facing at the moment. And that's the first answer we need to be the first question we need to be giving an answer to when we're speaking about all those regulations, and especially about the Net Zero Industry Act. What do we want to achieve? Do we want to enter a competition where the seats are already being taken, or do you want to try to use the competitive advantage the EU has in specific technologies and specific sectors and to prioritize them? And that's the answer we're trying to give here, and I'm going to give like 3 major messages, like based on the discussion of the Net Zero Industry Act, which I hope would try to give that answer. So basically, it is clear by my introduction, I guess, that the general belief in the Parliament and what we're trying to achieve is that Europe should be aiming to prioritize the technologies and the sector where we have competitive advantage, where we have the high-skilled labor, where we have the experts, and where we can support the value chain of production. It's not very difficult to identify them. I'm sure you have more to add to the list, but I would challenge you here, and I would probably put the nuclear sector, the wind sector, hydrogen, and the energy efficiency technologies as the main one. So how are we going to do that? The first thing is the financing. It has been mentioned many times. We cannot work with state aid only. We need to be utilizing all the available funding that is there. And here I'm speaking of the unused funds from the Recovery and Resilience Facility, Innovation Fund, dedicated EIB funding schemes. But not only that, without the incentives for the private sector, we are not going to be able to achieve or to build the economy that we want to get to. So incentives for the private sectors are key, through government guarantees, through strategic investments, you call it. Second, we need to have a proper list of technologies being prioritized at the best way possible, but we need also to have the possibility to extend that list, if necessary, whenever new technologies are coming to the ground. In Europe, in the R&D department, we are great, so we have to keep that competitive advantage. And last but not least, where is hydrogen? Hydrogen was not in the initial proposal of the Commission. We have added it there. It is already part of the proposal. We'll see how the negotiation in the Parliament goes. We are prioritizing hydrogen compressors, transport via pipelines, and the refueling stations. And here I'm referring, like 10 seconds more, I'm referring to what has been said in the first panel by Ms. Ervasti and Mr. Iriarte. We shouldn't be focusing only on green, and we're not doing that. We have to be focusing on clean and affordable technologies. And once we manage to get it all green, that should be the priority. But at the beginning, we shouldn't be putting the restrictions for the technological development, and we should keep the technological neutrality principle, as the Commissioner Breton says. Thank you so much. I hope that was sufficient enough.
That was sufficient enough. It was very clear. And also just for bringing in something that perhaps we less talked about yesterday in terms of the financing, really bringing in the private sector alongside all of these different funding and regulatory aspects. So we'll hold that thought for a moment. So I'm going to come to a very, very different speaker now. You are the co-founder of Nielsen Energy. I was joking with you before, Martina. I was saying I loved the fact that online I saw you're an experienced multi-entrepreneur in renewable energy, long-term storage of hydrogen and IoT. You're coming with a very, very interesting take from Sweden. Very much, I think all of this local decentralized that popped up thus far speaks to you a lot. Tell me a little bit, bearing in mind here we are talking about the regulatory framework, your views on that.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me all? I'll take up the Commissioner's invitation to being the passionate entrepreneur. I am a co-founder of a system integrator who has been working with a range of different hydrogen-related technologies, electrolysis, fuel cells, batteries, compression, heat pumps, all of the combination of these. And I know for a fact it's not for the faint-hearted. It is to do a lot with software and the integration of making sure that all of these different technologies really deliver what they are supposed to be delivering. I think I have worked with 7 or 8 different versions of electrolysis, as an example, as some of you in this room knows. And we know from a very practical angle that we need to be, and again, going back to the Commissioner, agnostic about the fact that there is not one system that will fit all. I have been invited into this arena today to represent a privately owned entity that is currently building 30 filling stations as well in Sweden, adhering to the directive. And again, it's not for the faint-hearted. You need to be forward-leaning. You need to have long-term money. So I'm really, really grateful for the ability to have that approach with me, with my partners and co-financers. It's important. I've learned in the position as a co-chair together with you, Nuno, in working with building this as well, that we have very many different perspectives, all of us. We represent different regions. What is extremely relevant for one may not be for another. And again, back to being agnostic. We have, all of us in the alliances, we have realized that we need to address knowledge and know-how and permitting. So these are very key factors that we need to address, also on the legal side. I, again, going back to my physical experience, know when it takes 5 years to get a permit for an application outside of the industry fence, you need to be very long-term. So these will be my very practical experiences that I can bring to the table. Do not rule out decentralized. Many of the technologies that we are discussing here today, they will scale. We had a full day on that, on the electrolysis tomorrow. It will be the gigawatts. It will be the multi-megawatts. But currently, what is actually working is the small scale. And they will aggregate. They will be relevant. So I would like to feel that that is being adhered to within the legal framework as well. And I'll stop there. On the dot.
On the dot. On the dot. Well, thank you. You've preempted what will be a follow-up question, but not now. I'll let them lay out their stall. But indeed, you said to preempt that. No, I just said preempted. You said that sort of decentralized, these small pilot project approaches are not lost and are supported by that regulatory framework. But we can touch more about that, where you think it's not working, where it is working, perhaps what you'd like to see more of, given that all of the pieces of the puzzle are not yet there. Can I turn to you, please, now, Akos, so as the CEO of Hungarian Gas Storage. You know, tell us about HGS. It's a hydrogen initiative, isn't it? Oh, is it not? Well, then something's wrong on that. Either I was misinformed or never trust Google. That's probably the right thing here.
Can you hear me now?
So, yeah, so talk, you know, you're coming from a very, very specific, giving us a very specific point of view in terms of, you know, a gas storage point of view. So how do you see the role of hydrogen, but critically, coming back to the title of this, how do you see the role of the regulation within it? What's working, what's not, what's missing? Over to you.
Okay, thank you. So just a bit of a background. My name is Ákos Kristin, representing the Hungarian Gas Storage, which is a, let's say, old-fashioned gas business company, meaning we are storing the gas underground, not in tanks, but in geological formations. Mm-hmm. We have 4.4 billion cubic meters of depleted fields. These are the working gas capacities. Just to give you an idea, that's roughly 40% of the total Hungarian gas consumption in a year. So that's the amount that we can store underground. We are 100% state-owned company. We are also a member of Gas Infrastructure Europe. And also we have a hydrogen initiative, because we have actually long-term goals with hydrogen. But obviously, we are also for decarbonization. But what you have to see here is that our vision with regards to hydrogen is not to produce hydrogen for selling it as a product. We just commissioned a 2.5 megawatt electrolyzer plant in one of our sites, so we can produce hydrogen. But what we would like to do is we would like to go to the power balancing market. So what we would like to do is take part in power balancing, and hydrogen is an element for that. Even though we have a contract with one company that they can take or they can pay and buy our hydrogen, it's not the business case. The business case basically lies in the AFRR market, so balancing downwards market. That's where we see ourselves also in the future, because in our premises they are capable of storing large amounts of hydrogen, and I'm here talking about many tons and hundreds of megawatts of electrolyzers capacities in 10 years, 15 years, whatever time. But our long-term goal with hydrogen is not to sell it as a product, but to use it as means of balancing system market, and not just from 1 hour to the other hour, but let's say seasonally, so from summer, let's say, to take up the PV production, shaving the peaks, and then give it back to the market when it is needed. For example, I don't know, in a couple of months' time. That's what we are aiming, and we have our hydrogen, small-scale hydrogen project at the moment. And what you have to see, therefore, not only hydrogen regulation, but also power market regulation, also, let's say, regulation with mining, for example. Everything is very important for us, not only at EU level, but also at the local level. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting. I think you were sort of nodding there with this when you heard there, that's not the goal in itself. It really isn't just to sell hydrogen. It's this approach, it's the power balancing in the system. But perhaps we can hear some reactions in a moment. Let me give you, Patrick ten Brink, your Secretary Gen of EEB, a chance to just lay out your stall in this first instance. Over to you, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Patrick ten Brink of the European Environmental Bureau. We're an umbrella NGO representing 185 civil society organizations across Europe, 40 countries, 30 million people. I know there's a question for me with respect to regulation and whether we can be proud of regulation, or in the rest of the world you said that some people think that European regulation is a barrier and a burden. And I'd like to build on this theme because I think it's actually pertinent to the whole question here and the choice we have. First of all, the question in some ways is charged whether regulation is a burden. We see very much regulation as a positive driver. If you looked at the press in the last 6 months, you'll have seen in some countries raw sewage is poured into rivers. I don't think this is a burden to not pour this in. I think this is a responsibility. And I think there's a fine line between responsibility and burden that sometimes gets fuzzy. With respect to the wider issue of hydrogen networks and also where to have the renewables, I think it's essential to avoid the damage and the degradation of ecosystems. And again, this can be done in a clever way, which doesn't undermine hydrogen. It is a responsibility, it is not a burden. With respect to permitting, one of the previous speakers talked about 5 years, and there's different solutions to the permitting problem in the Net Zero Industry Act and also in the REPowerEU. There's a commitment to go faster, which is fine, but there's also a loophole to actually undermine the assessment process and undermine the consultation process. I think this would be the wrong type of approach, and I think it's quite key because we can actually invest in the capacity of our local authorities to be able to do the assessments, to have the data, to be able to accelerate the permitting without actually having to have recourse to deregulation. There is a choice here, and I think this is fundamentally important. We all have the same overarching objectives of getting the right hydrogen in the right place in the right time, but there's choices of how to get there, and there's also some risks. You also asked the question in the prequel about can we be proud of what we have in Europe? And I think, first of all, we can definitely be proud that in the system we have thought it through, we have analyzed it, we have consulted, and we have developed the Green Deal, the Net Zero Industry Act, the RED III, the gas package, et cetera, We have a good portfolio of instruments. But whether I can be proud of this depends on some of the decisions to be taken. And then there are 4 or 5 elements here. One is, first of all, the import possibility. Here we definitely need guarantees of origin. If we cannot guarantee that we have the right hydrogen, we're actually importing a problem. If we actually spend our money in the wrong place, we've only got so much public funding. We need to make sure this is used in the right place where it's cost effective and not in the wrong place. Otherwise, we displace the money we could use for other activities which can decarbonize. So hydrogen in principle can decarbonize, we hope it will, but also if you spend the money in the wrong place, it can actually create problems of decarbonization by displacing the right renewables for electrification. Then there's another issue with respect to lock-ins. Again, if we actually think it through over time, if we focus on certain sectors and certain applications, it may seem right, but if we look into the future, we may actually lock ourselves into natural gas for 2030, 2040, and that actually contradicts the ambition. And so also with respect to money, and maybe I'll stop there in the interest of time, money can't just be free money. Money needs to be guided. So we need money with conditionalities, not constraints, but something that guides to make it. We have a license to operate. If you're going to get money, there should be conditionalities. So I think there's a series of tools. So if we actually address some of the risks associated, we can then get the right hydrogen in the right place at the right time with the right amount of public money. If we get it wrong, we're actually causing ourselves a headache and will undermine ourselves in the future. So I will be proud if we take the right decisions in the rest and through implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to come and ask you that. I was just giving you free rein to do an opening statement, but that's all right. You've already said some very, very valuable points that I will also ask your fellow panelists to comment upon. Are we good? Are we good people in the audience? Can I just stay with these speakers for a moment? Is there any burning question as yet? Can I just stay and allow them to just a little bit elaborate on those key points that have come through a first round? Let me come back to you because, you said there, I think you said, listen, we are the only jurisdiction in the world that has this. So we're looking at pride there. But just coming back on some of the things that we heard there, this very clear issue and which I was going to come, do you think that this emerging regulatory framework is supporting the kinds of projects that are these small pilot projects that you need, these demos, so that the value chain as a whole and users as a whole can understand better what the value of carbon is? You heard there, the right place, the right time, in the right way. Would you have agreement there that we need to be very, very careful? He talked about a loophole there, Patrick, in terms of the assessments for the permits. So yes, there's acceleration, but is there a danger there? Let me just give you 1 or 2 minutes to perhaps comment upon what you heard from your fellow panelists there. No, you should be good. You should be good if you hold it. Hold it right here.
Quite a dense discussion, but I will pick up two sentences or 2 words that they were recurrent. First, the tech neutrality, and second, the incentives, the subsidies, the support, in addition, complementing the regulatory framework. On the tech neutrality, I think if we learn the lesson from the first steps, if you have to be very, very much open-minded with regard to the different technologies. I think this point was already in the strategy in 2020, and there are 2 reasons why we really need to stick to this neutrality. First, because we will need all the possible technologies to get to our targets. That's very clear when we look at scenarios and modeling. And second, because we actually don't know what technology will work out better, what will be the different cost competitors, or some of them, the rate at which they will succeed in the market. So it's better there to be prudent. But to give you a clear indication of what does it mean, technological neutrality for us, because I've seen fierce battles in council on the colors and the quality of the categorization of hydrogen. If you take the electricity market design, because what's important, you have a regulatory framework cover, as I said, all the bases. Look at the power market. There we have a very clear policy to support, through contracts for difference, a number of technologies for power production and for generation, including nuclear electricity. And this is both for new generation, and we aim to bring in as much as possible. We have a huge investment needs in the nuclear sector, but also to support lifetime extensions, modernization of existing assets, because this will be, for many member states, a key source of electricity, and we will need at least 1 terawatt more of electricity for producing hydrogen in the future. Other important thing we do there, and this was Akos was mentioning, we have rules for flexibility schemes. For demand response, for storage, for all the green flexibility that we need to avoid the missing money problems and to help public authorities to plan and bring in the market much more flexibility, including hydrogen storage, that will be needed in the future. So I think this is technological neutrality in action. Second, the incentives and the offers. Normally a commission official will answer by giving you all the numbers of the funding that exists in Europe for hydrogen. You take the RRF, you take the IPCI, you take the Innovation Fund, you take the Clean Hydrogen Partnership and their calls, the hydrogen valleys, etc. What we are aware, and we are acutely aware, that the difference we have with the United States, more than the volume of the funding, is the transparency, accessibility. You take the IRA, everyone knows what is the credit for, the tax break for, they can apply, they know they get it or they don't get it. If you go through the different selection process for our own different schemes, the Innovation Fund, the PCI, etc., you wait 1 year for the selection and then you know, yes, I got it or I don't get it. And it's very fragmented through different sources. So I think we need to make an effort ourselves of simplification, and I think the proposal now on the step, it goes a bit in this direction. If you have a seal of excellence, you can have a faster access to funding for strategic technologies. And second, we need maybe to aggregate and bring together more, and my commissioner is spearheading an effort through the European Hydrogen Bank of transparency, of bringing in all the information on the projects, where they're evolving, what are the corridors. So we are not only focusing the bank as an instrument to give OPEX support, but also as an instrument to bring a bit more of clarity and cohesion in the way we plan and support the projects.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. That's good. I was actually going to come, well, here we go. In the time we have, Svetlana, I was going to jump back on something that you had mentioned in the first pass, but I'm happy to leave the floor to you if you just want to step in with a further comment, having heard. Absolutely your call. I can ask you? Well, you talked about, and the reason I'm jumping on it is because it came up yesterday. There was this talk of particularly, you know, sort of competitively speaking in the global context. Do you run faster? Do you, let's simplify it a little bit, do you get much more protectionist, you close a bit, or do you sell it on your values? What are those European values, whether they are transparency, whether they're particularly high standards in this arena? So there was this kind of question. You said we need to jump on where we have a competitive advantage. There's no point in trying to go after the seats that are already taken. Do you think the regulatory framework that's in place, and you're very much in these discussions, is sufficient to really enable this competitive advantage?
Well, we're working under the premise that it would be successful and it would be enabling it, but I'm not sure the political messaging is very clear on that. Because basically, when we're working on regulations like the Net Zero Industry Act, the Hydrogen Bank, the electricity market reform, you need to be speaking with the stakeholders. You need to be speaking with the industry. You need to be speaking with the experts because they know it better. And that's quite normal from our side to acknowledge, actually. That's the first step to having a successful regulation, I think. And I'm nicely surprised that the industry is aware of that. The industry in the EU, they know where the competitive advantage is and how we need to develop it. I wouldn't call it a protection, but we need to be putting more strengths and more funding and efforts into where we have it at the moment. Mm-hmm. Because we seem to have missed it a bit. I mean, Europe had a lot of production and manufacturing capacities leave the continent, and that's a problem now, because not only that, but we're missing the qualified and the trained labor force. We're missing the experts in certain areas, and that's a problem. That's not something you can easily resolve. That's not a fund you can open. That's not an investment or an incentive you can provide. You need to spend time training those people, and we're missing them now in many sectors. We have them in a few. So that's why I'm saying, given that we need to act now to make sure that the industry is kind of reborn in Europe, we need to first focus on where we have it at the moment and then further develop the value chain, because we're all clear that once you put the emphasis on one, like there is a whole value chain behind that starts being driven. But that's a process. So I think the regulatory framework, yes, it is aiming, it is trying. As we said, the scope shouldn't be restrictive, but should be specific enough. Because I do agree with Stefano here, saying that the transparency of how we spend the European funds in the member states is important, but also the technical and administrative capacity differs across member states, and it should be taken into account. Because if you give too broad of a scope or like a broad guidance, don't expect anything to be done. And this is absolutely a fair and honest answer on that.
Thank you. And you do actually echo again a point that came up yesterday in the Electrolyzer Summit on that, the capacities of the different member states. Just to pick up on that, and again, I don't want to dictate too much, and I'm conscious of time for this, perhaps it will be the last intervention, Martina, but we talked there about the importance of, keeping this skilled workforce, not losing it. If we are to have this approach where we're going where we are strong, we also need to look at where we're strong in skills. We had that very interesting comment from the Buildings Roundtable this morning on skills. Did I hear this right? I think you said in your opening statement, we need to also address the knowledge, the know-how, that sharing of the skills, the lack of skills, and permits on the legal side. Were you also saying we need something from a kind of a regulatory framework perspective to boost these skills, or am I putting words in your mouth?
No, you did not. They are lived again, very physically so. So we need both. And may I be a bit cheeky? I would say that it's extremely important to be knowledgeable and have a grounded, everyday understanding when you're making rules and regs. And I feel that the combination, the system approach, that we don't just have the battery alliance and the solar alliance, and we have the hydrogen alliance, they are so deeply interlinked. And I know this on an everyday basis, and I spend a lot of money, we spend a lot of money investing in cybersecurity. IT structures, because what we are discussing here is actually the provision of safe electricity, heat, power shaving, mobility, sanitation. All of these different systems are being provided and can be provided with us together. I find it so interesting to hear your different perspectives. I will always bring the entrepreneurial one, the one that can iterate fast. But in my everyday situation, I also work very closely with the industry, with the automotive industry, with the process industry, and they welcome it. They want to work together so that we can, as an example, provide local production of hydrogen for the research and development of hydrogen-related, as an example, technology. So I obviously, I'm stating my case, and I'm claiming who I am, but it's important to understand that small doesn't mean useless, and it aggregates.
Bigger is not necessarily better. We could also rephrase. Oh, bigger has its place, smaller has its place.
Well, I should not stand up making that remark, I think, because small can be beautiful, of course, as can be small. But we all need to work together, and we shouldn't put these together so it's just enormous. And just as a final closing on that, in my pipeline, I am working with harbours. I'm working with 27 regional airfields in Sweden with an interest to have an infrastructure on hydrogen, not only for the planes, but to be safety nodes, to be providing for the local electricity and or district heating and or gas. We need to be pragmatic about this and understand that we need new ways of doing business together as private and public. So there's always going to be a fiscal side of this as well that needs to be addressed.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your very valuable points. Akos, I mean, again, shall I give you free rein? I mean, you've been patiently listening, so what would you like to build upon?
We were obviously talking before that, and
We were talking
what kind
before that.
of
Well, I was going to ask you whether there were any particular issues from a regulatory standpoint in terms of infrastructure, in terms of
actually,
storage.
I was thinking what to say, and to sum it up, basically, I think what is really important, and having seen our, let's say, research and development project in the last 2.5 years, what is really important is how do we understand, interpret, and apply the regulation at the national level and also at the company level, because it's not always very easy to do, basically. And I'll give you a couple of examples. So there is a regulation that by 2025 it can be, or maybe, or must be 3% of blending in the TSO system. Natural gas, hydrogen and methane. But I need that tomorrow because we have the project, we will have the hydrogen. So what do we do? I mean, in Hungary at the local level, we have a regulation on gas quality. So if I look at it strictly by the word, we can blend hydrogen, for example, as contamination, and that can be a couple of percentage. We can look at it that way. But on the other hand, the regulator says that this is very dangerous. So we have to examine it further on the DSO network and on the end user side. So please don't let any hydrogen in it at the moment. So now it looks in Hungary that by the end of this year we will have a kind of comprehensive regulation on blending. But that's just one example from Hungary. If we look at our business model, and I said we would like to take part in the power balancing market with our huge 2.5 megawatt capacity. Still, I would like to know whether if we do it, and if we do the downward balancing in the AFRR market, is it a green electricity or not? Because in the Additionality Act, we can read it also as, yes, that can be, but I'm not sure about it. So what I'm talking about here is a bit of fine-tuning and understanding and how we can interpret and really understand the regulation, because it can be the case that a lot of money is depending on that. Also, if just one more example, and then I will finish. Also, another example is that, again, fine-tuning or how to see or differentiation in regulation. So the basic point or the start point in a couple of member states is just not the same. So we can talk about third-party access and whatever rules in terms of transportation of hydrogen, but for example in Eastern Europe or in Hungary we are far, far away from that. So we even don't have infrastructure for that. So a very, very different starting point in this one, or let's say the production of green hydrogen and having green hydrogen instead of, I don't know, blue or whatever color of hydrogen. I mean, in Hungary, for example, we would have to have so much green electricity production capacity that just doesn't exist and will not exist in the next 5 years. So it's just the starting point is quite different. So we can set, for example, targets and everything in the EU regulation, but I'm not sure it's really reflected what member state, what kind of starting point has.
Okay, thank you. Very
You saw the cooperation.
Very valuable point, and also that builds obviously upon what we heard from our MEP there in terms of capacities and interpretation and indeed the capacity to respond to the legislation. How? What is the starting point? What is the knowledge? What I'm going to do, let me just check. I'd like to hear from you. Is there any one or two questions from the floor, or are we happy to leave it within the panel? Is anybody feeling frustrated? You just all want to kind of have a break, get off your bums and get a bit of air, don't you? Hold that thought. I'd like to come to you, please, Patrick. You've got that unique position of being the last on the panel, so you're able to listen to everything. And perhaps I'm going to come back to you from more of a listening mode from the Commission, from what you hear from some of those comments, what you personally take away from this panel, if I may. So, Patrick, over to you.
Great, thanks so much. Can you hear me? Right, I'd like to pick up three elements here, if I may. One is on the dangers of lock-in.
Yeah.
The other is with respect to value for money, and the third is the issue of permitting, just to hammer that point through and link to deregulation. I'll start with the last. In 2008, in the financial crisis, there was a lot of austerity in many countries. One of the victims of this was then cutting back on the ability of local authorities to do permitting and assessment and having the data enabling them to look at whether a project is the right one in the right place. That is the problem with permitting, not the fact that they exist. Permitting is a part of the license to operate. So it's just a plea is in moving forward, let's invest in the capacities and the data and the abilities for the assessment locally rather than cutting back on the permit per se, because this is something which is unique. The rule of law is unique in Europe, and we need this. If we don't do this, actually what may look like speeding up is actually going to slow it down because people are going to object to having the wrong things in the wrong areas. Okay? You can, of course, deal with that by having laws to outlaw the ability of civil society and citizens to protest, but I think that leads to the unraveling of democracy. So I think we need to be careful as to which route we're going down. With respect to the value for money, I know we say technologically neutral, but we need to spend the money in the right places. So if we spend the money on hydrogen, we should do it linked to certain transport and certain industrial areas where it's difficult to electrify. In other areas, it doesn't make economic sense. And we don't have that much money to go around. The money you spend here will not be able to be spent there, and it will then displace other activities we can actually either decarbonize more or could be used in other social areas, whether it's education or health, which we also need. So I think we need a very, very clear lens on where we spend the money. I want the right hydrogen, but I don't want it to the wrong place. And for that, on that note, just because there has been a sort of a pro-nuclear element, I personally think that nuclear is not going to achieve emission reductions in 10, 20, 15 years. It takes a long time. It's a lot of money. It requires responsibility for tens of thousands of years afterwards. We could spend the money much, much better on the right renewables in the right places, energy efficiency, and a circular economy. And I think that is fundamental. And the last point on the danger of lock-in, just to make it very, very specific, because we talked also about hydrogen-ready apparatus for heating in buildings. It seems like a really good idea, and principally you look at it saying, yeah, that's good, I'd love to have that. But if you think about it, you're going to then have hundreds and thousands of people buying these hydrogen-ready domestic heaters, and it sounds good, it's great. But then you go down to the future, where is the hydrogen? Okay, we need it, but oh, how much does it cost? And then you suddenly go, actually, hydrogen is going to cost quite a lot more than natural gas. And we saw the problems of pricing in the last winter in the context of the illegal Russian war on Ukraine. It's not a Ukrainian conflict, it's an illegal Russian war in Ukraine. And you will find that gas and energy poverty is an issue, availability is an issue, and then suddenly we'll be there and price is an issue. We've seen how fuel poverty is an issue, a social issue across Europe. Then throw ourselves forward in 2030 when you have millions of people with these hydrogen-ready heat boilers, and then suddenly it's saying, but hydrogen is actually very expensive, green hydrogen. Can we use a different hydrogen, or can we keep gas? We better keep gas for 10 more years, because otherwise we can't afford it. And then you have a lock-in. With the best intentions, you may lead to a lock-in of a problem and actually undermine the objective that you're trying to do. So I'm just saying that there's a lot of clever people in the Commission, a lot of clever people in the industry, in the Parliament. Think through the steps and work out, if we go this way, where are we going to end up? And if you're right, choose it carefully, that's all I'm saying. And if it works, it works. But please choose it carefully, because we haven't got that much money and there are risks of lock-in in the wrong place.
Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you for those very, very clear points. So yes, there's lots of good stuff. You're very happy with, okay, I can see where hydrogen absolutely plays its role, but there are a lot of questions to be asked. There's quite a Pandora's box worth of questions. We need to think forwards. And also, I mean, I think it's in a different way. It's echoing what you're saying. It's all about tying up all of these different localized, decentralized, where should it best be applied? But if we do, how does it apply? I mean, and I will come to you, because I will let you finish, but interesting, when we had the conversation just before, was it you? I think who was saying about the permits. It's often the fire department. Did I imagine that? Yeah, so, and sometimes they don't even know, that all of this is also, about bringing people into the fold. Don't assume that people have this knowledge about what this sector can achieve and the way it can contribute best. So listening points, perhaps, for you. What do you, just a very, very few, so that we can not exceed, because these good people need to have a break. Just a couple of minutes. What do you take away? What maybe have you learned that you didn't know before you came on this panel?
Listening is the most important virtue and skill. I had the impression that on the broad issues of a regulatory framework, we are almost all in the same place, and I don't sense a dissatisfaction or an uneasiness on the broad brush and the overall direction. What I heard as early warnings and flashpoint is a very clear call for the regulators not to close too early options, whether it is the buildings that was coming very strongly from the CEO panels, Martina's point on decentralized forms of production, and don't focus only on the big ones, where we talk about mobility, a very clear technological neutrality in general. I think a very clear call not to close options too early, or to have maybe visionary but unrealistic and too prescriptive regulatory framework. Second, a very clear emphasis on support, which I don't read as industries asking for subsidies. I read it as a very clear warning that we are in a sector where we are very far from cost competitiveness. There is a huge gamble to make, and unless there is a strong public intervention to remove uncertainties, to bridge a bit the green premium, and to help Europe to have a level playing field with other jurisdictions, it will all be very difficult, and the time to do that is now. So I think this is a bit of a lesson for the end of his mandate and for next mandate. More effective incentives and support, more coordinated and more focus. Third point, I heard a lot of focus on the flanking measures complementing the regulatory framework. Mind the skills, mind the permitting, authorization, local acceptance of the projects. Mind, I think with Sevelina, technical assistance. It has to be a Europe-wide agenda, a just transition agenda. And some areas of Europe need more technical assistance support than others if they want to have a stake in this overall agenda. So I hope I learned a lot, and I come back, I think, knowing a little bit more than I knew coming here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So the last words to each of the four panelists, and it's a short one. It's not a paragraph, it's half a sentence. What's top of your regulatory wish list in the coming year or two or three? What do we need to bear in mind? Because we've still got pieces of the puzzle, starting with you, Patrick. I won't make you wait, Patrick. You start. You need a mic. Half a sentence, one sentence tops.
Half a sentence. I would look at the imports, the criteria around imports and guarantee of origin, because that's a big thing which will affect everyone.
Okay, thank you. Can I come to you, Akos?
Thank you. For us, actually, what stands before us, and it's very urgent, is the hydrogen blending regulation in Hungary. Exact regulation.
Thank you. Yes, Martina.
No surprise then, permitting, but also be pragmatic and go visit, go see all of the different parts of our wonderful European Union, because we differ, but we can contribute, all of us.
And to see how regulation can best support that as well. Yeah. And for you, Svetlina.
Energy Performance for Buildings Directive, Net Zero Industry Act, and legislation we're initiating on startups and scale-ups and how they can develop, grow, and get financing in the EU.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I just ask the audience, have you learned something? So Stefano Grassi says yes. I think I've walked away with some new knowledge. Who's got something good out of this, even if it's just one golden nugget? Who enjoyed that conversation? Oh, blimey, you're going to make them feel that rubbish? What, like 4 people? Well, do you know what? I enjoyed that conversation. So I think some very important, valuable key. And do you know what also I think you did very well is examples. Examples, examples, examples. That is absolutely critical and always extremely useful on a panel. So even if you didn't like it, could you please, she says, provocatively and quite testily as well, can you please give these good people a very, very warm round of applause? And just before I release them to check, okay, I know you're parched, just go on to this word cloud, please, in no more than 2 words, what is top of your regulatory wish list in the coming year? You've just got a moment. So for you two, did what they say resonated with you? About the blending, about the imports? What? No more than 2 words, what's top of your regulatory wish list Okay, so speed it up. The need for speed. Okay, the NZIA, blending. So that's also, okay, we heard that yesterday, PFAS. Okay, the fluoropolymers, we had a lot of conversation, that came up a lot yesterday at the summit. Hydrogen in distribution. Time correlation with things, speed up and scale up. The person who wrote too slow, it wasn't enough to write too slow, it was too slow and 4 exclamation marks in case nobody grasped that. Speed, pragmatism, sovereignty fund, okay. Certificates of origin, unbundling and tariffs, there's even more learning for you. I think you need to be scribbling fast, or maybe we'll just curate this and archive it, and you can, I think there's a little bit too much. The need for speed. Simple funding, again, that has come up again and again and again, PFAS, you see it there. Smaller solutions. Okay, there you go, Martina, I hope you're happy with that. Yes, you've done your job, you can go home happy. All right, you can all take a break now, half an hour, so it's, what will it be? What's the time? Is it 10 o'clock or is it 11? It's 11, sorry. So 11:30, 11:35, we'll be calling you back in. But for now, thank you so very much to all of you. Thank you. Kidding. We like that. We like a bit of fire and brimstone. Okay, thank you so very much. Can I ask you, just, in case you stick your phones back on, can you make sure that your phones are on silent, just in case? Shh. Welcome back, or to those of you online, welcome back, welcome maybe even for the first time to this 2023 European Hydrogen Forum. My name is still Katrina Sickle, and I still have the pleasure of guiding us through this event. We heard this morning some of the big picture for the hydrogen economy from the European Commissioner. We listened to some overarching and overlapping perspectives, priorities, needs, concerns from stakeholders across the value chain. We caught up with progress, gaps in the regulatory framework, what it means at member state level, what it means for skills, the value of small projects, and much, much more. So let's hone back in on those skills, because without the right ones, and I think I would add now, and in the right place, and enough of them, there is no European hydrogen economy. So we have two speakers already sitting in. So here, this is the rose between what will be two thorns. I will be the other thorn. We have Luigi Crema, who is president at European Hydrogen Europe Research. Sorry, too much gin. And then on his left, we have Amy Adams, Vice President, Fuel Cell and Hydrogen Technologies from Cummins. And that's going to be really interesting to hear from the industry perspective, needs, what you're doing about it, gaps, and a little bit, perhaps, the point of view from the States as well. But before that, to frame this, a very, very warm welcome, please, to the Deputy Director General of DG GROW, Maiva Rutte. I'm going to ask you to please come and push me off here and frame our session. Warm applause for this first speaker, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Katrina, for making sure that I actually have some audience for this opening, few minutes this afternoon. And I do realize that, of course, it's quite a competition to get you away from useful conversations around coffee table. So thank you for joining the session. And my task is quite simple, to share in a few minutes some of the key points why we believe skills are a relevant part of our hydrogen agenda, and of course to also say what we plan to do as DG GROW, European Commission. Well, we have this morning already had quite a substantial refresh of the memory about what the ambition is for hydrogen. We have talked about the importance of hydrogen for our carbon neutrality. We have talked about technology development needs, the clear needs for investments, of course innovation, and the regulatory framework, which are all catching up and being shaped for this new economy. But certainly, we cannot have the hydrogen takeoff without people. And people and their right skills is something that this session is focusing on. I'm very glad that we have the opportunity to discuss these matters today as well. Things will not happen by themselves and without people having the right competencies, the right skills. And maybe one point to say immediately is when we talk about skills, it's not that we would be only thinking in terms of higher education. It's also very much all kinds of vocational training needs that we have in mind for reskilling, upskilling, since it's not all happening at, let's say, universities or research tables. It's going to be very much also hands-on technicians' work, which will be needed, and in our factories as well. So the skills needed to upscale and to really have the manufacturing, installations, and maintenance going in European hydrogen technologies are essential indeed to make it happen. We see different estimations. From industry, we hear that it's possibly up to 1 million people who need to be upskilled, reskilled, brought into hydrogen economy. Of course, these are estimations, and we don't know yet what the exact size is going to be. But clearly, we are talking about hundreds of thousands of people who would need to get training in the coming years. Alone for the fuel cell manufacturing, by 2030, we estimate that we talk about in the magnitude of 180,000 people to be trained for that alone. And of course, the value chain itself has more than that. And this, of course, means that the sheer scale of this task would be something that, or is something that would take very close cooperation between the various stakeholders, member states, commission, industry, academia, to really deliver on this. And with this in mind, with the kind of the task in mind to bring the right people and their skills to hydrogen, but also more broadly to these net zero industries, we have put the skills elements in our Net Zero Industry Act. We have it also very clearly in our Raw Materials Act. So the hydrogen as well as the related skills is part of what we want to aim at. You would have seen that we propose academies as a way of going forward. And academies is a way of not creating new institutions, but creating content, and creating this content together with industry and with the already existing vocational training and universities in the member states. So when we put forward these academies, these are going to be modeled by the existing Battery Academy, which already has some good examples to build on. And we then invite member states and industry to work with us so that the content could be created and offered to a broad range of potential training and retraining and university type of institutions. We, of course, build on the existing Pact for Skills, and we build on the existing experience already. We receive about 3 million funding, seed funding from Horizon Europe, and we believe that with the help also from our Green Hydrogen Joint Undertaking, these academies for hydrogen are going to be taking off very soon. And these were my opening remarks. I'm cutting exactly to 0.00, so that if there are any comments or questions, I'm still here for a few more minutes, and then heading off, unfortunately, to another event taking place not very far from here, but still with you for if you have any comments, questions to add. Thank you.
I love this. This is the power of the countdown clock. You don't always have it at every event, do you? But you can see how it's jumping. Oh, yes, I came in on time. I have one question before, if there's just one or two from the floor, because I know you also have a train to catch bang on the end of when this session needs to come to a close. Just, I don't know if you wanted to add anything, or you can add anything on the portability of qualifications. I think that's also part and parcel of NZIA and this kind of academies, because it's not just about the upskilling and the training, and interesting that that content is being co-created. Anything else on the portability of qualifications?
Certainly. Of course, part of our thinking is that there needs to be also certification of the skills obtained. And this certification of the skills obtained should be something that people would understand throughout Europe. So even if training is given in one member state, it should be indeed usable and also understandable in another member state what kind of skills at what level have been really obtained. So certification and hopefully also really the portability of the skills is indeed part of our thinking, and this should make it also more interesting for member states to join up for this. It's understandable that for maybe some of the member states where the hydrogen economy is taking off already with maybe more speed than others, there will be also more momentum for training institutions to really get the trainings online or get them organized. And then maybe some other member states, maybe sometimes smaller member states, could send their people to these academies or these training institutions instead of everybody needing to create their own in each member state. So we hope to create a really good cooperative effort around the skills training, and then indeed make sure that the skills can travel through Europe.
Thank you. Anything else that you think from a point of view of the bigger picture, or anything else that you would like to know from the Commission on skills, on training? Any burning worry you have, or any precise point to make? This is your moment. You did such a good job. Look.
Thank you. I was speaking very fast. This normally helps. People are all quiet.
Don't take it personally. There wasn't any questions either in the first panel. So actually,
Okay, very
sometimes
good.
it makes it easier to elaborate with the speakers that one has.
Thank you very
so
much, and have a good, successful continuation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving us that bigger picture. So, as I said, who is the rose between two thorns? Or maybe the other way, who knows? The thorn between two roses. Luigi Crema, so you are the director of the Center for Sustainable Energy at Fondazione Bruno Kessler in Trento, and also the vice president of the Italian Hydrogen Association. But you have really been involved in innovation between all of those critical sectors we just heard about, putting them together, co-creating content in order to transform developments into viable solutions and also economic value. So very, very warm welcome to you. And then also we have Amy Adams, who I said is Vice President of Fuel Cell and Hydrogen Technologies at Cummins. You can say a little bit more about the company in a moment, but you are very much at the forefront of advancing the company's vision to bring a very, very diverse portfolio of power solutions to customers. So you're working a lot across the whole value chain and growing the company's fuel cell and hydrogen production technologies portfolio globally. So I don't know, perhaps just as a first, and again, keeping it into nice sort of broken up chunks, happy to take questions or comments from the floor. Let me just give you a couple of minutes to make an opening statement and even perhaps taking into account what you heard there from the Commission. To you, Luigi.
Thank you a lot even for the invitation in this event. I will pin touch on some of the comments from Maive that were really addressing the central focus of priorities that education and training should be focused in the coming years. This is, of course, a huge topic for all the industrial sector in Europe and globally, I would say, that could become a bottleneck of the market, of approaching the market if this is not properly tackled. In Hydrogen Europe Research, we are dedicating a lot of efforts in the education and training programs and initiatives. We have an internal skills working group which is collaborated even with Hydrogen Europe industry to align on the priorities of the education and training programs and even supporting priorities inside the annual working programs of the Clean Hydrogen Partnership. As mentioned by Maive, there was a topic in the last call on the HOPE 2023 on the European Hydrogen Academy that we hope this will start soon. We see the need of novel and coordinated programs at all levels of the education needs. And this should include, as already mentioned, even the skilling of the workforce, but dedicated even to the skilling, even reskilling and upskilling of the workforce, particularly for those sectors that are in the priority of conversion. For example, people from the oil and gas sector could be directly involved in this upskilling and reskilling to the hydrogen sector. That could be fast and easy to be achieved.
Interesting. So you are picking up again on what we heard from our CEO in the opening, who was talking about the example in Portugal of local areas where you've got people who are already working in the gas sector and could, you know, be a kind of they could be those who could be ripe for retraining. Okay, I will come back. There's a couple of things I want to come back on, but I'm going to come to Amy because very interesting what your perspective is from both industry and maybe even a little bit of an insight into what's going on in the States, although I was very cheered yesterday. I was laughing because you said, but actually we were so impressed with the EU hydrogen market, we came to the EU over the States. So tell us more.
Yeah, thanks, Katrina, and thank you for having me. And it was an honor to be there yesterday as well. Maybe just for a second, I can introduce Cummins for those of you that don't know us. We're a Fortune 150 company that designs and manufactures, distributes, and services a variety of power solutions. And that's for applications. We design powertrains. Historically, it was diesel and natural gas engines and generator sets. But in Europe, we have a significant presence, and it's actually been growing. So we've got 36 locations in Europe right now and more than 10,000 people. And I mentioned yesterday, a few years ago, we announced a major investment in an electrolyzer plant in Spain, and the US government was not too happy that that was where we were making our big announcements at the time. And I also just want to introduce Accelera. That's our new brand name for our 5th business segment at Cummins, and that's the unit that focuses on zero emissions technologies. So while we have a long legacy, 100+ years in the other technologies I've told you, we've also been investing in alternative fuels and new technologies like battery electric vehicle components, fuel cells, fuel cell components and e-axles and other things, as well as hydrogen production and electrolyzers. And actually that is the fastest growing part of that segment now. For our electrolyzers, we have 6 sites to support the business that are either already established or are under construction. So we mentioned in Belgium, not far from here in Uvel, we've expanded our footprint there. The new plant I just announced in Spain, as well as now we did convert an existing plant in the US to start electrolyzer manufacturing at the beginning of next year. We were very fortunate that President Biden stopped by there a few months ago. And we've made some additional investments in China. So I think as we look at this business, there's a number of challenges that people have said already today and things that need to enable the scale up. And so I'll just touch on a few of them and then we'll get into the skills more deeply.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, but
yeah. Cost, we've all talked about. So the cost of producing green hydrogen is relatively high compared to others, even through electrolysis and renewable energy. So we need to work on getting the cost down. I think on regulations, it's important. In Europe, we've come a long way, as was said on the previous panel, but we're not finished yet. And that uncertainty in regulation really impacts business planning and investment. And we were talking about it at the break, the PFAS topic. That is an example until that's sorted could stall investment in certain components.
But I need to ask you to focus fairly rapidly on
Okay.
skills,
I will.
because that's what this
That's the last
panel is
one. Sorry.
about. Yeah.
Okay.
So let's just go bang into
and
the
last
skills.
one I'll say, can I just say on one thing on skills is that also, in addition to specific types of skills, we've seen you also kind of need a mindset change for some of our employees and staff, because there is uncertainty in this market. There is a lot of change. There's ambiguity, and we need employees who are able to deal with that and be flexible and understand the ambiguity and get a little comfortable with that. And that's hard. That's harder than just a science degree or something else. You need to teach a bit the mindset as well. So with that, I'll stop.
Oh, no, and I was going to just come to you. We heard there from also just a little bit specifics because of the variety, and obviously there's a lot of activity, and then I'll come back to you, Luigi, going on. You've explained where you've got factories, you've explained, in the US, you've got in Belgium, in Spain, a lot going on. Absolutely valuable and useful point about mindsets, but do you have the skill? I mean, are you struggling to find people with the right skills in those different areas? Is it a struggle for you?
Yeah, I think it is a struggle. I mean, it's a struggle across the whole industry. The labor market has been tight on finding engineers and technicians and others. But I think having the specific skills in a number of areas is a challenge. I think it's more than just engineering and development, which is one area. We have innovators, we have people that know the technology, but then we need people to scale the technology and design for manufacturing, and also to support the technology once it's out and in the field. And it's not just us with the skills, it's also our partners in the wider industry. So the EPC firms, engineering, procurement, and construction, there is going to be a number of projects, very large projects, complex projects that we need to be working together and have the skills. So it's not just even for the product, it's now for the whole process industry that we need the skills.
Thank you. Back to you, Luigi. Do you want to shall I give you free rein to comment on what you heard? Or I mean, what always interests me is how there's lots of brilliance in Europe. There is a lack of skills, whether it's, we were talking about, from the vocational training point of view, from the higher education, but how do you really valorize those? How do you get people skilled quick enough? And how do you get all of that brilliance out there into the market in a rapid way?
Yeah, first of all, I think this massive program to be realized in Europe will require resources. So from the estimation we made between among our members, we estimate that 2% of the total investment on the hydrogen sector should be focused on education, training, and skilling programs at all levels. This is of much importance, as said, to enable even the scaling up of the sector. Secondly, we need to facilitate in the short to medium term and as soon as possible the collaboration between industry, research, and education agencies, especially even in initial education, and look into two aspects. One, to ensure that education is aligned with the market needs. This is of much importance, of course. And second, that theoretical training could be complemented even with practical experience. Here there could be a role of strong collaboration between universities, academies, and research and technology organizations through scholarships, for example, that are bringing the young students into real-scale laboratories of industrial relevance, and that the students could know and learn about hydrogen, start handling it, start making practice, and taking confidence with the real technologies. This is, I think, one strong collaboration that is necessary in the short term. The second point is to train even the workforce. It is this an important role of research and technology organization and training agencies, so that it could be offered tailor-made training on cutting-edge topics. So this could include, for example, training paths for technicians, bachelor, master, PhD students through internships and alongside the preparation of their degree, and even involving students in students' competitions, in races, in projects, real projects, so that there's a different training from only the academic lessons that could be put in place. And more than this, even incubators where there's startups, spin-offs, and where there could be novel framework of collaboration between industry and the research can offer plenty of opportunities for skilling and reskilling through open innovation test beds or through co-design, co-development of technologies where the even younger people could start to be trained and be in operation with this.
Okay.
Last but not least, only one small point. Of course, we can act rapidly, but we should even think to the long term and try to attract into the scientific topics the youngest people, because this is an intergeneration effort that we should put in place.
At this juncture, does anybody want to comment or throw a question into the ring? Ah, look, we have a taker. Do we actually have a microphone for you? There's one coming on your left. The lady is coming. We're moving slowly in the heat. Please say who you are.
My name is Valentina. I'm hydrogen coordinator in the north of the Ruhr area.
Can we have a bit more volume? Hang on a minute. No, wait. Just when we have a speaker from the audience.
I try to speak loud.
Okay.
I come from the Ruhr area, and we have the pleasure to have a factory from Cummins in Herten, where I come from. I have a question of what you said on training. I think a long time we said we need academics, and in all our countries we got more academics and more academics. And now, and then we had the services, and in the services it was sometimes unskilled people. Now we are working with hydrogen, where you need some security questions, and we also need to change completely our processes in the big industries. So we need very qualified workers, and we need an interest on vocational training. And I think that the Commission, but also member states, really have to change. You spoke about mindset, that if we want to do all this change of infrastructure and having really a climate neutral industry, the first thing we have to do is workers of a good level, good paid, but good trained to do this. And I think there we really have to work, and I'm not sure if when we talk about academy and so on, if we are not on a level we are used, we did it with digitalization and so on, but I think here we need really, as you said, things on the ground. And if we don't have the workers who are able to do it in a proper way, then we don't get this done.
Thank you. I always, when I talk about, I always ask the question of vocational training, whether it's always kind of seen as the poor relation, and yet it shouldn't be. It's absolutely kind of critical in this arena. Anything just further, very pointedly, to come back on, or whether that resonates, or anything you want to say in response to this?
I'll just quickly comment. Yes, that absolutely resonates with me. It is a challenge, and I mentioned that earlier about technicians and engineers, and as you're deploying field engineers, as you're deploying new technology, there will be issues, there will be challenges, there will be things to troubleshoot and to fix, and you need skilled workers for that, and you need skilled labor. The good thing, I think, about this industry is in many ways, it's attractive. It's easier to attract people into this. People are interested about being in this space, and I talk about that as a company that also has a diesel engine, history. It's harder to attract people into the diesel engine business, right? But in this, it's easier. But we need to give them the tools.
It's easier because of its potential green credentials,
or because of its potential, and because a lot of people want purpose, and they feel like they're contributing to the good of the planet. That a lot of our employees are really passionate about the mission and have stayed in it for a long time, and so I think you can get them, but you need to equip them with the skills, and on the vocational side, you need to show them that there is a career that they can have, and they can have a good career and support their families and, achieve their goals in being in this work, and equip them in order to do that, for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe I can shortly complement what's said by Amy. In Hydrogen Europe Research, we are participating to an Erasmus Plus program dedicated to vocational education training, green skills for hydrogen. And I would mention two aspects of the project. The project will be first developing a publicly accessible vocational education training instruments. So we hope this could be for the benefit of the trainees. And even it will focus the trainers, because we need even experts in the training sector that could be qualified at the very high level to train then technicians, engineers, and other skills. One important aspect is that we need very highly qualified people. Today, in the different education programs, I'm not mentioning particularly hydrogen, but at 360 DEGSI, soft skills are more and more introduced in all the programs. Soft skills are important, but in some specific training pathways, we need a very highly qualified personnel from the technical and engineering point of view. So we should calibrate adequately what could be supported as a soft skill, but without losing the capacity of very high-level experts on the technical side.
I have a couple of other areas to go to, being mindful of time and also to honour what you want to bring to the table. Let me just check in with the audience. Is there anybody? Yes. So I don't know where the functioning microphone got to. Oh, I love the way you offered. That was so generous. You offered your microphone. Look, everybody on the stage. I think, oh, look, there are two, just in case. Can you keep it beautifully concise, please? Thank you.
Of course. Wojtek Popielasz from Double L Gore and Associates. I was just hearing a lot about engineers, application engineers, and because of my profession, I'm regulatory affairs, professional governmental affairs. I was wondering if there is a gap in the skill set with regards to regulatory affairs. There's a lot of regulations being put in place. Do you run into gaps in the skill set in this area.
Thank you.
Or not.
A good, nice question. Good question, I think. Yeah, Amy.
Yeah, I can try to answer. Yes, today I see there are several programs supporting different skills to be developed. These programs are usually fragmented in between one each other. So, for example, in the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, we supported through several projects and initiatives dedicated education training, for example, in TICHAI on master thesis students, in NOAI regarding 6th level of technicians, in high response, high responder for the first responders to the hydrogen, particularly for the safety issues, and so on and so forth. I know there are, for example, education programs in law in the Department of Laws of some universities dedicated particularly to hydrogen in the specialization of the degree. So I think there's a lot of education and training here and there, but now we should make the effort to coordinate.
But specifically in regulatory aspects?
That is of much importance because standardization, regulation codes and standards are one of the highest priorities in the hydrogen sector, and it's even supported in a dedicated panel inside the Clean Hydrogen Partnership. So maybe we could bring even your advice inside this panel to properly tackle the training efforts for the regulation code and standards.
What's your view?
Yeah, I don't think we're seeing gaps as big, specifically in the regulatory affairs function, although we've got people and we've had to hire, we've had to expand, and then there's a learning curve, obviously, right, for them specifically in this aspect, but not so much, that's probably not so much an area where we've had the biggest skills gap. You're okay, could I make a comment on another point? Just on another point too. I think, in terms of upskilling, reskilling, workforce development, in the end, a lot of that has to also be local. And so, partnerships, both at the university level, we're looking at that. So, and, we'd love to have more hydrogen or even electrolyzer specific related degrees, but then also with other educational institutions, local schools, to have either apprenticeships or training, hands-on practical knowledge to train people, because that, in the end, a lot of that happens locally. And so we're going to have to focus on that in numerous areas, partnering with really the people that are skilled, in workforce development and skill. And we can help with the content and the needs to build that pipeline, and also to reskill some people that will be moving, for example, in our case, out of maybe what they've done historically in an internal combustion engine world, and want to be reskilled into, a fuel cell electric world or a hydrogen world. So.
Can I just pick up on that, just to sort of expand and push into the area that I also wanted to touch upon? So you talk about local, but there is, of course, also this issue of mobility, and the encouraging of mobility. And what I do want to bring, just from Olaf not being here, is he when I met him online before, he was saying, listen, where we see is we can do the training, we have these programs, okay, perhaps not enough, maybe not always in the right place, but we can do that. That's not really the main problem. How to promote all of that, how to join it up, that is too high a load for universities to be able to sort of solve on their own. There is kind of fragmentation in Europe in kind of, what do I do now? I have these skills, where do I go? And that cooperation with regional and local governments is essential, in this whole actor community. Don't know whether either of you, because mobility needs to be there, right? Alongside the local demand. Do we need to be encouraging people to be going to where the specialism that they are specialized in is required?
Yeah, maybe I can add a short comment. First of all, I think mobility could be important in the initial part of the practice and the training program. Maybe in the years of the university or in the initial year of the PhD programs. Then, of course, as said by Emmy, part of the training is even at the local level, and particularly to engage with the local industrial ecosystems that are placed here and there in Europe. Of course, the mobility can give a wide experience and expertise, maybe moving the students in excellent universities or technology centers and to reach in a short time the state of the art of the education and training, and then they could finalize the training at the local level, being applied then in the local industrial ecosystem. And so this training, this second part, could become even more specific and with the support of education and training agencies more in the local scale.
Thank you. What about you? You've got stuff everywhere. So what about mobility for your employees? And
Yeah, that was going to be a point that I would say, and especially in the early days, I think as of now. I think there's within the EU, there's obviously mobility of people that's a little easier. But for us, there's multiple things. As we do more installations, they're in different countries right now. So even as we're trying to build up a support network, you might do one project in Germany, and then you do one in Spain, and eventually there'll be lots of these everywhere. But right now, when there's not, and there's specialists, you need to be able to move people around. And then the other thing is, for us, it may be unique, is we're going to be installing and commissioning projects, and more work as they get bigger will be done on site. So then does that mean, this is more legal issues, but do you need to have a legal entity in every place to commission a project, and how can you move people and specialists? So I think mobility from that perspective, just from a labor standpoint, and for service and support, and that really higher level expertise that you're not going to be able to replicate everywhere, is going to be important in these early days on helping us scale up, for sure.
I want to pick up, I'm just aware of you and your timing, and also any last question from the floor before I pick up. This gentleman needs to be beautifully concise, because I don't want to lose Amy from this panel.
The floodgates are open and the questions are coming. My name is Harald Stindl, Gas Connect Austria. Just one remark from my experience. In some European countries, there are institutions actually governing education and formal occupations. So we had one experience recently in Vienna, where one of the municipalities tried to introduce the profession of a district heating engineer. And it took them 1.5 years to get the approval of the chambers, because this is required in order to give it a legal background. Now, have you also thought about this? That there may be some local issues, and the second thing is, will migration help? Do you see any impact from this for the future years?
Okay.
And about mobility, I think it's more an issue of our property taxes, because it's actually difficult for somebody to give up his home. And in London, the rental market is a disaster, by the way. Yes.
Thank you for telling me. Although I don't live there anymore, though I am from there. Okay, I'm going to park that, because there's lots of stuff in there and lots of kind of important points to pick up on. What about this issue of migration? What about this issue as locally sometimes it's problematic? I don't know if you captured the first question about the issue of, you post a job, but there seems to be a complexity in terms of filling it. I was less understood that, but perhaps we can just pick up on one of the issues in the time we have, the migration issue.
In this respect, on the first point, I can bring our experience that we are applying in our technology institute in Trento. So we are in a close collaboration with the local autonomous province of Trento, with the local university, and with the local district of enterprises. And so we are an important node to let's say, ramp up the competencies of the students into something that could be applied for the local industrial districts that are available at the province.
And let me jump onto migration, if I may, just in the interest of time. No, go on. I don't know if you wanted to say something in relation to this, on that, the potential in that workforce.
I think we should see this as an opportunity, because even in our institutions and in our enterprises, without this additional effort, we could be really in difficulty to find today all the necessary competencies and workforce from the research sector to the industrial sector. And we are training really expert people that are coming from Middle East, from South America, from Asia at all. So I think this could be seen as a value, and of course, mixing our knowledge, we can valorize even the engineering, the physicians, all the training that can be transferred to these people, and they could support then our ecosystems.
Yeah,
Over to you, Amy. Yeah. Yeah? Anything else? The one other thing I wanted to pick up before I need to close is this mindsets. I just don't want to pass over that. You mentioned it. You said, it's uncertain. There's a lot of uncertainty. We're not just talking about people who, you said initial education. We need to attract the youngest. We're not just talking about vocational training and higher education. We're also talking about an aging workforce and those who are working for longer and are going to be part of this transition and need to learn new skills. That is tricky for the mindsets. Is there anything that... Here's the thing. How do you engage? How do you transform those mindsets and reassure?
Right, and I think it has been tricky. I think you have to help people, you have to support people. It's easy for an employer to say, we want you to take risks, and then the first time you take a risk and you fail, something happens bad to you, right? So you've got to show them, we've got to support workers and help educate them, train them, reward people for taking measured risks, right, and for flexibility, and help them see that there's still a path in that, because it's pretty uncomfortable for people, and we talked about examples today where projects have been announced but have stalled. I mean, that's uncertainty. There's uncertainty in timing. There's uncertainty in that. And if that makes you uncomfortable, you're going to have a hard time in this industry for the next couple years, right? Unless you have the support around you that you need. So
in a last word, and then I've got an audience poll before I ask you to break. Anything else that you didn't get to say in just a cool 1 minute, and then also for you, Amy, because I know you've got to get a train. Just a last, really concise last point that you didn't get to or that you wish to underline.
Yes, I think. I think the European Hydrogen Academy that will start soon could be a real opportunity, because in one single project initiative, there will be a training of more than 5,000 pupils from primary, secondary school, more than 5,000 engineers in the mid-term, more than 100 universities involved in the education and training. So there will be a networking among European schools and the universities, a definition of the expert profiles, an access to online material, new textbooks to be developed, online reference library, and quality assurance on the program. So I think this mix of tools will be important to create a standard for the sector.
Thank you. And last word to you, Amy.
Yes, I was going to echo Luigi on the Hydrogen Academy. I think that's also very important. And then lastly, just that integrated approach, I think, through universities, local governments, industry, policymakers, really helping to define more specifically, what skills are needed and what is the fastest way to help develop those skills through a combination of practical experience and education, I think is needed.
Thank you, and absolutely, and it never ceases to amaze me, because I think, okay, I'm not suggesting it's easy, but it's a no-brainer that industry needs to sit together with education. The educational setting needs to sit together with particularly local government, because this is the education, the system in which we now are, okay, we have those vocational training opportunities, it's just not equipped for this kind of transformation. So I have a poll to run with the audience, but if you need to run, I give you that permission, because I don't want you to feel stressed. We will still remember your brilliance in that momentarily empty chair. Can you give a very, very warm round of applause, please? Thank you so much, Amy. So you can get a clap in a minute as well, but can I just ask you to take part in a poll? Would you do the honours, please, before you get to break for lunch, okay? So let's have a look at this poll. We heard the words there from the Commission at the beginning, the scale of this task to ensure a sufficient workforce for the sector with the right skills, and that's a plethora of skills. We heard there, it's not just about the engineers. It's also about the scale-ups. It's all sorts of different areas where the skills are required in all sorts of ways. We heard there from Amy that it's an attractive sector. People want to do something with purpose. There is potential. There is the green, the green credentials potential. That's the seller. Facilitate more effective collaboration between industry, research, and education. There you go. You've got your work cut out, Luigi. Increase the number of academic institutions offering the requisite training in the needed skills. Better advertise the sector. Okay, we heard there from Amy, it's attractive. Is it? Is that attractiveness, that diversity of opportunity really being sold more widely? Be more creative in how you're accessing your talent and really put more pressure on industry to offer customized training and internships to students so that we can really cement what this effective collaboration between industry, research and education. So I guess you're not really surprised that that's come out top, I would imagine.
No, I think that's the priority even to be put in place in the short term. And so establishing this collaboration could even align priorities with training needs and the specific support that should be created among the different stakeholders.
Thank you so very much. So we're not bad, we're almost on time. You have filled your brains with some rich content. Now it's time to fill your bellies, okay? So you've got just under 90 minutes. Also, I keep forgetting to look at the people online, wherever you are. Time for you also to have a break. Those of you who are joining us online, eat, tweet. Well, there's only one person in the room who's going to tweet apparently, and that's me. Be back in your seats or in front of your screens just before 13:45. And we're going to kick off the first of 3 afternoon sessions. There's 2 sessions, a coffee break, and a final session, but please don't be late. We're looking at investment in clean hydrogen. We've got some great speakers to entertain you. Warm applause, please, for Luigi Kramer before we close this. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody, here in this quite hot venue. Surprised? I didn't think it would be quite as hot as it is. And welcome back to all of you who are joining us online. Very good to have you with us. So I'm just letting a few of the stragglers here at the back who are eating their 25th donut to join us. Okay. Can I just say, for me, that was one of the best lunches at any event I've had. I don't know, that was particularly good catering. Who would agree with me? Yes, kudos. So, yes, thank you. Very, very better than a dry sandwich with a curled up lettuce end. So here we are, the 2023 European Hydrogen Forum, organised and hosted by the European Commission DG GROW. We are halfway through. We have 3 more sessions. 2 sessions while you've got the energy from those 25 donuts each, and then a coffee break, and then a final session. So we're going to use Slido again for polls and word clouds, and if there is a question in the room, you've done pretty good thus far. As I say, a question has a question mark at the end. Keep it super short. Should we do just a really, just jokey word cloud? Can I ask you, just to make sure that you are sufficiently energized by the sugar consumption at lunch to take part in this first word cloud, please, which is very simple. How do you feel, or what do you take away, even, from this morning's discussions? And can we be positive? Can we kick off this afternoon in a positive light? Oh my God, now we have nothing. Look, nobody, literally. What do you take away? What was your main message, or how do you feel? I've given you scope to talk about your feelings or to talk about what you heard. Oh my goodness, people are looking at the screen and hoping to be inspired, like the muse is going to hit. Enthusiasm, money, not yet. That's 3 words, so we can't count that. Hot, thanks. Start investing. Energized and we have there. Willingness. Overwhelmed. I hope it's by the brilliance of your speakers and not by the task ahead in this hydrogen economy. Enzia, so you take something away, whether it's good or bad or in between. Good discussion. Thank you very much to whoever said that in the house or online. Open-minded, motivated, nice. Okay, prioritize, need to push on. We like that one. Okay, one more before I introduce you to our speakers, because of course we are talking all about now investments in clean hydrogen. We're asking the question, how does state aid for hydrogen projects help achieve industrial policy goals? And how to attract private investment in hydrogen. We've touched upon that a little bit, but not a tremendous amount thus far. So here's a poll. Investments in clean hydrogen depend upon what? So for the benefit of our speakers, you may or may not be surprised. I don't know what you would have answered yourselves. But there is a clear winner, the right regulatory framework to provide certainty and stability. We will just give it a moment longer. Okay, I think we can park it there for the moment. I don't want to take up any more of our speakers' time. I will say more about you individually, but let me just let you know who we have here. Here on my left is the Deputy Director General of DG Competition, so Ben Smulders, so a very warm welcome to you. On his left, we have Pierroberto Folgiero. Please tell me I didn't do a bad job with the... Your colleague terrified me. No, Folgiero. Okay. So I'm glad I did that right. So you are the CEO of Fincantieri, one of the world's largest shipbuilding groups and a ship design company. On your left, we have Ulrik Stridbeck, the Vice President and Head of Regulatory and Public Affairs at Ørsted. On here next, we have Michel Kasselman, who is General Manager at PMV. So this is all about the investment perspective, but I will talk a little bit more on that. He is an infrastructure and energy project investor. That is what PMV does in Flanders. And there, right at the very end, we have Erkki Maillard, who is Senior VP for International and European Affairs at EDF. So, as before, I'm going to let the Commission frame the session, if I may, and you get a chance to go over to the podium. So, thank you very much, Ben. We are listening with attention.
Thank you very much. Quite a challenge, to catch your attention after such a wonderful lunch. But I will try to set the scene so that you can gradually switch on again. Many of the EU's flagships, policies and strategies, like the hydrogen strategy, the Green Deal, Repower EU, the Net Zero Industrial Act, and the recently launched STEP, the Strategic Technologies for Europe platform, aim to facilitate a swift transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy and the creation of the so-called hydrogen economy. However, the hydrogen market, I think, is honestly to be said, still in a nation state, which is why various support measures have been put in place. First of all, support the development and scaling up of hydrogen-related technologies, support the production of preferably renewable hydrogen, support the deployment of hydrogen technologies to industrial processes and transport mobilities, create and build the necessary infrastructures, pipelines, storage, and refueling. And at the heart of all these ambitions, of course, is the question of funding, the topic of this panel. The EU does not support the development of hydrogen in words only, but also in deeds, meaning money. Several EU central funds like Horizon Europe, the Connect European Facility, and the Innovation Fund provide support for hydrogen-related projects. This brings me back to STEP, this initiative launched last week, for which we asked member states 10 billion euros fresh money, and which seeks to reinforce leverage and steering of existing and new funds to invest in deep and digital and in clean and bio technologies, not only in the EU, but also in actually people who can implement those technologies into the economy. Now, all these support possibilities are in principle outside the remit of state aid, and therefore of state aid control. There is then, of course, also public funding provided at national level by the member states themselves, and that is where state aid control territory is entered into. When member states decide to support hydrogen projects with either purely national funds or by using EU funds for which the member states have discretionary possibility to select beneficiaries like the RRF or the ERDF or the Modernization Fund, then state aid comes into play to ensure, I should say, the level playing field. Of course, where that happens, it requires some alignment in terms of process with respect to, on the one hand, the funding out of the EU budget and the funding out of the national budgets. And depending on the level of support, of national support, different state aid instruments can be used. First of all, we have for low amounts, indicatively below 30 million, but that can vary depending on the nature of the product. The aid is typically what we call in the jargon block exempted, which means that it does not need to be notified to the European Commission and can be implemented directly without Commission prior approval. For large amounts, then depending on the nature of the project, notification is required, either under the RDIF, the so-called SIAC, and or the IPCI rules. However, and I think that is the big question for today, the idea, of course, is not that the development of the hydrogen economics should be entirely funded by public money. I think all the entrepreneurs present here today will agree that this is obvious, but the public debate around this can sometimes be a bit confused. Rather, the reasons for public money being put into these projects, whether state aid or not, is to reduce the risk level of these admittedly highly risky projects and bring it down to a level which is acceptable for business and private investors to come in and invest. In other words, to cushion the risk and crowd in private investments and not to substitute for it or to make the taxpayers bear all the risk. Our experience suggests that this works. For example, we have seen in IPCIs, these important projects of common European interest overall, the aid amounts approved incentivize 3 to 4 times additional private investments. And we have already approved 2 IPCIs in the area of hydrogen, and 2 more are in the pipeline. But clearly, this is a key question, not only from the point of view of the use of public funds, but also from the point of view of fair play, internal market. And that is why I'm very happy for this opportunity to discuss today and to hear the experience of entrepreneurs who are advancing ambitious projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. So let us pick up, please, on that mention of IPCIs, because if I come to you first, why can I never say it, Fincantieri? It's like I've got that block, so forgive me. It's one of, am I right in this? Correct me if I'm wrong, one of 6 Italian companies that are participating in the first IPCI, on hydrogen. So why is this particularly beneficial for companies in a sector that is being so rapidly pushed to decarbonize? In your industry alone, in your sector alone, there's a hell of a lot of pressure. So tell us a little bit your perspective on this.
Thank you very much for your question, and also the introduction was very, very clear, very straightforward. So, how to decarbonize the shipping? It's a very big question. We can answer on how you can decarbonize the most complicated part of the shipping, which is the cruise sector and the specialized vessels. Because, is obviously, it's a big chunk of the story, but it's very peculiar because you are, when you are in a very complex and very big ship, you have to manage up to 50 megawatt. And so to substitute 50 megawatt, it's a very big challenge. In particular, if you consider that you have to manage it on a ship, where you have to respect what we call the Archimedes law, and you have to procure that the space and the weight is very well managed, because when you are at sea, it's all about space and weight. So in the typical hydrogen equation, you have this additional variable, which is making our role particularly important. So Fincantieri is the biggest shipbuilder in the world, in particular when it comes to complex ships, repeat, i.e. The military ships, the cruise ships, and the specialized vessels, including the vessels for wind farm construction offshore. We are looking into it with having in mind the complexity and the specificity and the peculiarities of the sea, of being at sea. 50 megawatt. Our challenge is exactly to help ship owners to live and cope with a very, I would say, progressively invasive regulation, first of all from the International Maritime Organization, which is pushing them to embrace energy transition from the top to the bottom. The role of the industry, the role of Fincantieri as a world champion, a world leader in shipbuilding for this kind of complexity, is to industrialize solution, commercialize solution, and make it happen, and support ship owners in taking investment decision in this, I would say, evolutionary environment. The first task is therefore to have proven technology. So if we want investors, we have to stabilize, first of all, the technology and industrialize it and commercialize it and integrate it on board. So that's my point for this table. So what's the role of engineers? What's the role of integrators? What's the role of shipbuilder? Is exactly this: to convince ultimate investors which in our case are ship owners, that the technology is mature, and that we take the challenge to industrialize it and to make it sustainable economically, to make it a business case which is worthwhile to embrace.
Thank you very much. And I will come back to you. It'd be interesting to hear what your experience is. You know, I posed you a question on the IPCEI, but thank you for laying out there. And I hear clearly what you're saying is that it has to be a good business case, it has to be sustainable economically, and that the tech is there. So there's a lot to do. It is clear. And interesting, as you said, you know, that it's a question of space, it's a question of weight. This is what we are particularly dealing with. Now we're going to stay kind of offshore for now. I'm going to turn to our next speaker, to Ulrich. So Ørsted, a global leader in offshore wind, but very interesting, if this is correct, the transformation in your company from coal-intensive utility to a green energy major was done in just a decade, so really, really quite a transformation. If I'm right, we've got this Green Fuels for Denmark, so that's a Copenhagen-based hydrogen project that's led by Ørsted, participating in the IPCEI program as well. But listen, let me give you the floor just to lay out your stall for this first round.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for inviting us to this event, this discussion. So let me start, and I will come to the Green Fuels for Denmark and the IPCEI, but let me start by saying that we're all here very much, of course, because we in Europe, the European Commission, the European Union, has seen hydrogen as something that we need, something we have to do to meet the needs of the green transformation, and now also to meet the needs for energy security. The European Commission took the initiative to set up this alliance, to set a strategy, to set out targets, and we in Ørsted, we've just reconfirmed that we have a target for ourselves of developing 2 gigawatts worth of electrolysis and the activities attached to it. We have a pipeline of about 4 gigawatt. We will probably split that those 2 gigawatt equally between the US and Europe. So you did get our attention, and we are here, and we are ready, and we are committed. That said, though, we are, you know, we saw some of the words right before, and it is difficult to have ends meet. We have now taken final investment decision on our first industry scale methanol facility in the north of Sweden based on renewable hydrogen. And we are developing our Green Fuels for Denmark project further. So we are getting there, but the message I would start by laying out is that we in Europe, we have set clear targets. It caught our attention, all of us. We are ready to do it, but in addition to laying out that market, I agree with the Commission that relying on funding from taxpayers forever and ever, that's not a good strategy. That's not where we want to be. There has to be a market pull. At the end of the day, it has to be me flying on to Rome for vacation. I will have to fly green, and I will have to pay for it. So there has to be a market. This is what the European measures are trying to do. But we have another thing we also have to do before seeing that market take off, and that is to develop the industry. That is to develop the supply chain, to kick the supply chain off, to get the first projects, to get the demonstrators. And here we are still clogging up a little bit in complexity, in layer on layer on layer. I think we can pull it through, but it is in this starting phase where it gets tricky, and let this be my final message. We saw before in the questions that most people here think the regulatory framework is the most important, and I do regulatory. I swim in it. I bathe in it. I love regulatory, but I'm not so sure that honestly that is so important for for this takeoff. There needs to be accessibility to fund, and perfection in regulation is less important than speed. We need to have this pathway to kick projects off and create this cost out and the development of the supply chain and the projects. And then the market pull. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You should have seen the eyebrows of the gentleman from PMV next to you when you said, I swim in it, I bathe in regulation. You sort of went, boing, like this. So very, very interesting. Also, God, I could just say, don't mess with Ben. Look at the size of that note-taking, even with yellow tabs. Yeah, I mean,
my defensive.
These are your defensive. These are all the lines to take in the defensives. Okay, so Michel, interesting. I don't want to jump ahead of what you will say yourself, but PMV, and you feel free to say a bit more about it, is involved in hydrogen projects. When I met you online beforehand, you did make that point, attracting investors, finding the right business model. It really isn't plain sailing. So tell us more.
Yes, thank you. PMV is a regional investment authority, and we do invest larger than just energy. And I'm saying that because we also invest a lot in innovation. We do invest in real estate. We do invest in energy infrastructure. But the experience that we get from all those different difficult cases to invest in actually accumulates in ways that we can use, for example, for very innovative hydrogen infrastructure financing. And when we look at the experience that we have with innovation, and very young companies without any long-term experience, etc., coming together and creating new technologies, then you see that actually it is creativity, it is asking the right questions that help all these companies through their difficult moments. And I would say that the same thing applies when we're trying to finance a complex hydrogen infrastructure project. In the sense that very often it is very innovative, bringing new technologies together. The business model is not always very clear yet, or at least not from the beginning, so you're searching on how will this work, how will this make money for us, and you bring together the different parties that could help you finding the answer. And what we do see very often is that actually the question, what is in it for us, that everybody knows the answer. They have a clear idea, but what is in it for them, for the other parties around the table, is a question that actually is not asked enough. Because when looking at the possible answers for the financing question, really everybody around the table has to come home with a business model, with an answer on why are we doing this. Everybody has his committees to go through, his boards to go through and approve the participation in these projects. And so if you cannot find a way to answer it all together, then actually at one point in time your consortium may fall out. And so that is one that we try to ask ourselves for every single one in the consortium. A second one is when we look at innovative situations. I mean, in the end, you need to put the risks with those people that know those risks best, because for them it is a way that they can measure the risk. Or they can answer the question at best, and for them the experience of risk is actually lower than those who do not know the answer. And so within a consortium you're trying to find complementary partners with different experiences and by consequence different assessment of sections of risk. And if you can put such a consortium together, then you're indeed very complementary on the financial side, and that would more easily lead to, let's say, lasting consortia, not just consortia that commit, but in the end that stay together to realize the projects. And last item that maybe I would like to put on the table from our experience is that very often these complex projects have a kind of a linear setup First, the scope is determined. What do we need to do? What do we want to do? Then you break up the project into several sub-projects. You bring together some parties that know the technology or have the infrastructure or have done it before and know how to deal with it. Then regulatory comes into play, permits come into question, and then you need to finance all of that. Well, actually, we think it should not be such a linear layout in terms of process, but bring together the different parties around the table as soon as possible and discuss in a very wide way the issues there are, especially like I was saying in my second part, with different parties with different risks, because structuring the project differently can actually allocate the risks differently and make financing possible. And so if you only ask the question on the financing towards the end of the process, then very often it is structured in a way that just doesn't fit the financing parties. And so rather than a linear project, actually a way of working towards a goal makes much more sense.
That's very clear. Thank you. Thank you very much. And as you say, listen, it's got to be that discussion, because if you don't keep all of these parties happy in the consortium that have to go back and report and report and report and get the okay, you're going to lose them. So that kind of wider thinking and that forward thinking is absolutely critical. So let's now hear from you. Let's now hear from this big power company. I think there is a fair bit of activity. There's a bit of activity going on. I think you mentioned Germany, France, when we met online in terms of hydrogen. So over to you, please.
Thank you. And Italy as well.
And Italy,
yeah.
okay.
I'm looking at Fincantieri. Thank you. Well, maybe 3 minutes, 3 short points. One, why do we need hydrogen? The most priority use. Probably for the so-called hard-to-abate sector. That's important to keep in mind that for transport or industry, I mean, interseasonal storage there is potential there, but the key priority is to use electricity to electrify sectors where direct electrification is possible, and the rest for hard-to-abate sectors. And that's the very positive thing, is that the European Commission strategy is rightly pointing in this direction, I think. Second, why do we need a proper regulatory framework? And I will be a bit longer because, like Ulrika, I swim into regulatory affairs every day, and I deem it quite necessary, especially now. Now, if we look at the European landscape here, what is basically what is the bottom line? Well, we need a simple and stable regulation. We clearly have a regulation now, almost, not necessarily simple. We hope it will be stable. We've seen tremendous efforts on state aid, and that's very positive. I mean, you've mentioned IPCEI, Mr. Smulders mentioned also funds, and clearly they are necessary to initiate, the movement, to start to help create the industry. To have a better regulation, we probably need also a tech-neutral regulation. When regulators try to pick one technology against the other, should it be CCS or electrolysis, renewables, or the low-carbon sources, at the end of the day, you end up with a reduced market, and you don't have the pool you're expecting, and you don't have the volumes of energy you need to produce hydrogen, because, and that's maybe the last point, the challenge is huge here, and I think, thank you very much again for inviting utilities, but utilities indeed are, can play an important part in this economy and to help create the market, because you need electricity to produce hydrogen. Just 3 figures here. The European target is 10 million tons of clean hydrogen to simply substitute the actual consumption of grey hydrogen. So this is quite conservative, because you need more hydrogen, for new uses. 10 million tons of hydrogen. To produce 10 million tons of hydrogen, you need 100 megawatts of electrolysis. Gigawatt of electrolysis, sorry. Do you know what's the figure today? It's less than 1. By 2030, we need to jump from 1 to 100. So you see, it's a big challenge. That's why we need proper regulation. That's also why you need technology neutrality, because when you look at 100 gigawatts, when you contemplate 100 gigawatts of electrolysis, it means that you must put into the grid, so to say, roughly 550 terawatt hour of electricity. This is more than the total consumption of France every year. So by 2030, you must put on the plate the same amount of electricity a country like France is using annually. So you see the magnitude, the big challenge. But that's why we need this push and this support from regulation, and we can come back to that. Like Ulrich, I think now that we have this regulatory framework, let's implement it and move fast, because we are losing a lot of time. In France, it's true for member states, from the identification of a project to the approval of this project, only for the subsidy, it takes more than 2 years. And we have less than 7 years to meet this very ambitious target I just talked about before.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Let me just check. There is nothing that anyone wants to add from the floor. Not so much a question as a comment. Is it a comment or a question? How can that be, sir? Does it have a question mark at the end? Okay, can you be beautifully concise, please? Do say where you come from and do stand. Thank you.
Hans-Wolf von Köller, I'm with ICONY, and I'm just wondering if we are talking really about the same topic on the panel at the moment. So there's, on the one hand side, the ramp-up interest. This is our perspective too. And you, from your DG Comp, absolutely correct, you are more discussing the subsidy issue. But we have to combine it. And we are really, really afraid that we are in the end be in the situation that there's somebody coming probably from your DG Comp and billing in the end, oh, how many subsidies and what is meant by this and for this direction and this direction. And this will this work? And it will be very hindering investment. So the question mark. Please talk. Is it possible that we could talk about the same, this ramp-up issue and discuss the cumulative aspects as well? This would be very helpful for us.
Okay, and it's your DG Comp as well. I love that. It's just yours, Ben. You alone. Okay, thank you for your comment. Can I ask a very cheeky, if anyone is near a water source, would you mind just bringing me a glass of water, because I don't have any, and it's super hot on this stage. I'd be very grateful. So, do you want to? Yes, please do. Thank you. Oh my God, the gallant Frenchman. Blimey, that's amazing. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. No. I'm not sure whether you've just been clapped for bringing water across. You shouldn't have to do anything. It should work.
Okay,
try.
Fine.
Yes, perfect.
This is very interesting, really. First of all, to hear CEOs of world-leading firms showing how much ambition they have in their own right to bring forward this policy, and the fact that they do have that we have in developing the same policy their attention. That I think is very, very, very comforting. Second thing about regulation, I think that message is also very clear: simple, stable, and technically neutral. Also, that is, I think, a point well taken. And then thirdly, speed. Speed in those where we have to authorize. And that brings me to state aid. I'm a bit surprised by this question I just got, because, quite frankly, we have been constantly changing the substantive rules in order to facilitate the twin transition. And especially the way we have been dealing with the IPCIs and the substantive rules which are underpinning them, I think, do demonstrate that we are fully aware of the substance of the matter, what we are actually trying to achieve with this policy. Is there anything wrong if, given the fact that we are talking about billions and billions of taxpayers' money, with clearly distortive effects if you were to authorize them, if you were to rubber stamp them, if we ask at least that the aid is that we are dealing with RD&I, which is of a major innovative nature,
or first industrial deployment of products with a high research and innovation content. Given the fact that we are operating in an internal market, is it wrong to ask that at least 4 member states are involved and that there is some transparency and that there is some spillover of the results which follow from these investments? I don't think so. I think we try at least to come to a synthesis between very sound objectives of industrial policy, but at the same time, the need to ensure a level playing field. So in that respect, I feel very close to my interlocutors today on this podium. I think we are discussing the same thing. We have a different, perhaps we have, we in DG Competition add a dimension to the assessment which needs to be made in the public interest, but it is, I think, mutually very much reinforcing. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. You don't need to give that to me, but thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to leave that there for the moment because I'm also aware that you have a time constraint as well, and I don't want to step on that. So with your blessing, we can take more questions in a moment, but there is just a little bit more that I'd like to unpack with our speakers in whichever order. I mean, I will come back to IPSAI, if I may. I said that, you are one of 6 Italian companies. I'm just curious, perhaps, that you could elaborate briefly on what does that allow you? What does it allow your company to do that perhaps it wouldn't otherwise be able to? What's the value for you?
IPCEI is truly being a game changer in our environment because it will be the way to validate the technology on the one hand, and on the other end to create the ecosystem. So we strongly believe that it's a way to break the ice. I totally take your point that it's not all about public money because, at the end of the day, it will not work. But when it comes to novel technology, when it comes to first of a kind, either you have a financier with a higher purpose, i.e. European Union, or it will never fly. So I strongly believe that the concept of first of a kind is key, and the concept of creating the ecosystem is a key. When it comes to the shipping sector, again, you have all the variables typical of the hydrogen complexity, plus certain additional specific, which I was mentioning before. So the hydrogen intensity on a ship is an issue because it occupies more space and more weight. Even if there is more space and more weight, then I will have less payload. If I have less payload, I will have less revenues. So the business case is incrementally complex. So validate the technology, validate specific technologies. Our IPCEI is also customizing the hydrogen on board, also envisaging new solutions. For example, there is a way to use combustion engines directly burning hydrogen into combustion engines. This is a way, for example, to manage the issue on the space and the weight in a different way. So I strongly believe that the sea and the shipping will deserve specific solutions because, again, which is the sense of my intervention. When you go to sea, you have additional issues to the ordinary ones. IPCEI is very, very useful because it helps to prove it, to go for the novel technology, and to validate the first of a kind, and therefore demonstrate to the sector that there is a way you can break the ice, you can validate the technology, and then you can move on with entrepreneurship and with managerial courage.
Okay, thank you. So let's just stay with that for a moment, because I think you've just got 5 minutes, haven't you? I'm coming to you, Erkki, at the end, I think, a little bit. So let's just stay with there and have this kind of conversation more specifically around IPCEIs and the role they have to different degrees. You're going to come to a case study in a moment, but if I look at Erkki, we've heard this already, balancing power via storage. Do you see that role for the IPCEIs in that? What part do you think that they could play in that?
Well, again, I think primarily, although there is potential for interseasonal storage for hydrogen, the key aspects, the key uses we are contemplating is hard-to-abate sectors such as heavy transport, the industry. This is where we need primarily hydrogen to do the interseasonal storage. You have much more mature technology, and since we are talking about good allocation of public money, we should allocate these funds to these sectors like maritime sectors or transport, and not primarily to interseasonal storage projects. At EDF, we also have, we are contemplating a pipe of 2 gigawatts of hydrogen projects already in the pipe, and 3 in total by 2030, a bit like Ørsted. We have large projects to decarbonate, for example, ammonia production or chemical productions under scrutiny of DG Comp. And I think if we look at the key bottlenecks here, if we want to reduce the delays, basically, there are basically 2 levels here. One is to simplify the regulation. I think it's a bit too late because we now have a regulation. It's frankly very complex, but we have it, so let's not change it again. We're almost there. Then we need manpower, both in member states, and actually, Mr. Stolz, if you want some advocates, when you have budgetary discussions internally at the European Commission, it's not every day you will have companies, especially utilities, ready to defend the DG Comp. Clearly, we need more people to speed up the process, maybe help us pass this critical pass and get the projects done so that we can start construction. When you look at FID, final investment decision, over the last or 3 years or 2 years in hydrogen, you don't have that many. That is very worrying. We need to tackle this issue very fast.
Thank you. It's an issue that has come up not a few times before. Thank you for that. And indeed, as you said, for you, it really is the hard to abate sectors that should be the priority. Certainly, mobility, transport, industry, that would be more important where the IPCIs could perhaps come into play. Let's hear about this Green Fuels for Denmark IPCI, to accelerate the production of viable green fuels, I think for the mobility sector, is that right? Or, yeah? I mean, is there an added value? What has the added value of the IPCI brought? Where do you see its strengths? Thank you. Sorry. Well, you very discreetly walked off stage, but I think we should at least give him a round of applause, not least for bringing me water. Thank you. Thank you very much. It wasn't something you said. Don't worry, Michel. Yeah.
Maybe more deodorant. No, but I actually think that the EPCIs are a good example of what Mr. Smulders also talked to before, and what I meant by bathing in regulation. There is a trade-off. Ultimately, there is a trade-off between, the perfect regulatory framework. And by the way, I'm wondering if simple, fast, stable is contradiction in terms when it comes to regulation. That world probably doesn't exist. Yeah. But I think the IPCIs are a good example of exactly trying to leverage the need for speed, putting up a framework where you accept, can I say, more lenient view on state aid? Is that okay? At least a different type of criteria, and for us that was absolutely essential to have that. To have a framework also that a government can plug into. It is state money, and to use that to try to put together a project. The second thing I would say to that is that still we have not been able to take final investment decision on that project, and it is because there are still too many open ends. We did discuss for a long time what is, for example, renewable or green hydrogen. I think there is as many views about that as there is in this room. So getting a complex set of regulation, as Erkki talked about, it is also the result of us, the industry, opinion makers. It's not only the fault of the Commission or politicians. I think we're all part of it. Now we need to get on with it, and in that, something surprising has come up, and this would be my final remark for now. And I think the shipping industry is actually a very, very good example, and a surprise to me personally. And that is that this is also about customers. It's also about someone out there actually wanting green products. Yeah. And for example, the customers of the shipping industry, the ones that want their products transported, they also want green transportation. They want to show to their final customers that they have their things in order. And I think, and I truly hope that keeping these things in motion, seeing the ships being developed, seeing that will to lean in, it is on the right track. But what we probably have talked still a little bit too little about is that we also need the electrons. And that would be my final, if you point to one reason why we have not taken final investment decision yet on green fuels for Denmark, having access to the electrons is certainly at least one of them. So that needs to be repeated again and again, absolutely as well.
Thank you. And I was going to ask you about another project, but not yet. Perhaps I will piggyback that on the question, which I will come to for you, Michel. I mean, you said, particularly, let's just hone in a little bit more on these barriers to attracting those private investors, because you made that point at the start. You said the point is, okay, public money helps to de-risk, but it's not to make the taxpayer bear the risk, it's to allocate the risk differently. So, it's to attract business, to attract the private investors. There is a lot of uncertainty, we hear it. What are you seeing as the key barriers to attracting those private investors?
Well, there's of course the risks, and one thing that for financiers is maybe different than for industrialists is that technologically we find it still not at the level that you should expect it. And that's maybe not from the sense that, yes, the technology has been proven and production is there and there's many examples of where it functions, but the rate at what it functions makes it a very difficult business case. So I think there's still a lot of technological improvement needed. Just going back and forth, electricity, hydrogen, and back, because it's a process that can be used in two directions. I mean, if you lose 2/3 of what you had, that just showing how difficult it still is to make it a profitable business. And that's where, for example, you're talking about the electrons missing. We're working in Belgium. It's exactly the same situation. So there will not be enough renewable energy just to meet, let's say, the electron need. But then using that in a process that has such a low efficiency does not make sense. So then we would rather work with carbon sources and then do CCS afterwards. So it is different from where you are, from the place you are, and what is available to you. But coming back to attracting the private money in those processes, I think the IPCEI projects have been mentioned here are extremely useful because next to, let's say, the technology risks, if you look at projects that make sense from an industrial point of view, I mean, you're talking big numbers. It is a lot of money, and so there's a lot of medium-sized companies involved as well, and that have ambition, but for whom actually a number of these projects, or at least the money to be put on the table, is just, I mean, unsurmountable. And so you do not only have multinationals involved, you also have a very good applications on a lower scale level, but where still the amounts are too big. And that, for example, is where these projects can come in. And so, yes, there is appetite. I think, as Mr. from Fincantieri showed, there is appetite to be the first in your industry. It is to show your customers that it works, to show other partners that it works. So you do first in kinds. But first in kinds are almost never a direct line to success. I mean, you learn from it, you see what does not work, and then you have to adapt. And so a first in kind and the second in kind and the third in kind are still very important as well to convince pure financial players to come in. And that's why these projects, even after first in kinds, are very often still the private investments come from the industrial parties that have, let's say, strategic interest as well as next to bringing money to the table. And that's how we work and step for step replace them by more financial players going along the way.
One more question before I come to you. Can I just check also, I won't take it now, because I just wanted to catch up with the project you mentioned when we met online before. You said there is a recent there's a project in Sweden, I think. It doesn't come under IPSAIS, but you said you were going to just talk a couple of points about why private investors gave the green light on that. But let me just check. Are there any burning questions from the House that, before I will then turn to Ben, need to be taken into account or addressed? There is a question here. So hold that thought just one moment. Let me just hear just literally the briefest of brief. You can see how many minutes we've got left in this session, and I would like to come back to Ben. But yeah, what made investors give the green light in this project that you have going on in Sweden? And maybe explain the project.
So my company is the investor. So we gave the green light for many reasons. First and foremost, because it's a very good project. And one of the key reasons why it's a very good project is that there is access to cheap electrons. Moreover, there is access to sustainable CO2 that we can then use to manufacture the methanol. So yeah, Sweden is a good place to be for that. That's certainly on the technical side the reason. And on the other side of the economics, there are interested customers to the methanol, and now we have to make that work with the price to be paid and the costs that we can realize. Those economics are, you know, it's tough, but we are able to make it work in that project, and that was why we could take it to this stage. And we have broken ground on it already.
Okay, thank you very much. There was a question from the floor there. You know the drill, right? Can you keep it beautifully concise and to the point, please? I hope you're not opening up a Pandora's box and an octopus with 8 legs right in the last 6 minutes, but let's see.
To worry about. My name is Michael Kohl. I'm from RWG Storage West, and I have a question to Ulrich. Do you agree with me that we will need hydrogen storage, which are able to inject and withdraw on a daily basis, to be able to balance supply and demand in the future in the hydrogen market?
Can I?
Yep.
Yeah. I agree with that. I think, however, that we should maybe avoid upfront listing all those problems that we need to solve, and see them as necessary problems to be solved before we can take the next step. I am not sure we need that hydrogen storage at scale so soon. We will need it ultimately, absolutely. But let me give you an example. I would think, I'm the utility, so I make the stuff. But someone else will have to use the stuff. And I would think that their journey towards the transformation would be one where they hang on to, let's say, a steel plant or ammonia producer. They will hang on to the natural gas on their journey and will probably, I would think, be able to switch back and forth for some time, creating flexibility at least there. Yes, I do agree that we will need it, but we don't need to solve everything before we take these first steps.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to you, Ben, now. From the point of view, there are probably a couple of things there you may wish to respond to, and then what I'd asked the previous speakers, what do you take away? What have you done in your scribbling, in your listening mode?
What is more than listening mode? Because really, it's also a really pedagogical aspect to this. But if I draw my conclusions, there is a clear appetite to address a number of serious market failures here. That appetite there's an appetite both from a public sector perspective and a private sector perspective to address them and to ensure that we end up first in this struggle. Secondly, thirdly, there's an appetite to put public and private money to that effect. I think there's a large consensus on the direction which we want to follow, and so let's now move on, implement it, make it happen. We have, of course, our own responsibilities in terms of efficiency of the management, and that is a constant, a permanent trial and error process. We adjust, we come forward with goals of good practices, we create a forum, etc., in our areas in particular in the area of IPCIs. But really, let's go. That's my final word.
And a last final word in the couple of minutes that you didn't get to say. I mean, I was going to ask you, to ensure investments are used very effectively to bring what is still a kind of a niche market to scale. What must we do? What would be top of your wish list if you could wave a magic wand? What would it be? Yeah, very briefly, 2 sentences.
I'm not sure I can do that, but there is one very, very important topic that we're not talking so much about, and that is the supply chain. We also need, when we do this, to make sure that there is a diverse supply chain, meaning also European. Maybe not only European, but also European. And how we add that to the mix here of policy measures still needs to be probably developed further. A secure supply chain.
For you, Roberto, anything you didn't get to say or anything you want to underline or even anything that resonated from your fellow speakers and that you take away? I leave it to you.
All in all, I think this is the era of the H-ready, of the hydrogen ready. Huh? So the ship is already hydrogen ready. We would like to get into the hydrogen economy. So moving from the hydrogen ready economy to the hydrogen economy. And to do it is not all about what we do on board of the ship, is to create the ecosystem, is to create the supply chain. Would you invest in a hydrogen ship with fuel cell if you have no certainty if you will have a bunkering station? If you will have no certainty at what price are you going to buy your only fuel? So let's get rid of the hydrogen-ready economy and let's get into the hydrogen economy, creating the ecosystem through the guidance of European Commission.
And, my last point would just be the repetition of what I said at the beginning in terms of the financing. I mean, do look at it from the start and with the risk allocated to those that know them best. That's the best chance to get it financed.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much to all of you. Could you please give our and that was sort of a little round of applause there from the back. But can we please thank warmly our speakers of this first session? Thank you very much for being with us. You may take your seats in the audience. Let me just check that audience itself is still with us. So, it's a tough slot after lunch. I see that many men have divested themselves of their jackets. Can I just check, those of you in the room, are you still with us for these last 2 sessions? Yes. Okay, good. Because we're coming to a nice one, very nice one. In fact, we have 2 still important topics of conversation while we do the musical chairs and the water. And I'm happy for you to leave the water there, that one on the floor. That is absolutely perfect. The hydrogen bank has come up a little bit. It's come up from time to time. So we are going to explore it in more depth now. in this next session. And then, as I said, you will take a last break before we come to the final session on infrastructure. So we're going to ask how we can make clean hydrogen more affordable. So keeping in this funding, this financing frame of mind. But before it, let's have a little bit of a test to see what you think, your knowledge of it, your feelings towards it. Let's do 2 framing word clouds, if we may. In no more than 1 or 2 words, first of all, what do you see as the main strengths of the hydrogen bank? And I'm not for a second suggesting everything is strength, so I'm not whitewashing, greenwashing, or any other kind of washing, but I'm just focusing on the positives for now. What do you see as the main strengths of the hydrogen bank? Promotion. Supporting operating expense. Okay, you've got that from more than one source there. OPEX financing, covering the difference. Enablement, market development, money. So you've got a lot of agreement with OPEX financing and enablement, support to production, lowering the margins and covering the differences. Wiping out incumbency, creating a level playing field, lowering the hydrogen price, highlighting money. Oh, that doesn't look like such a positive one. Window dressing, window dressing. We need someone coming up here to discuss that. Bridging the price gap. EU-wide. Okay, so a lot of thought. I hope we're curating this because I think it's very interesting, the feedback for the Commission on how people see the hydrogen bank, which is very much in its infancy. Can I ask you to take part in a second poll before I invite our speakers to join us, please? And the second poll is, what do you see as the main driver or the main need to boost renewable hydrogen? To boost its production, to boost its uptake. What do you see as the main need or driver? Courage, okay? Courage, regulation, demand and off-takers. International cooperation. Customers, off-takers, demand, off-taking. Risk reduction. Regulation, affordability. Interesting, public support. New tech, cheap electricity, energy independence. So a lot of thoughts there, a lot of different opinions. There you go, solar and wind energy, scalable energy, diversification. So courage, which was whopping there, it's still down there in the right-hand corner. The value chain, the quality of the value chain. So an awful lot there, guarantees of origin we have there also. So nice one, I think, for the Commission to keep a hold of. If we can archive that, there you go. You've got RED III implementation as well. Okay, well, I thank you very, very much. I'm glad that you're still awake with us, that you haven't had this such a chronic postprandial slump that you all want to sleep in your seats. Please don't. Please keep your eyes and your ears open and alert. So can I ask, please, now to join me on stage and to sit in. So leave a seat for me if you will. But can I also ask Diederik Samson, who is Head of Cabinet for Executive Vice President Frans Timmermans, to come in to take this seat here. From EIT Eno Energy, can I ask Diego Pavia, welcome to you. And from Topsoe, CEO of Power2X, can I ask Kim Hedegaard. And unfortunately, we are missing Maria Persson-Gulda from H2 Green Steel. But as I understand it, once they've all shaken hands, I think, Diego Pavia, you're going to bring a little bit of Maria Persson-Gulda's kind of points to the table. I love that. Was that you miming long hair? Love it. Okay. Right. Hello. So let me ask you, Diederik, let's frame the session. Could you give us some of the top lines on the hydrogen bank auctions? They're quite a new thing for the Commission. I sort of thought I ought to ask you to do a kind of a SWOT analysis, a sort of a strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats, but I'll let you just get on with it and frame it as you see fit.
Well, I'm happy to leave the weaknesses and the
to everybody else's
the
complaints.
threats to
Yeah.
the rest of the room. Yes, it's a new thing. It's a new thing in the long list of new things that we've come up with in the last 2 to 2.5 years. I mean, it's been a sort of a roller coaster ride since the beginning, which is the hearing of EVP Timmermans before he even became an EVP, in which he already outlined his enormous ambitions on hydrogen, which was by then, 2019, still something that was considered by many as a pie-in-the-sky idea of a new energy future, of something along the lines of hydrogen. But he was pretty specific. You should read it back, actually. I did last in preparing for this. And then we set out on a hydrogen strategy, which was in the midst of the pandemic, actually, July 2020, where we came up with this then considered pretty crazy idea of 2 times 40 gigawatt in capacity, 40 gigawatt on European soil, 40 gigawatt outside of Europe, and then we developed that into new legislation and proposals, and obviously amidst all of that we were shocked like everybody else with the invasion by Russia of Ukraine, and that led to Repower EU, our ambition to become independent of Russian gas, less dependent on gas in general, or natural gas in general. And then we came up with the 20 megatons, the 2 times 10 megaton ambition, which is, if you translate it into electrolyzer capacity, more than 2.5 times the original idea, which was already considered crazy. So here we are on this crazy roller coaster towards the future. Meanwhile, we have an investment pipeline of 40 gigawatt. So the investment pipeline still is doing catch up with the ambitions that we set out, but they are passing the first milestone, which is 40 gigawatt, which is, and as you know, that's a pretty important, not insignificant detail. It's not the same as financial investment decisions. And that's where the Hydrogen Bank comes in, to turn the pipeline of projects that is apparently out there, and most of it is pretty promising. Maybe I'm looking at it with a little bias, but I would argue most of those projects are promising, but they will only reach a FID, a financial investment decision, when we provide this certainty that there's a business case out there. And the Hydrogen Bank will provide that certainty by engaging with project developers in an auction for green premiums that covers the difference between the, let's say, normal commodity price of hydrogen, grey hydrogen today, with green hydrogen as of tomorrow, as if it were up to me. And that premium is still pretty big. That premium should get smaller, with volumes getting bigger. We start off with an 800 million auction, a call at the end of the year. We have already 3 billion set aside of the Innovation Fund, but meanwhile, you might have noticed, we have asked the member states for an increase of the Innovation Fund with a 5 billion. A lot of that will also be dedicated to hydrogen, so there's more to come. Meanwhile, member states themselves are also filling their commitments. You could call it a pipeline of commitments. And that's 30, altogether it's more than 30 billion. So I think we now have the money out there, we have the projects out there. So as I said, the pipeline of commitments and a pipeline of projects, and they should meet each other. And I think the place where they meet is the Hydrogen Bank, which is not a physical meeting place, as you know, but still.
I know, that all sounded rather romantic, and the place they can meet is the Hydrogen Bank. Sort of, okay, I could somehow see that as a film with Meg Ryan and yeah, anyway, that was where I was going in my head there, and the heat is getting to me. I mean, just one thing, just to be a bit slightly provocative or maybe annoying, before I pass on to the gentleman on your left. We did hear, so yesterday when I was in conversation with CEOs at the Electrolyzer Summit, there was this a couple of times, yes, that's lovely, and we're waiting, and we want it to get going. You said, we've got this auction coming at the end of the year, but whew, we want more money in that, and we want to, and I think there was a call for cumulative. How can it work cumulatively with other forms of funding? Just to tie that off, is there anything you could speak about in that context?
Well, that we enter the, let's say, the difficult swamp of state aid discussions.
Yeah,
and I want to be very clear on that. We can't work with cumulative auctioning, so that the project first goes to a member state and says, how much can you give, and then goes to the European Hydrogen Bank and says, how much can you top up on that? No, there needs to be coordination. It's up to us to arrange that, by the way. So I don't blame anybody out there for trying to maximize the amount of premium that he or she can get on his or her project. It's up to us, the European Commission, to coordinate with the member states. But as far as we are concerned, and you won't be surprised, this is a European funding channel for a European industry. So we would like to avoid 27 separate plans with 27 separate visions on how hydrogen should develop, because in the end, I would argue, from the beginning, it should be one plan for one continent. I mean, we are competing with a country the size of a continent, it's China, and a country with companies the size of a continent, which is the US. If our answer is 27 small little answers, we will never get there. So it needs to be a European answer, a continental answer. I do think the Hydrogen Bank is one option. And one way to arrange that is obviously to channel the member state money, the national money, to channel that via the same auctioning vehicle, which is the Hydrogen Bank. So then the 800 million is just our own money, extending into 3 billion. But assume for a moment that a country like Spain wants to spend about 5 billion in hydrogen because they have big plans and they have the ports, obviously they have the solar capacity, or they could develop it. That 5 billion could be auctioned via the European Hydrogen Bank, and then it fits into the hydrogen plan. Spain profits from not having to go through all the hassle and also the legal ramifications of such an auction. We can centralize that on a European scale. I think that's the added value that we could provide.
Thank you very much. Okay, more from you later. I'm going to turn to the gentleman on your left. I love the way you were described online. A serial entrepreneur. If you don't read the next word, I thought a serial killer. I was slightly alarmed at first. I've never seen serial entrepreneur. But thankfully, you are not. So you are the CEO of EIT InnoEnergy, and that is specifically, for those who don't know, accelerating sustainable energy innovation, predominantly by bringing people and resources together. You're really catalyzing through. I mean, we've had this conversation many times. It's come up, bringing the industry together, bringing research to bringing the whole shebang together. And you've done an awful lot, actually, under your leadership. You've been pretty bloody good, haven't you? Let's just say that. I love that. You nod. Yes, Katrina, I have. So, are you coming here from the point of view of an investment facilitator? Would that be kind of the hat you're going to bring to the table? What does it mean, the Hydrogen Bank, for the hydrogen economy, and why do you see that tool as being particularly important, especially for EIT? I think that would help us to understand. Over to you, Diego.
Good afternoon. Just to establish our credentials a bit of why we're here in this panel. So, as the speaker said, we are an industrial investor. And our credentials as far as hydrogen is concerned is, maybe you have heard about H2 Green Steel. So it's 5 million tons of green steel done with hydrogen reducing the iron ore. And we are beyond FID, and it's basically SOP in 2026. So it can be done, 5 million tons. We Europeans will consume 80. So there's a long way to go to decarbonize. As you know, steel is 8% of the CO2 emissions worldwide and also in Europe. Our second baby is gravity. So we do decarbonized iron. We're going to produce 1 Tour Eiffel by the day in Marseille. As you know, the Tour Eiffel is iron, not steel, and it's 1 Tour Eiffel per day of decarbonized iron. Again, the electrolyzer is 600 megas. It's a serious object. It's like 3 billion euros. And the third one we're announcing today in Brussels is low-carbon fertilizers, nitrogen-based. So we Europeans will consume 33 million tons of nitrogen fertilizers, and we're going to do 1 of those 33. And as you know, we import 10 of those 33 from Russia and Belarus. So it's not only about hydrogen, it's about the hard-to-abate industries. And this is where the Hydrogen Bank comes handy, as Jerry was saying on the FID. But remember that hydrogen is not just a nice buzzword, it's today the only industrial process that allows us to address the hard-to-abate industries. Steel, aluminum, fertilizers, cement, you name it. So it's a must, it's not a nice to have. So that's the framing. And then 3 messages before we get into the hydrogen bank. What is the premium of using green hydrogen to do 1 ton of steel for a car? If tomorrow you buy a car and the steel of your car will be green because you are using green hydrogen, how much do you think is the premium?
200 euros.
Thank you. So basically the premium is nothing. So let's not talk that much about the cost of the molecule. Let's talk about the premium on the final product. Be it the car, be it the wind tower, be it the tomato for fertilizers. The premium that is brought into the final price of the product we consume is negligible. Of course, 3 euros or whatever euros a kilo will help in the OPEX and the business case. But let's think the whole value chain. Let's not think only the molecule of hydrogen, please. The second is we all want to produce hydrogen. For what? So all those big things, H2 Green Steel, Gravity, Fertigui, we start from the off-takers. You need people willing to buy whatever product at the end is using the hydrogen. So let's start on the demand side. Let's not start on the supply side, because then we'll have it wrong. So let's start on the demand side. And finally, all our 3 beasts, and the ones that are going to replicate, they are all collocated. So we produce the hydrogen where we use the hydrogen. So when we are talking about the hydrogen bank, let's be careful about producing I don't know where and then transporting I don't know where. Because again, do we have the infrastructures? You can answer yourselves. How much does it cost? You can answer yourselves. How much is the CO2 footprint of transporting? You can answer yourselves. That's for opening.
Thank you very much. And again, yeah, that's something perhaps that we will unpack a little bit in our final panel. And just to say, because I wasn't clear, you said there, you talked about the H2 Green Steel project, and that is the lovely lady Maria Persson-Gulda, who I think didn't get her transport today, wasn't able to come, but that was what you were referring to there, this 5 million tons of green steel. So you've gone beyond the FID, and that is coming into place in 2026. So I'm coming to Topsoe now, a leading developer and provider of solutions and technologies for producing fuels and chemicals essential to the energy transition. Tell us a little bit about Topsoe and its activities and also its contribution. I think that's quite interesting. I think you wanted to bring to the table to the Repower EU and the NZEA targets. I think that's something you wanted to talk a little bit about.
Yeah, I'll be happy to. My name is Kim Hedegaard, and I have the pleasure of representing Topsoe here today. More importantly, I have the pleasure of representing the part of the industry that actually enables all these fantastic ideas and visions we have about decarbonization, because it does still require technology to transition a green electron into a fuel or solution for the hard-to-abate sector. So on the hard-to-abate sectors, at least, we are, yeah, exactly. We are on the exact same page. As you said, Topsoe is a leading global supplier of these solutions, and we have decided, amongst a group of fellow, you could say, climate fighters in Europe, the electrolyzer industry, to basically enable Europe to deliver the solutions that are required, not only in the near term, but in the long term. Our commitment is to the Repower EU and to the NZEA targets, the 10 plus 10 million tons we're talking about. That requires significant investments from companies in the supply chain. Of course, we agree that demand needs to be there, but if we start with demand and then end up in supply chain, we are going to delay this whole energy transition by way too many years. So what we have done is basically invest ahead of time. As we heard before, Ulrik and other good companies like us that are doing, we are investing in the future. Not in a business case, not in... And I think that's the only thing that is a little discouraging listening in today. That's the focus on business cases and demands and margins and making sure that we are going to make money in the future. And I very much agree with your question, Diego. How much additional cost will a green steel produced car basically be? It's what, €100? Yeah. We would like to ask the question the other way around. What is the consequence if we do not invest in green steel? It's not €100 more on our car, right? it's 100 centimeters of water. And I think that's what we have to look at. Yeah? Thanks, because I think we're getting this wrong in general. First, our target has to be that we need to save the planet, right? I think we can agree, but we forget to discuss it when we enforce like this, because we discuss business cases, we discuss very difficult investments for all of us. But we have to remember, target number 1 is saving the planet. Target number 2 is positioning Europe as a leading supplier, not only for the European market, for the global market in the future. And target number 3 is making nice business. I'm sure if we keep track of the 2 first things, number 3 is going to happen eventually.
And just to stick with you, especially because you got some applause, and you are so right, and thank you very much for putting that so squarely on the table. You're right, the conversation goes into the very necessary intricacies of and as I said yesterday when I came out of the Electrolyzer Summit and somebody said, oh, how was that, Katrina? It was like, you know, it's so complex, you know, there's so much to think about, but let us not forget the consequences of not doing it, of what is at stake. Just to stick with you momentarily and take it, you know, into the hydrogen bank, from your specific outlook then in the value chain, how do you see that, the hydrogen bank? What's the benefit for you?
I think, in short, the hydrogen bank is a fantastic instrument that the EU has developed, and I think credit goes off to a lot of people in EU and around that has basically enabled now a mechanism that allows many more projects to materialize and ultimately take FID. And I think that's the most important point. Then we can always discuss, is 800 million enough? Is 3 billion enough? It's probably going to be more like 30 billion. But let's start with the first step, and I think 800 million, all of us can agree, 800 million is a massive amount of money that we can use to get these things off the ground. And once we have shown that we can do this and more projects can take FID, then I'm sure more money will find its way into the hydrogen bank. And then, of course, also on the side, it's nice to see that we can be competitive with the IRA, because if we're not, I think all of us are concerned that if production moves to US, production of hydrogen, production of electrolyzers, production of all the infrastructure around it, knowledge is going to move that direction also. Universities are going to move that direction. Legislation is going to be driven. And then it will end up with Europe being non-competitive in the future.
Thank you. Before I come back to you, and I will ask you to comment just in a minute from what you've heard, let me come to you, Diego, and then, of course, I'm keeping my eye in a moment to open to the floor in just a moment. Diego, so as far as I understand it, also EIT, InnoEnergy, it also takes equity shares in particularly innovative projects. So, I mean, is the obvious question, is the hydrogen bank the right answer to contribute to financing these large-scale projects?
Is top up. What we love most is the benchmarks. Benchmarks are going to be enforced on the 2026 that will basically favor the cleanest technologies to produce whatever is at the end of the value chain. This is much more serious money. And remember, we can be, sorry to be one set of ideology, we can be very nice about the world to be, but again, are we as citizens willing to pay $1,000 extra for a car because it's green steel but it's so expensive? So let's also put ourselves in front of the mirror, okay? So now, when we go to the banks is the ones that at the end are going to finance the big transition. I mean, public money is a help, but finance is going to be private. And the bankability of those industrial projects, I mean, the banks, they just look, and today the upcoming benchmarks are much more relevant than the hydrogen bank will ever be. But it helps. So there are other things that are much more structural and systemic, if I can use the word, and also it's extremely good signs to the business world. And the bank, of course, is helping.
Thank you. Let me just ask you, anything particular that from listening or anything you would want to add before I turn to the floor? I think you had a question momentarily, but let me come to you, Diederik.
Just to say, I fully agree with Diego and others that the demand side is a very important piece of the puzzle, if not the puzzle. And that's why we also develop those sub-targets and targets for user, so that we also ramp up demand. But the essence of breaking a chicken and egg problem is that you need to work on the chicken and the egg at the same time. So we're pulling all levers, so to speak, because you were at the Electrolyzer Summit. The development curve of electrolyzers that we need will need to beat that the one that we saw on solar panels, which was already pretty impressive, I think everybody will agree, if not unbelievable. Well, you have seen nothing yet if you want to watch the electrolyzer development curve in the next 10 years. There's only one development curve that has beaten all of those, and that's the amount of warplanes being built in the US in World War II. That's sort of a different economy, but that gives you the mindset that might be needed to get there. So that's also why we pull all levers that we have at our availability, setting the targets in the Renewable Energy Directive and the sub-targets for hydrogen. I know they get some criticism, but they are really needed. And at the same time, pushing supply using the hydrogen bank.
Thank you. Let me see. So I think we have a question here from the floor, and you also have a question from the floor. So let's just take a couple at least at the same time. You've got here on your left, you've got a microphone coming. Remember to say, please, who you are and be very targeted in your question. If it is a question and not a comment, I don't know.
Marta Lovisolo for Bellona Climate NGO. So we heard speakers talking about hard-to-abate sectors and targeted use of hydrogen. But earlier this morning, we also heard about using hydrogen for buildings in things that can very easily electrified in a way more efficient way. So my question is why, if the Commission is well aware there are some sectors that are hard to abate and really need this precious fuel that hydrogen will be, then why the hydrogen bank was built in a way to give hydrogen to any given sector able to pay, rather than the sectors that actually need the hydrogen, even risking wasting some of this.
One question. Was there another question? Yes? Okay. Can we just get the microphone here? I will allow you to reflect and cogitate, and then we will come back.
Thank you very much, Mark Rector, Resilient Group. As Diego knows, we're both in hydrogen and solar manufacturing. We face similar but different challenges. I won't share them with you because I'll take too much time. I do have a question for the gentleman up top. So what's your single biggest worry today?
Was that sort of more on an existential front or to do with hydrogen? Because that could be taken...
It depends on the gentleman to take it where he wants. So.
Oh, okay. We can come off hydrogen for a while.
Probably hydrogen, huh?
Okay. Okay. Interesting. And interesting what you hear. I mean, very valid question there, but interesting what I heard it slightly differently, the use of hydrogen in buildings this morning. But anyway, what about this concern? You know, we've given all of this money, you know, electrification. Where do things sit? How do you take that criticism?
I'm not too worried about it, actually, because I acknowledge that, in theory, we just will subsidize the production of hydrogen, and that might go anywhere. But the stupidest, stupidest thing you can do with hydrogen is heating a room at up to 20 degrees. I mean, hydrogen has, for the physicists amongst us, has an incredible amount of exergy. You can do incredible things with it. Send rockets to the moon, for instance. Heating a room with hydrogen is the stupidest thing you can do, and that's also translated into where it will be used. The 20 megaton that we have as our target in 2030 is just the tip of the iceberg of what we need. I mean, our models, well, it's a bit more than the tip, but our models show that we need 50 to 60 megatons in 2050 in order to be climate neutral. Not a single molecule of that hydrogen will go into buildings, and hardly any of it will go into road transport. All of it will go to the sectors that we just discussed in terms of steel, chemicals, maybe to balance some of the grid. We don't know what the innovation will bring us in terms of demand-side management and flexibilization of our electricity grid. We might need some of that. We might need some hydrogen there. I would say that's good use of it. And some of it will be used in transport modes that, well, leave the road at some point in time, an airplane or a ship maybe. That's where the hydrogen will go. And I think the discussion about, oh, please don't use it in a room. I mean, I know the pilot projects to use hydrogen for all kinds of crazy, stupid things, but they will disappear very soon. It's a market, and it's a part of the energy system. And if people are smart, and people are smart, they will put it to use in the best parts of our energy system. So that's how we proceed.
Okay, you want to come back on the same thing, and then I think I'll let you say one more, and then I'll close, but I can see you want to come back on that. So, yes, please, Kim, sorry.
Thank you very much. I think it's a super, super good question. The starting point has to be electrification where electrification can be done. Yeah? It's as simple as that. Let's not be stupid about the use of hydrogen. I think for the ones of us that are either physicists or chemists or just spend a little bit of time reading, transforming one energy source into another energy source is per definition a bad idea, yeah? And should only be done when you have no other solutions. We can agree to that. So hydrogen and derivatives of hydrogen needs to be applied in the hard-to-abate sectors first. We need to get that right, and I also think that the EU has gotten that right. So I think don't be worried, we have the same agenda.
A last point, a last one, and then I close this. Yeah? Hang on, sorry, just a last comment. Yes.
We're at the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance Forum, and this alliance has a working group up to work on buildings. And that working group presented this morning, and that working group was asking for using hydrogen in buildings. So, do we acknowledge we have a problem here?
Well, we have a working group that wants to use hydrogen in buildings. I can't prevent working groups from asking for things, and that will happen. And it happened in the past, it will happen in the future in terms of working groups asking for things. But the reality, the physics, and the economics of hydrogen are working into a completely different direction. And I think even that working group will acknowledge that.
Yep. Last one?
Can I answer the other question?
What was it? What your single biggest worry was that? Was it? Concern? No. Challenge or problem, not worry. Okay.
My single biggest challenge or worry, and I think it should be the same worry for all of us. My biggest worry is, so I have a teenage son at home, 18 years old, very, very dedicated to the energy transition and for him to have a planet to inhabit and for his children. My biggest worry is how do I explain to this guy when he listens into our conversations and he sees that we have all the components to do what is right for the planet and we can't get our act together. How do I explain to him that we are unable to do it when we know exactly what to do? That's my single biggest concern, because it's not only going to be him, it's going to be all of our children and grandchildren that will basically suffer if the ones in here and a few more, I guess, can't get our act together. And that's the concern. I think the discussions we're having right now basically points towards that that concern will disappear, hopefully.
Anything else from the floor? Anything else different from what we've heard? So we heard the concern there about buildings. I think you have some people for whom that resonated. I hope that there is some kind of, you've got something here in terms of, no, not at all, not even from Kim there at Topsoe, who says yeah. Okay. You can take that outside. Yeah. No, I'm joking, as we say. There's a gentleman at the back who's raised his hand. Was there anyone else? And here. Okay, are you going to say something different? Yeah, just to take it in another... Okay, so first of all from you. Sorry, sir.
Hi, Maxime Peters, Port of Antwerp Bruges. So first of all, congratulations for the fantastic work that Europe is doing. We want to go faster, of course, but it takes time, it's quite complex, and we play a role as Europe. We see the Hydrogen Bank as one of the most important mechanisms to kickstart this new value chain. We are also quite pleased with the collaboration with H2 Global, using existing mechanisms that are smart with double-sided auction, bringing production and offtake together. So the main question is, when could we expect the first import pillar tender of the Hydrogen Bank? Because a lot of projects now are really, there's too much risk in the market. They have no offtake agreements. We all know the complexity of those export projects. So when could we expect the first tender?
Yeah, that's about the imports. The Hydrogen Bank itself, and I don't want to take you down the rabbit hole of our magic machinery of the European institutions, but we had to separate the two strands. That's also why we started with 2 times 10, which for everybody else is 20. But it's 2 times 10 because it's 2 different work strands. And the Hydrogen Bank, as I discussed or explained it, is about the stuff that is made on continental Europe. The stuff that you want to see is import. At least you're from a port, so I guess you would like to see some imports. And that's where H2 Global comes into play. And indeed, we use an existing system. Why invent the wheel if somebody else already did it? So H2 Global will do the similar thing, but a bit more sophisticated, with a double-sided auction, because and with that, it also takes the off-taker's risk from the supplier somewhere around the globe, which might be in Chile or Namibia, or a bit closer to home, northern Morocco. So H2 Global will issue double-sided auctions, and we expect the first ones to be sort of timed aligned with the ones that we will do from the Hydrogen Bank Europe, so at the end of the year. Obviously, Germany starts because they invented the wheel, and now we see other countries joining, and Europe, with the European Commission, will join, and therefore therewith we will make it into a European project. But the first imports will happen towards a German port, maybe the next one to a Belgian port. You never know.
Over to you.
Yes, to complement, when we industry, we decide where to set up the next industrial giant, there are many criteria to decide where. First is the site, depending on what are the utilities around, water, sewage, logistics, to bring it and to ship out what you produce. People accommodation. I mean, our three giants is 25,000 people. 25,000 people. So you need the people that are able to get just a lodging to get there. So to import hydrogen is just one piece of the puzzle. There are many other pieces of the puzzle that have to fit to strike the right tone in where to place your industrial giant. Let's not forget about this.
There was a question from you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Esther Bolland of Climate Action Network Europe, CAN Europe. So I wanted to just point to the fact of the Commission's proposals of these 20 million tons. So the demand, we mentioned the demand several times now. I think it's really important to look at what is the demand actually of those sectors. So that's the right way, sorry, to look at it. It has, however, I think the number which came out of REPowerEU, very ambitious one, has also started to be a bit questioned in the sense of, is it really this amount that we need by 2030, already by 2030? And it brings us back to those questions a bit, which are the hard to decarbonize sectors and what is the demand of those sectors? I think we have a recent report from Agora, German think tank, which has looked at a gas exit report. So we know that we are phasing out of gas. We have that in projections from the Commission as well, that we need to look at the phase down. And the fact that we have very high projections for hydrogen is leading also to, is keeping it in this sort of transition line that has been argued a lot about. So the thing is, 20 million tons, is that really what we need? Agora says we need a fifth of it.
Okay.
It's worthwhile looking at it.
Thank you.
A fifth, that will be strange, because we already use 10 megatons of hydrogen right now. It's all grey hydrogen with an enormous amount of natural gas consumption and CO2 emission. If we want to replace that as soon as we can, and as far as I'm concerned, we replace that tomorrow, that's the first 10 megatons done. And then we only need 2 of his projects, literally only 2 of them, to get the other 10 megatons. And I would argue we need much more than those 2. My problem is that the 20 megatons might be too little. And I find it almost amazing, but also a little surprising, that from the environmental movement, people are saying, oh, slow it down a little. This transition needs to ramp up, and especially in the hard-to-abate sectors. I mean, we talked steel, but we also have cement, we have aluminium, we have base chemicals, of which fertilizer is one of them. They need to decarbonize at a mind-boggling speed in order for us as a planet, and Europe plays a role on that planet, to stay within planetary boundaries, or to come back within planetary boundaries, but because that's the situation of today. So the 20 megatons, again, if Diego makes only half of its ambitions into reality, the 20 megatons will be blown out of the water in terms of the demand that we will have.
There's from you, yes, and then I see 2 hands there, and we'll listen to both of your concise questions in a moment, if they're questions and not comments. But
yeah, to re-testify what Julie just said. Our H2 coincident gravity is out of 80 million tons that we Europeans consume of iron and steel, 80, that will be only 7. So basically multiply by 10, only on steel and iron. In fertilizers, we consume 33. 10 come from Russia and Belarus, and we only do 1. So as Dietrich is saying, you can easily multiply by 25 the current ambitions, and still you'll be short only on the hard to abate.
2 questions we saw in the back, so wherever you're nearer. We've got a microphone here, and we'll hear this question. Maybe you can come into the aisle, because we can't see you behind, or I can't, behind the pillar.
Yeah,
and then we'll see the other gentleman.
Dan Chatterjee from Rolls-Royce. I would maybe put that question another way around with it at 20 million. So I think there was an assessment also from Hydrogen Europe that we are the quotas within fuels or whatever. We would cover like 10% of the 20% by just the quotas. And I think the quotas is for an investor always interesting because you have a market you can calculate. But I want your assessment that how do you see that we can we cover with a market mechanism like the Hydrogen Bank the rest? Or should we have more ambitious also on the quotas, because that's always an easy mechanism for every project to calculate basically the market?
Hold that thought for a moment. Let's just hear from the gentleman at the back. You've got a microphone coming. Thank you. Can you see him? There's a lot of pillars in the way. Okay. Okay.
So my name is Shubhanasini from Senmat, and I just want to ask how we can make sure that the 10 megaton of hydrogen, green hydrogen, that are coming to Europe are really green, and that we are not robbing the countries from their electrons and bringing the green hydrogen to us, but doing something worse over there.
Good question. Okay. Well, yeah? So, do you want to come back on that one first, Diego? Yes. Thank you. Yeah?
No.
Yeah.
No. So I will answer the traceability. The traceability and whether we're depriving the producers of green hydrogen or lithium, by the way, or platinum for the fuel cells, or you name it. So I think that what the Commission, starting with batteries and then deploying in all the other clean tech technologies, is extremely smart, is imposing, you can call it passport, you can call it traceability. Traceability, sustainability, and circularity at the core of everything that Europeans will be doing. So nobody else is doing, by the way. Not the Americans, and not the Asians are doing. And that will place us as the continued be leaders in the energy transition worldwide. So I'm not afraid at all about this. It will be absolutely market-based, that people will have to have the arbitrage done, whether they want to sell their green whatever at the origin or supply to Europeans. But we as Europeans are imposing traceability in all the clean tech products we are doing. And that's extremely, extremely good news for labor, for how the scope 1 is done. Again, that's good news.
You wanted to come in, Kim?
No, I think it's a super good question on the what happens if we start importing hydrogen into Europe, because CO2 is not inclined to stick to borders, right? So if we start creating a problem somewhere else, we need to look at this holistically. We need to accept, let's just take the IEA numbers, right? The IEA numbers say that we need to get to 800 gigawatts of electrolyzer capacity in order to get us back on track on net zero by 2030, right? So 800 gigawatts need to be installed by 2030 in order to get us back on track on net zero. That's what we have to target. And then we have to be super careful that we don't make this more complicated than it has to be. We can start small. We can start with projects like the Hydrogen Bank. We can start with projects like we heard from Ulrich and Ørsted before about getting the first installments and seeing that it actually works. We can get the first ammonia-driven ship into the sea. We can do a lot of things before we start worrying about how we get to 800 gigawatts, because that is a much, much bigger problem. And if we ponder too much on that, we're going to miss the bus.
The bus, or the boat, or anything else. Okay, so this question here about the quotas, do we need to elevate them? How does the Hydrogen Bank fit in with that?
Again, the magic machinery of the European legislative machine. When we started all our proposals, we took care of some consistency within our ambition, 20 megatons, and all the targets that were around. So if everyone had followed exactly the proposal as the European Commission did, put them forward, the targets on sustainable aviation fuels, but also on other parts in the Renewable Energy Directive, and the sub-targets for the industrial use, would exactly propel us to the 20 megatons. unfortunately, as soon as we make a proposal, we surrender ourselves to the wisdom of the Parliament and the Council, and they take it into somewhat different directions. Nothing dramatic, but it's not fully consistent anymore. You're right. So some of the sub-targets could be a bit more ambitious in order to really propel us to the 20 megatons. Well, let that be an ambition for the next review of this legislation, which is already planned. And on the imports, there's two main instruments that we have at our disposal. One is the infamous Delegated Act that everybody hates, but it protects you also a little or a lot, because I heard from, for instance, NEOM, which is quite a big producer, or will be quite a big producer of large amounts of hydrogen, that they had to adapt their project to be aligned with our Delegated Act, because they don't want to end up in a situation where there's a question mark on the greenness of their hydrogen. So they had originally planned to do it grid connected, and if you know the electricity of Saudi Arabia, well, you might be in big trouble there in terms of its carbon footprint. So, but because of our Delegated Act, they abandoned that idea, make a direct connection with just solar and wind, and there you are, green stuff. And on top of that, even more fundamental, it's CBAM. It's the carbon content of the product that will decide whether you pay another premium as soon as you start importing it into Europe. And that will be an incentive to decarbonize not only the hydrogen, but also the products. Because it's not a given that we will import hydrogen or just hydrogen derivatives. We might also import the products made by hydrogen. For instance, raw iron. Mauritania is an enormous supplier of iron ore. They don't do anything with it other than exporting it to us right now. As soon as they start making electricity below 1 cent per kilowatt hour, turning that into hydrogen, the next step is to create raw sponge iron to be exported to Europe. And then we better have a CBAM to check what the carbon footprint of that iron is.
Thank you. I saw another question there. I'm just aware of the timing and that lots of people are flapping themselves with great heat, but I hope that you're still with us. There's just about sort of 8-10 minutes more before we break for coffee or water. Yes.
Thank you very much. I am Gerald Gatt, president of a company named Sakowin. My question is regarding the rules that we have right now for financing hydrogen production that are very targeted towards specific technologies. We know that reaching 2030 with 20 million tons or 80 or whatever is already a big challenge with current technologies. And it's obvious that it's just the first step in the energy transition. And therefore, we are very conscious that we might need disruptive solutions to be able to reach 2050. Right now, those solutions are not financed or very difficultly financed by the current rules. And I was wondering how we can open up the financing scheme of Europe to be able to promote and help new technologies and new point of views to emerge and help us reach that 2050 goal.
What technology do you have in mind?
Decarbonizing gas.
So you mean producing hydrogen with steam reforming, but then
No.
CCS?
No.
Oh,
no.
Different.
Taking the carbon, to reach 2050, we must, the goal is stop the combustion of carbon, right? We must not emit CO2 anymore. So not stopping the combustion of carbon means removing carbon at the source from our energies, okay? So decomposing gas at the source in a form where you have a carbon that's going to be solid, not going into the atmosphere and water. It can be used in the soil where it should be, okay? And using the rest, which is a clean energy to produce a CO2-free energy, can be a solution. Those type of approaches today are not part of the scheme of yeah, I agree.
I would argue they are, because we subsidize, and actually after a long, lengthy, annoying discussion with especially the French, we also do subsidize low carbon hydrogen.
Correct.
So, and if I listen to you and your ideas about your technology, it would result in low carbon hydrogen. So you would be eligible for any scheme that we put on the table.
Well, if the low carbon hydrogen can be that way, that's simple, okay? Meaning that there is a threshold, and then, you know, if we are below this threshold, we are part of it. Yes, that's correct, okay?
Yeah, I think that's the idea. Yeah.
Okay. Did you want to?
Avoiding the exceptions in that case. Okay.
No? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything else specifically to, I mean, we've talked more widely around it and related to it. Okay, better be a good one, because I can see people literally nearly passing out from the heat. Don't open a Pandora's box with 9 Swiss Army knife questions.
No,
Please.
it's going to be a good one.
Okay.
Mark van Doren from Vertiberia. We are looking at the, let's say, the hydrogen bank and the scheme, and you're telling about the 10 million tons of hydrogen that you wish to produce in Europe. And by simply doing the math, we have projects to produce 1.5 million tons of green ammonia, so not only hydrogen. But doing the math, you need roughly 100 times more money than the 3 billion that you have in the scheme. So roughly an amount of money that's pretty similar to the one that is available in the US for the IRA. To get this going. So 3 billion is not going to bring it. It's not even enough for our project. It's not going to bring it. If it's, we need really to ramp up, and we only have 6 years before it's 2030. So I'm not sure how this is going to happen. And are you going to ramp up this scheme? And are you, if you're a real believer in the hydrogen bank, and we think we can be a real believer in the hydrogen bank, it needs to be substantial.
And what are you happy about? No, I'm joking about that.
Happy about
Existentially
the system
speaking.
as such, and the auctioning system, and there are many rules that are actually better than the US system, but the amount of money that's in, that's the only thing that I'm not happy in.
Okay, last
Which is
one.
a not insignificant detail, obviously.
Yeah.
I said we would ramp it up. I didn't say by how much. I don't think that's the most fruitful discussion at the moment. What I think we need to establish from you and us, so let's say regulator and industry, that we're looking at a triangle, meaning that at some point the subsidy needed to provide more hydrogen than the year before needs to be zero. And the best example we have, and that we're all looking at with our longing eyes, is obviously offshore wind, where we started also with, well, in 2010, somebody would have stand up in a conference like this saying, oh, we need 100 times more than you actually have available. But then the magic started, and the cost reduction of offshore wind reached, well, mind-boggling curves. And at the end of it, we're now out of the subsidy. That exact same development should take place with hydrogen. So if the industry is able to show us that triangle, I think whatever the volume under the triangle is, could be made available. But if it's not a triangle, but an eternal, rectangle into eternity, obviously that will stop the game. In the end, that will not be a viable pathway. So we are asked by you, rightfully, to put more money on the table. I am asking you, and I think rightfully so, to show us the downslope of the cost curve that creates a credible triangle into the future. Might not be going to zero by 2030. Might take 5 years longer. Not 20 years longer, preferably. But if the industry can do that, and I see a lot of them right now, most of them are wishful thinking, I know. So show me a realistic triangle, and then I think the rest will follow. Not tomorrow, but in the course of the years, and you can invest based on that trust.
Thank you. There is a fly up here wanting to say something, isn't there? You've been batting it away. There is a fly here that wants to get hold of the mic, but we're not going to let it. Diego.
Yeah, 2 compliments. You have all read the famous midterm review and the STEP. So basically, hey, there's no money. There's no more money. So the sovereign fund has been dwarfed, blah, blah. So we have to be very imaginative on trying to pair or to react on the US IRA in a smart way. And if you look at the US IRA, it's a purely cash flow solution. Basically, I've subsidized something that I will return by taxes later on. Because I capture industries, then I just get what I front load, cash flow-wise, by backloading from taxes. Well, they have a fiscal union. We don't have a fiscal union. But Diederik, well, can I come to you with a very smart solution that is a cash flow solution, public-private. Again, it's not to subsidize anything, it's a cash flow solution. More to be seen.
Well, open for any brilliant idea, obviously. So let's do that.
To you, I'm going to shortly, unless there's something else from the floor that nobody got a chance to pose a question or comment. I think you're all, oh, right at the last minute. Okay, direct, not a Swiss Army knife? No, not opening up a Pandora's box? Okay. You say that, but we'll find out.
Thank you, I'll try to be short. I didn't hear much about the demand side, and I think one of the things that are really missing are offtake agreements. And I haven't seen many that are between unrelated parties in Europe. So maybe you can comment, do you have any suggestions what we can do to make that market more dynamic quickly?
Well, we're only going to give a green premium to somebody who can tell us that he or she will sell the hydrogen produced. So in order to come to the hydrogen bank, not to H2 Global, because that's other side of the world, to Europe, which is more difficult to market make. But in this case, for the hydrogen bank, we need to see two people. One producer and, well, maybe more than one off-taker, but it needs to match. And I was under the impression that conferences like this might help a little in making that happen, because we rely on that. We can't break every part of the chicken and egg. We break the financial part of it, not the rest. We leave some of it to society, to you, and we hope, and we are actually pretty confident, that at least the first years, that offtake won't be the biggest problem. But you might be right, and if it is, we need to take care of that.
Do you want to come? Yep.
Yeah, and to complement with facts, so in our three big things, so H2 Green Steel, Gravity, and this afternoon, Fertiggy, we have got the order book filled up to 65% for 7 years. So there are people willing to pay a premium for having a low carbon product.
What kind of agreements?
It's a take-or-pay, it's 7 years, and by people like Mercedes, BMW, Maersk, InVivo, Heineken, you name it.
Firm.
So it's, I mean, credit-worthy.
Okay, good.
Love that. You happy? Okay, all right, last word to you, Kim, then, because we have 1 minute, 58 seconds. What do you want to underline? What did you not get to say about the hydrogen bank or your life in general?
I'll stick to the hydrogen bank
okay.
then. Yeah. I think one important thing to remember when we talk about the hydrogen bank and the auctions, and when we look into the future, is that that we see that we have to be careful with the way that we construct the offerings in the hydrogen bank. Right now, it is centered around lowest levelized cost of hydrogen, which we think is good in a first round. We need to make sure that the solution providers in the space are playing on an even playing field, right? So that if you bring in a non-European based solutions, they will have to adhere to the same ESG criteria. They will have to play basically by the same playbook as the European contenders, because we believe that is the only way to create a healthy competition between the Asian players, the European players, and the North American players, at least. We believe that competition needs to be there, but it needs to be fair if we want a level, at least, if we are to have a European industry in the future.
Thank you very much. Before my eyeballs dry up, I've gone from deep heat on here to, like, I feel like a fan is going right in my eye. How are your eyeballs? They're like... So, on that note, I think, I mean, normally, but I won't now because we're finishing, but I think we've had the most interventions from the audience. You know, we've had some concerns here that you've heard about the building sector. You have said, listen, this is about the hard-to-abate sectors, but you've heard some clear concerns there and some messages. We've heard about imports. We talked about auctions and quotas. We've had an awful lot of different conversations here. So I hope that you also take something away. That's what I've said to everybody from the Commission in this seat in terms of listening mode. But can I please give warm thanks to these three very energetic, committed panelists. You are all allowed to down 75 glasses of water and however many coffees you want to get you through the rest of the day. Thank you, and you are allowed to too, and everybody online. See you soon. Thank you. Okay, can I ask anybody who would like to see if there are any stragglers outside to catch them? Just because these speakers are no less wonderful than everybody else, it's just they've drawn the short straw in addressing everybody last when there are less people in the room. So please do lend them all of your attention. Imagine how you would feel if you were a speaker on this last panel. So thank you so very much, and a very, very warm welcome back. And to those of you who may still be with us online, a very, very warm welcome back to what I think the right word is an extravaganza. This is a forum in many, many parts, and we're coming to this last part, the final stretch of the event. Who is as energized? I'm not talking about heat. You can be hotter than this morning. Who is as energized and eager to listen as they were at 9 o'clock this morning? It was quite an interesting response there. I'm not quite sure how to analyze it, but never mind. Please do be, because no conversation is complete when we're talking about the hydrogen economy without talking about infrastructure, connecting supply and demand. Here are our speakers. They're already in. I'll introduce them in a moment, but let's first participate in one of the last polls of the day. If I may prevail upon you and your thumbs, I would be very grateful. One of the last polls of the day, the most important component for a solid hydrogen backbone in Europe is, for you, what is the most important component? Linked production and consumption centres, public-private partnerships, large-scale refueling stations to meet the needs of heavy mobility, increased investment in R&I, proper assessments of where to build to meet specific needs. So very sort of motley choice there. Let's have a look. We'll leave it a moment to settle and for you to settle in your seats. And I do thank you all, the stoics among you, for being with us until the very last moments. I always appreciate that. The most important component for a solid hydrogen backbone in Europe is linked production and consumption centres. But assessments does come, it's absolutely there for a fifth of you. Proper assessments of where to build to meet real or specific needs. Okay. Hold that thought. We have a motley crew to unpack the issue. Listen, I'm going to introduce you one by one. Do you mind, rather than do a whole thing? Can I come to you one by one, and I will introduce you ahead of inviting you to make your opening statements. Again, please, if you have a question or a comment, they are most welcome. Just keep them beautifully short in the interest of time. So, Anne Stroobant. Did I do a good job with that?
Yes.
I did?
Yeah.
Okay. Who is, of course, Deputy Head of Cabinet for the Federal Minister of Energy, Tina van der Straten, at the Federal Government of Belgium. But interestingly, you're formerly CEO of Siemens Gamesa Renewable Energy in Belgium and Luxembourg. So that's just to give you an insight into Anne's background. Very active in the construction and maintenance of wind turbine farms onshore as well as offshore. So let's come to you first, and then I will introduce you all one to one. We've got a very, very interesting collection. We've got Hellenic Gas Transmission System Operator here. We've got the CEO of Hy24, co-founder and chairman of 5T Hydrogen. So Hy24 is the world's first and largest investment platform dedicated to scaling up the clean hydrogen economy. So that's the perspective there. We've got here David Herrero from Fertiberia. So that's a leading producer of fertilizers and industrial solutions in the Iberian Peninsula. And then we have Chiara Martinelli, who is the director of Climate Action Network. So Europe's leading NGO coalition fighting climate change through environmental action and through development organizations working together on campaigns. So I did exactly what I said I wouldn't do, but do you know why? Do you know why? Because I hate inviting you all there and then you all have to sit there and no one really knows who you are. It just feels rude. So sorry. Anne, let's come from your perspective first. We're talking about infrastructure. What's happening in Belgium? Plus you've got, of course, the presidency coming up. So you've got all sorts of things to focus upon. Let's kick things off with you. Thank you.
So first of all, as Belgium, we have a clear hydrogen strategy built 2 years ago. And we focus here on the import of hydrogen and the transit, because specifically in our situation, but I think similar situations for Germany and the Netherlands, we are short of renewable electricity and potential on that side. So for us, the import part will be very crucial. Also in the context of the discussion in an earlier debate, so the import question on the hydrogen bank is for us a very relevant question. So we have different routes because, of course, we want to diversify security of supply, which is, of course, an issue which is very peculiar for the current situation. So we have the North Sea, of course, as one of the biggest potentials in renewable electricity and hydrogen production. We have then the south transferring somehow pipelines through Europe. And then we have the shipping, where we, of course, need to make agreements outside of Europe. And we need interconnected networks. So we will have, actually, on Thursday, our hydrogen law will be voted in Parliament. So ahead of the gas package, which I hope will be closed soon as well. Yeah. So we will have a dedicated hydrogen operator. We can get started on building the network. And the certification, of course, going with that, which we're also sending a very clear project with Oman, for example, to get working on the delegated acts, to get them implemented and come to action. Because we need action soon.
But Oman, did I get that right when we met online? It was a test case in green ammonia, or did I get this wrong?
It will be green ammonia indeed as the shipping part towards Belgium, or a port in Belgium most likely.
And just to give us a kind of a feel for that, because those in the room probably less familiar, perhaps looking at votes in Parliament or the Council is one thing, but votes in Belgium, you said the hydrogen law is being voted on this week. So what's the there is lots of different actors in Belgium at different levels who are voting. What does that sort of look like? What does the landscape look like? Is there an understanding of the sector? Is there an enthusiasm for the sector? Is there some consensus towards the sector? What do you see?
I would say Belgium has a very huge hydrogen market. We have 600 kilometers of pipeline, the second largest worldwide. So we know hydrogen, we know how to deal with it. And there's a lot of actors very involved in the sector. So we had a lot of discussions coming to good legislation to come to pipelines, open access, get that regulated, even with a large existing player on the market, which was a challenge. But we all came to a good understanding to look forward into the future.
Thank you. So more from you, and hold that thought if you do have questions. So Pierre-Etienne, as I said, the world's first and largest investment platform dedicated to this scaling up. How do things look like for you? What's going on? What's your activities in this area in terms of infrastructure? Tell us a little bit more.
So first, maybe just a rapid wrap-up on why we are here, what's the history. So I use myself, by the way, to manage the Benelux operation of Air Liquide, so I know well this story about the pipes. And a couple of years ago, I pushed the Hydrogen Council members on the fact that if we wanted to walk the talk, we needed to move at scale, and for that you need to gather players not only from the industrial side, but also from the financial sides and build funds. And so basically I tried to walk the talk myself, left Air Liquide, and we created jointly with Ardian, the largest European asset manager, a dedicated platform which has raised a fund with key industrial players. So the funders were, among them you were Air Liquide, Total, Vinci, but also Plug Power, Chart, Baker Hughes, Airbus, Schaeffler, Aéroport de Paris, and many others, Ballard, and also Enagaz, GRT Gas, and Snam. And the same amount of funds has come from the financial players, so from financial pension funds or insurance companies, Allianz, AXA, but also players from Japan, Korea, US, etc. So we have 2 billion that we now need to deploy. And so the idea is, with that, to have a very strong leverage effect. So if you take the case of Air Liquide or Total, they've put 100 million and this has triggered the generation of a fund of 2 billion. And this fund is going to invest into projects which have fundings, which have co-shareholders, because we will not invest alone. And with that, we will trigger 20 billion. So basically, the fund is exactly doing what we expected is to be a catalyst. The other interest of this dynamic is to trigger the interest of the financial community. And now if you take some projects that have been announced as FID, like H2 Green Steel, that are looking for funds, and that are raising huge amount of money, hundreds of millions, in fact billions, the players around the table are funds. And why are they around the table? Because we created this fund, and so the players that were in the financial community see that hydrogen is becoming an asset class. So that's a fundamental shift, because we've reached a tipping point where those people are moving into the space. Now, the topic we are dealing with is that we've done 4 investments so far. The fund has been raised only 9 months ago. We've invested jointly with Enagás into the renewable division. We're invested into hydrogen mobility in Germany. We're invested into hydrogen, e-fuel project developers, and into Everfuel. We did a JV to develop green hydrogen in the Nordics. The issue we have now is the ones that you all have, is that the FID to announcement is stocked stable at 10%. And the more we wait, the more the costs raise. And so the situation we have now is piling up many topics. So inflation, increasing the cost of the capex. Interest rate to fight inflation, raising the cost of the levelized cost of energy. And you add to that the supply-demand unbalance triggered by the uncertainties of the regulation, which is further increasing the pricing. So today we have 2 issues in terms of infrastructure. The first is that the pricing is gaining up because of this instability of the rule. And so the rule needs to be now enacted the faster as possible. I think we're close to that in Europe. Hopefully we will. And second, there's been a lot of debate on creating the supply conditions. Now we need to create the demand conditions. And we'll speak about it later, but typically if you take the mobility infrastructure, today there's an AFIR regulation in the air, has been enacted, but no coordinated policy to deploy massively at cost with support schemes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And indeed, we are going to talk more about those kind of the supply and demand, and picking up also on the comment I believe that Diego perhaps made, from EIT and Energy in the last panel. We need to produce hydrogen where we use hydrogen, and this kind of concept of also collecting the local skills around there. But let's leave that for the moment. Let me come to you, Maria Rita Galli. So you are CEO of DESFA, this Hellenic gas transmission system operator. Actually, very fascinating. You graduated in nuclear engineering, so coming from somewhere else. Tell us more, because you've got some unique sort of challenges, opportunities there. What would you like to put on the table as an opening gambit?
Well, okay. Yeah?
You need to speak very loudly too, because you're competing
good.
with
Now
the sound of the fan.
Now I can
me.
hear it. So indeed, let's say as a company, we are facing quite a peculiar situation in these months and years, in the fact that as a country, let's say we were lagging behind with respect to the development of the natural gas infrastructures, and therefore, let's say we are now under an intense pressure to complete the development of the gas grid, because we need not only to serve the country need, but also those of our neighboring countries as a result of the Ukrainian war. But at the same time, of course, we are working hard to make sure that whatever we do today is going to be fully available to be used to transport hydrogen. And therefore, all the new developments, and we have significant interconnection projects with the neighboring countries, are projects that are 100% hydrogen certified. But of course, we know that there is, let's say, the need not only to have the infrastructure there for the future, but to start making something happen today. And the country, in a way, has a situation which is mirrored, which is symmetrical to the one of Belgium, in the sense that we certainly have much more green hydrogen potential than consumption in the mid-term. We have a lot of sun and wind, and we have a lot of sun and wind that we cannot exploit economically. We have many hours in which sun is curtailed. We have wind that creates a huge volatility in the system. And many renewable developers are looking at the possibility of transforming electrons in green molecules. Just to make an example of a project, we are building a 200 kilometers, 160 kilometers gas pipeline that was intended to be used to supply gas to an area where lignite power plants are still up and running. But what we are assisting is a scenario in which most likely we will import hydrogen through this pipeline, because the plan now are to utilize extensively all the area where the lignite mines used to be, and to replace them with the solar panels, and to become a center of hydrogen production. So in a way, we are building a pipeline, having in mind the traditional use, but anticipating that maybe this traditional use might even never materialize, and we could have a first valley through which we will import hydrogen for the rest of the market. So, and in this respect, let's say, we see coming a scenario in which, thanks also to the approval that we have received for a very important project, the PCI project, for let's say, the first part of the southeast corridor, starting with the backbone of Greece to Bulgaria, which is 540 kilometers of dedicated hydrogen pipeline. Interconnecting this pipeline with the new ones that we are building today for gas, we will be able, in a reasonable short period of time, of course, in the context of, let's say, the energy business, to have quite a significant network that can be used to serve, let's say, the potential need of Greece, but more so the export toward the South Central Europe. So we are, let's say, walking on very uncharted water where the scenario is changing while we walk. And, but we see a huge opportunity for the country to not only export its own production, but in the future, considering the distance from North Africa and Middle East, become an entry point for green ammonia, and therefore for cracking and export of hydrogen through this infrastructure.
Okay. So just because I am clearly being an idiot, just to clarify, you've got more in terms of supply than the demand at the moment, but there's also this drive, but also there is this need to import.
No, the import is a second phase, and the import will be more of when we will reach the maturity, also the need of balancing the grid. Today, let's say, the industrial demand is there. We have industrial demand for grey hydrogen, and this will be replaced, of course, with green hydrogen. But the potential for production of green hydrogen in the 30, 40 is certainly higher than the potential for demand.
Okay. All right. Let me come to you, David. So you're coming, again, I mean, your company, Fertiberia, so you are in the business of supplying fertilizers, services, and tools, on the one hand for the agricultural sector, and on the other hand, we've got industrial products, raw materials, final products to diverse sectors. So tell us a little bit. What are your concerns? Where do things sit? And it's a combination, isn't it? Because you're both industrial plant, you're using renewable hydrogen, but also ammonia. So you're coming with these hats on.
It's clear from today's discussion that Europe is leading ambitions in terms of decarbonization, and we in Fertiberia, we are also leading our own green revolution in the fertilizer space. Basically, we have announced, my company has announced a commitment to become carbon neutral in the production activity by 2035. And we are the only company producing today green ammonia and green fertilizers in Europe. We are seen many times by others like an off-taker, a potential off-taker of hydrogen. But indeed, we are a producer and consumer of hydrogen today. In Spain, we are producing and consuming more than 180,000 tons of hydrogen per year. And this is a consumption that exists, and it's a production that exists. So my first point is that the fertilizer sector is no regret, hard to abate sector. And it's something that needs to be prioritized. And this comes from the fact that, we use hydrogen as a feedstock, as a raw material to produce ammonia, and from ammonia we are able to produce fertilizers. So we have applied all the energy efficiency measures that were possible. So the only way that we can decarbonize is to change the feedstock. So we have decided to gradually shift from natural gas that we use today to produce hydrogen, and that implies an emission of more than 12 tons of CO2 per ton of hydrogen, gradually by renewable hydrogen based on renewable energy. And by this commitment, we are able to get three objectives. First, decarbonize our activity. And here we are not talking only about decarbonization. We are talking about food security. Why? Fertilizers is food. Today we are producing fertilizers based on imported natural gas. Tomorrow we want to produce food, fertilizers, based on indigenous renewable energy in the southern part of Europe and in the northern part of Europe. And this is a very important thing. Second target is that we are able to decarbonize agriculture. And in decarbonizing agriculture, I was listening to previous speaker talking about fertilizers and decarbonized fertilizers. This is one part of the equation, but fertilizers' carbon footprint is about production, but it's about usage. In Fertiberia, we work in the both sides. So we are having a lot of R&D on technologies that decarbonize not only the production with green hydrogen, but also the usage of fertilizer. And the third target is that by pushing our decarbonization agenda, we are enabling the use of ammonia for other uses. Ammonia is an energy molecule, it's a green molecule, and it's a molecule that is going to play a very significant role in the decarbonization of other industries, like shipping industry, like power generation, or like hydrogen vector. And we want to do it now. This is also very important. We are not talking here about long-term commitments. We have already a green fertilizer, green ammonia production, and we have a pipeline of projects with a target announced of 2.5 million tons of ammonia per year before 2030.
Okay. Okay. I've never seen that before. Somebody take a phone call on a panel. Sorry, I'm just checking it's not an emergency. Okay, hang on. So you were coming to round off.
Okay, I'm finishing. So basically, we have announced 2.5 billion tons of ammonia, only my company. That represents 500,000 tons of hydrogen. That represents 4 gigawatt of electrolyzers. That represents almost 1,000 kilometers of hydrogen infrastructure that is going to be developed in these projects. And that represents 30 terawatt hour of green energy. So in order to do that, that represents huge amount of capex, represents a lot of risk that need to be allocated. And that's the reason why we are asking the authorities certainty, and we are asking linear processes, and we are asking act now. So we need money, we need support, and we need it now in order to have an industry which is fundamental to Europe.
And not least, I was talking to some of those, competitors, others who are working in the same field as you earlier. I mean, you've had quite a hammering over recently, and with the war in Ukraine, certainly. I mean, fertilizers has been top of the conversation. So to continue with these kind of ecological, this environmental drive alongside the economic must be a challenge. But I will come back to you on that if I may. I will just let Chiara come in to lay out your stall, because you're coming from a kind of a different perspective, very, very important piece of this community of actors. But this whole issue of supply and demand, what's important for you? What do you think we need to be thinking about? Over to you.
Thank you very much. So indeed, I think, as we said, I'm Chiara Martinelli, I'm the director of Climate Action Network Europe, and we represent more than 180 civil society organizations around the European continent. So I'm a kind of a different speaker here. So I'm eager to bring in my perspective and the network and civil society perspective on that regard. I mean, and linking up with what you said, indeed, we have a challenge ahead, but I think we have also a very clear objective that we all share. I mean, we are looking forward on how to move towards climate neutrality. we call for climate neutrality by 2040. Europe is still working for climate neutrality 2050, but I think we do have these common objectives, and this includes phase out from all fossil fuels. And that's why we are all here on the same panel. So I think this is important to bring it back to the conversation. And when it comes specifically to hydrogen infrastructures, I would like to start with my first point. Really, I would say bringing back the vision that we need for such an hydrogen infrastructure. I think we heard some examples, some challenges according also to territories or to kind of actors that are engaged in this transition. But I think it would be important to be very clear that we are not speaking about replacing a mere replacement of a current infrastructure with a new infrastructure, or a mere replacement of a system of providing energy from one thing to another, but we speak about a transformation. So I think this is important to have it clear from the beginning on, and also in relation of new infrastructures. We need to be able to imagine that the hydrogen infrastructure of the future, hopefully not so far, but I will say the immediate future, is very different from the current fossil gas infrastructure, because what we are looking for is a network that will be much more efficient, but also that it will be able to connect in production and demand centers much more directly, and also will be a smaller infrastructure, because we do believe that what we are talking about here, and we heard also in the panel before, that hydrogen is key for certain sectors and not for all the sectors. So we spoke earlier in the panel like it's key for sectors, as we always try to repeat, that could not be electrified, first of all, and also there are sectors that we see as priority, like the steel industry and the long-distance transport industry. And then maybe my second point for this first round is really about, I would say, the need, again, looking back at what has been discussed in the panel earlier, like the need of, yes, we want this acceleration to happen, but this acceleration risk to fall down if it's not based on a very good governance. So we are really calling here for an independent assessment that could really put the demand of hydrogen and the demand of energy at the core of any new next steps that we want to put forward.
Thank you. And I'm just going to stay with you momentarily, and then perhaps I'll come back to the panel and just see in a first instance if anyone wants to pick up on or ask a question of their fellow panelists. But one thing I am going to ask is this, the Clean Hydrogen Alliance's Learn book on hydrogen infrastructure corridors, because that was developed by the Transmission and Distribution Roundtable. And I was just, wondering how that Learn book on those, how does it relate to all of this, if you wanted to just make a comment.
Yeah, maybe I can just comment that I think it's overall like a Learn book that is oversizing the need of the hydrogen infrastructure that the Alliance look for, and I think it needs to be we need to look back again, as what I said, like which kind of key sectors, and how to make sure that is linked to the demand side.
All right, thank you. I mean, I always have questions, but I don't need to do that. I can first of all give you the floor to say, do you have a question for your fellow panelists, or something that as yet you would like to bring to the table? You do.
No, maybe not a question, but let's
a
say
comment, please.
A comment
yes, absolutely.
to what has been said about the oversizing of the infrastructures. Let me say first a couple of considerations. Let's say, of course, we are talking about the demand for hard-to-abate sectors, which is a priority, but we also have to remember that the great advantage of hydrogen is the possibility to provide the seasonal storage. So far, we have no technology that provides the seasonal storage, and notwithstanding climate change, we have a lot of cold in the winter in Europe. And if you look at the demand for energy in the winter, is many, many times higher than in the middle season. And this cannot be covered with the batteries. So one important thing when we calculate how much infrastructure capacity we need to take into account that the demand for energy in the Northern Hemisphere has a huge, huge seasonality. So, and if we run the risk of underestimating the seasonality, we will start entering into the blackout situation that many countries are facing. And the second is the importance of redundancy in the infrastructure. We all went through the last winter. We all went through the crisis. And the countries who exited from the crisis with less problem were the countries where we had a redundancy of infrastructure to import natural gas. Now we are still in the gas industry. So if we want to play, let's say, on demand, so we just want to be right on size, we need to take into account how this will be the price in terms of resilience. Because when we don't have the infrastructure to replace one source with another or to handle the fluctuation, then we end up burning coal, like we did last year. So I think that we cannot simplify demand equals supply linear. Energy demand is much, much more complex.
And
if I may add one thing, very simple. The electricity share of the energy demand today in Europe is probably in the range of 20–25%. The rest is supplied by gas and oil, and that's coming through pipes. So even though we know that the decarbonization is basically doubling the share of electricity based in the energy mix, you still have 60% to fuel through gas and oil. And if you want that decarbonized, it means it's going to be hydrogen-rich vector. Another way to look at it is that 20 million tons of imports and local production of renewable hydrogen represents barely 10% of natural gas demand. So maybe it seems early because we are not yet capable to figure out a new system. But a new system which is hydrogen-rich needs a huge hydrogen backbone. Yes, it's difficult to conceive it now because the demand is not there yet. But if we wait for the demand to come, it will never start. And I think the role of public policy at some point is to stop debating and fix the rules of what kind of system you want and put in place the right backbones. Because then you can trigger demand. And we need that for this connection of a European-wide energy system, which, by the way, would unify further Europe. And we need that also for downstream distribution.
Yes.
Yeah, perhaps adding to that, and that's exactly the point of our regulation, to come to an investment plan first into a vision of energy that we as a government decide upon, and then an actor that executes in pipings which are a bit more flexible and having the capability of having more or transporting more energy than what is currently needed into that general vision. So that is exactly what we are doing. And I would like to have one comment, because it was mentioned indeed only production and consumption at the same location. I think, yes, that's good to start with, but having exactly the right profile in the delegated act of a production of hydrogen with a consumer who demands continuous production will be a huge challenge. So coming to a market, we also need those pipelines, and the cost of the transport in the whole picture of hydrogen, looking at a long run, is not that high. Pipeline transport is very efficient, is not that costly if you look at the whole supply chain. So we do need to get that moving in the first instance.
Let me just turn and see if anybody... Yes, there is a gentleman here who... Just hang on a second. There will be a microphone. We could... Oh, no, look, they've all gone. They've gone for cocktails. Do you want to talk loudly? Do you want to borrow this one? Oh, no. Somebody is coming. Okay. Thank you so much.
Hello, my question is for Chiara Martinelli. So my name is Raphael Schwingen. I'm an investor advisor in the field of hydrogen. Used to be the chairman of Hydrogen Europe, and also CTO of a large European utility, global one. I am quite stricken by the fact, and it's very important, that we have many NGOs as part of the alliance, and what you say has a major impact on European policies today. And I'm also quite stricken by what you say, and I would like to come back to it because I want to better understand. As Pierre Etienne mentioned, the reality in developed economy is we have our primary energy is 20% electrons. The rest is liquid, solid, and gases, dense energy. Okay, so you can go to 30, 40%. You're still going to have 50 or 60% of the energy world, which is gases. If you don't want liquids and coal and wood, you stay with gas. And the trade, the global trade of energy in the world is basically liquids and gases and solids. So we cannot negate that. But what I hear from NGOs is electrons, electrons, and electrons only. And you very clearly pointed out the fact that you want hydrogen, and some of your colleagues before, you don't want hydrogen in buildings. There was Martina from Nielsen Energy in Sweden, who is doing fantastic things in villages and low-income houses with solar panels, battery, electrolyzer, hydrogen pipelines. Why do you want this not to be in the radar? So my question to you is...
Oh, was that not the question?
Please explain why do you go so much about the electrons? I heard you also say regarding pipes, we don't want the same pipes. Come on, we have hydrogen, we have gas pipelines, and we can retrofit them by coating them. What are you doing in the old houses? We are retrofitting them. We're not killing them. We're not destroying them in Europe. Why couldn't we take existing pipelines and retrofit them, recoat them, and put hydrogen in them? Excuse me to say, but my point is, please explain why you have such...
Okay, you have a very captive audience member there. You have a very...
I just want to understand.
Oh, he very loudly he just wants to...
Yes, so
you have a captive audience member, please can you explain that?
Very easy question. I mean, I just wanted to say again, like, I'm also speaking from the perspective of NGOs. I mean, I also wanted to be very respectful of all the knowledge that there is in this room. I think I have 2 points to answer to you. We believe, and I think we have evidence also looking within Europe and looking at the impact of European policies on the rest of the world, that we cannot call for, as I said, like the same system we have been using for fossil fuels infrastructure so far to be just replaced by hydrogen, but we need to really look into a diversification of the energy providers. And in part of the fixture, for us, in the new energy transition that we wanted to see, needs to include energy efficiency, need to include sufficiency, need to include like all the different part of the system that we wanted to see, and also I think I do agree with you what you said. I think there is a role for public policy. And I think we heard that there are some challenges also on that perspective in that regard. To be clear, what's the vision that we wanted to move forward? We cannot wait forever that the market or the demand or the consumers, or put on the shoulders of the consumers only, like the directing the vision that we wanted to see for the future.
Okay, yeah, I think you've got two who want to come in. I think that's just a little bit, I think maybe it hasn't quite answered the question for you, which is very direct about the buildings and these little projects. But bear with me a moment.
But I think personally, I fully agree. We will need, especially Europe and the rich countries, we will need to reduce consumption. We will move into a sovereignty society. There's no other choice if we want to shift the climate. But even though we reduce, the remaining needs to be decarbonized. And the remaining, to decarbonize it, you will not make it just with electrons. It's impossible. It's going to be even more complex for biodiversity and environment matters, because high voltage grid is very complex and costly. So you will need a mix. And if you can use, as said Raphael, if you can use the existing pipes at lower cost, retrofitting properly, I think it's a good, it's a good solution. So that's the point.
Do you mind? Can I just, because I know Anne wanted to pop in, and then we can kind of hear, and then I can ask you to respond, because you're very much in the hot seat at this moment. And are you bringing something into the mix also as a question for Chiara? Because hang on a moment, because I'm coming to Anne first. Okay.
I actually want to support, the only way to get rid of gas and oil is to electrify and save energy. That's the only direction. Otherwise, we just replace one dependency with another dependency. And as also a question on other countries, Yes, dependence on other countries, but somehow we also leech or start to leech on the other countries not having the electrification themselves. So there are boundaries to take care of. And yes, we're using existing infrastructure, but in a hydrogen vision, not just replacing natural gas with hydrogen, but there where we say it is useful, we look if we can reuse gas infrastructure, but not the other way around.
David, I'm just actually, just because you haven't said anything for a while, so I'm just seeing if you want to add something in the mix.
No, I can bring the experience of Fertiberia in the projects that we are developing, not talking about infrastructure. I mean, we can continue on this debate, how big the infrastructure, but I think that we will learn by doing. In the projects that we are developing, we are using this infrastructure, which is part of the backbone in Spain, like an enabler of the project. So the infrastructure is able to provide us that consume hydrogen with a stable profile of supply. It's enabling us to storage hydrogen in the infrastructure and then to consume it when it's needed. The same way, but opposite, our projects, because we are big off-takers and big producers, are enabling the infrastructure. So I think that the very good idea is to start with these big hubs of hydrogen production, and we are doing that in Spain, in the south of Spain with Fertiberia and Cepsa, or in the north with ArcelorMittal, or in the east with our fertilizer production in Valencia area, and we are enabling this infrastructure deployment. But it's important that infrastructure is present, and whenever that the volumes are going to ramp up, we will need redundancy, we will need infrastructure for storage, and we will need all of this if we want to decarbonize these hard-to-abate sectors.
Okay. Can I just hear, is it a short comment from the floor? Is it something in the mix? No, it's got to be short, sorry. 2 questions. For whom? For everybody. Okay, so let me give you a chance, Chiara,
Yes.
to come back from what you've heard here. Yeah.
No, super quickly, I think, Anne, you explained it very well. And I also just wanted to clarify, we are not saying no to hydrogen. I mean, we are part of this alliance, right? And I think what we are saying, and I said that I think quite clearly at the beginning, is prioritizing key sectors, starting from the sectors that could not be electrified. Because I think we are all in this transition also learning, and also, I mean, not to open the Pandora box of investments. We need funds and we need investments for this infrastructure to be converted and all of that. So we do need, we have a moral compass, I would say, to start from key sectors.
Yeah, and I also, and I will come to you in just a moment, absolutely, I will come to you, but I think also that I don't see, well, maybe that's just me and I'm tired with my sticky ventilator eyes at the end of the day. I don't see so much, disagreement in what we're saying. I think the main thing, the point that was being made there also about buildings, and I did actually speak to Nielsen, was that there are areas, decentralized, localized, that can be very specific, that do answer to that specific need. It's not just sort of saying, let's throw hydrogen there and there, but there are some very good examples that are a little bit off-grid, to use those words, where it isn't about just sort of using hydrogen without thinking about electrification. It's saying, right, it's going to need some help, and this is where it could be. That was my reading of it. But one more comment from you, and then we can see what questions are from the floor.
No, very briefly, and on the, let's say, I think that we really
Can we hear
need
you push the volume up a little bit, please.
We need to stop thinking about the dichotomy between electrons
I
and
can't hear. Sorry, can you hold it down there?
Yes.
Yeah. There.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, it wasn't you.
We
Sorry.
should stop thinking about molecular and gas as a dichotomy, one side molecules, on the other side electrons, because at the end, what we are looking at is a way of storing energy and making it available for different uses where is needed in industries that cannot use an electrical energy, or when is needed, in particular when we need to stabilize the electric grid and when we have seasonal demand. So we have the cold and we need to address the fact that in the winter we don't have so much sun. So if we start thinking about hydrogen as a battery, I think the majority of these objections that we hear about the quantity of batteries we need, the quantity of hydrogen we need, will be over, because at the end we are talking about storage. We are talking about the storage, and we need more and more storage of energy. And today, the only available way of storing energy in the mid-long term for seasonal storage is chemical energy. Hydrogen, green ammonia. So let's say, and we think about it's costly, true, but think about how costly it is to develop batteries, and think about how costly it is to develop electric cables. Transporting a chemical energy which is denser is 2-4 times cheaper than transporting electrons, and in most cases you don't have an environmental impact because the pipelines are there. So let's say we really have to look at this in a different perspective. We are not replacing natural gas, but we have chemical energy that can be stored and can be transported to where is needed and when is needed, when electrons cannot do it.
David, you wanted, Anne, you wanted, I haven't forgotten you, sir. Can you condense it to one question, please? I'm just in the interest of time, because I still have another question, but yours might resonate with what I have, so you never know.
Yes.
David, yeah.
I want to complete and support the vision. I mean, we need to think about renewable energy being transformed, transported and storage in different ways. We can talk about electrons, we can talk about hydrogen in pipelines, or we can talk about ammonia as a perfect way to store hydrogen and then to transport it from different places where it can be generated. And for that, in the case of ammonia, there is an existing infrastructure that can be used from the very beginning without additional environmental impact. So this is what I wanted to say.
Thank you. Anne?
Just very briefly, yes, I agree. However, if you look everything from a commercial perspective, you would put much more in hydrogen for long-term transport, but that's not the future, so efficiency should be a factor. We only have that much money to spend as a government, as Europe. I think we follow all the discussions about how difficult we all have in keeping our financing right. We need to make choices, and we need to put a clear focus on what we urgently need. There are always exceptions where it might be useful, but we need to put a clear focus and direction and efficient use of our money, public money as well.
Thank you. One question from you, sir, if I may. I love it. Throwing up your hands in horror. Hang on, mic's coming. I don't know. There it is. There's the lovely lady coming with the mic. Thank you very much. Okay.
So thank you. Harald Stindl, Gas Connect Austria. Well, I think there is not really a conflict because no regulator would allow an unused pipeline to lay there for 10 years. But what should also be avoided is that you dismantle it, take it out, and then after 5 more years you think it would have been very nice to use it for hydrogen. But my question is that there also cost is involved, of course, in all of this. Because if you reconvert the natural gas pipes and use it for hydrogen, this costs. And this is one of the hot issues in the regulation outstanding. Should there be a socializing with natural gas, with the natural gas tariffs for the hydrogen pipelines? Should it be paid only by the hydrogen users? Should the transportation be completely free for hydrogen? So what is the opinion of the panel?
Who do you want to start? With a chuckle, Pierre Etienne.
Well, honestly, if it depends on there is a regulation now pending which is unbundling and saying that the hydrogen DSO should be separate from the gas DSO. So in that case, how are they going to fund that if there is not a regulatory support scheme which is paid by some energy consumers? So in the end, I would be surprised it's not paid by the final energy consumer, it being gas or hydrogen, and progressively shifting to hydrogen. Because if you just count on the hydrogen consumers which are not there, I don't know how you can fund it. But maybe I'm wrong, and you know better.
Okay.
Well, I think this is the million-dollar question for everybody who is working in the pipeline industry. Let's say, from the economic perspective, it would make sense that in initial phase, the users, the natural gas users, cross-subsidize the hydrogen users in a way that we make it economically viable and we support with the existing utilization of the existing natural gas grid the development of the hydrogen one. But in this moment, I think the decision about this possibility of, let's say, sharing some of the cost is still much debated. But for promoting...
Come to you, David.
I think the gas package will make a decision on that, and I will say my personal opinion, I do believe it would open up possibilities to get the market of hydrogen running if we can make use of a certain form of cross-subsidy, not directly but via government. But let's see what the possibilities are, and we will adapt accordingly.
I don't have the solution on how to mutualize this investment, but to me what is clear is that first projects, pioneer projects, even if they are big, they cannot support the full cost of an infrastructure that is designed and planned not only for this project, but for future other uses. So we need to find a way to somehow mutualize. The detailed solution, I don't have it.
Okay, in the last 10 minutes, I've just got another question for all of you, which takes us into areas that we perhaps have only touched upon or not touched upon at all. So I'm going to start with you, if I may, Chiara, just on this issue of, just to go back to imports, because I think you might have something to say. Imports has come up a lot in the course of the conversation in general, particularly in terms of standards, particularly in terms of CBAM. It's come up many times. Obviously, you know, it is a part of this conversation. Your point of view, what did you want to bring to the table?
Are you sure you want me to start?
Well, I'm sort of going in a random... I'm keeping this because there are different questions, different people. Just keep it beautifully concise.
I'm kidding. I just maybe a couple of sentences here. I mean, I think we absolutely need to look from the different perspectives also to imports. I think there are two elements for me that are crucial to deep dive and look into. I mean, the already existing infrastructure for import of gas, and how we can make sure investments and the transformation of such infrastructure will be prioritized and put forward. And then, of course, I mean, being a civil society organization linked with civil societies all over the world, our main concern is that often these imports of hydrogen or using like the existing infrastructure with the country in the Northern African, for instance, region and all of that, we risk to lock these countries back into a fossil fuel economy, because it will basically will be based again on an extractive model without the conditioning and the support of an energy transition that is also needed in those countries.
Yeah, you want to, yeah.
If I may react, because I don't understand why this debate is coming now. If you take a country like Morocco or Oman, they have electricity energy potential, which is hundreds of times bigger than what they need. So of course they need to develop it for their own needs first, but it's a source for them to either export renewable in a form that is exportable, which they had not before, so hydrogen ammonia, or localize some intensive energy industries. So honestly, if Europe is ready to import this either in the form of ammonia, DRI, or hydrogen, is a huge move upward the value chain for their employment, for their industry, and for their GDP. And it's not fossil, because the renewable potential, which is gigantic, is going to be the new LNG type of thing. And it's not fossil, it's renewable. And if you do that in places where the biodiversity issues and the conflict of land use is limited because it's basically deserts, it's far faster, it's far cheaper, and it's far bigger, because each project is several gigawatts. So I think it's a chance for them, and it's an opportunity for us, because if you move into an import strategy where you have so many places where you can import cheap, massive, and fast, that you're not moving into another form of dependency. The versatility of places where you can source your electrons in the form of hydrogen and ammonia, the versatility of forms at which it comes, is in fact a huge source for better sovereignty for Europe. So I think it's good for them and it's good for us.
Okay. Both of you want to come in with your perspectives on this, and then I've got another couple of questions for those I haven't asked. So, Anne, sorry, I'm prioritising. It's the first more balanced panel with females. I'm putting the women first, if that's okay. Okay.
That's okay. No, just quickly, I agree with both. I would say, yes, it's a win-win situation, but you do need to be careful about it. You do need to have sustainability criteria supporting it. But if you look at countries like Namibia, they see this as a potential, and we help them develop the project. We help them with our knowledge to develop also renewable energy for themselves as well as for us. So if we keep this win-win condition up front in our corporations, then we will come to a good situation, but it is a point of attention.
It is clear that imports are needed. The only thing that I would say, let's be careful on having also a strategy that prevents domestic production of essential products like fertilizers or ammonia being out of Europe, because that would be a way of being not self-sufficient. That would be a way of creating new dependencies. Today we have a big dependency on fertilizers on Russia, on natural gas on Russia, Belarus and other countries. We don't want to create another new dependencies on other third countries. We really want to have a strong domestic production of ammonia and fertilizers in Europe, and then for sure complementing with imports is okay and fine.
Let me just stay with you momentarily, if I may, unless, sorry, I didn't ask you, yeah? So you talked about, only because we've got these kind of last few minutes, and I wanted to sort of hear lessons learned, practical experience. You know, you talked about your company in terms of the operations becoming carbon neutral by 2035. You're the first to build an industrial plant using renewable hydrogen and ammonia. Any couple of tips, you know, the practical experience in terms of the type of infrastructure needed that perhaps you haven't shared with us?
I mean, there are many lessons learned. We are operating, I mean, we are producing green ammonia coming from an electrolyzer which is 20 megawatt. Here we are talking about gigawatts, but 20 megawatts is the biggest electrolyzer today integrated into an ammonia plant. So we have learned a lot of lessons technically, how to integrate the system, how to integrate this continuous production of renewable energy, because in this case it's solar energy, with a 24/7 production of green ammonia, how to storage. We have a daily storage buffer in the site. This is the infrastructure that we have. And we have also many lessons learned in terms of commercial. And here we are talking also about new ways of doing businesses. We are, the production that we are producing today on green fertilizers, we are not selling directly to farmers. We are selling it to food companies. Right. Like PepsiCo, today we have announced an agreement with them in Spain, like Heineken, like French cooperative Vivesia. I mean, and all of these companies want to decarbonize their food production. So we are testing and we are learning not only on the technical side, on the infrastructure side, but also on the how to do new business models.
Let me come just a question for you, Pierre-Etienne, because perhaps it's not something that you were able to expand upon. So again, just to reiterate, this is a global investment fund in hydrogen infrastructure. If one was to sort of make a project in the EU more bankable than in another part of the world, is there a good example you can give us? Again, shed a bit of light on that.
Well, it's almost ready. We've just been waiting for 3 years. But the vision is there for 3 years. The debate has been taking time, but I think now the regulation is going to be up and running, so we can move with now the setup of CFDs for developing green hydrogen production and covering the delta cost so that the off-takers has access to green at the price of grey. So I think it's now moving. It's taken, I think, too much time, but let's forget that. What we need also is to think, and I think Commission is extremely good for that, to set the vision. We need not to forget the downstream use. Because if you're moving up with a massive amount of supply of green and you've not regulated the downstream use, not only on industry but also on transport, and it's not going to be enough to fuel demand for the 20 million ton that we've been speaking about over the last couple of hours. And so for that, if you take transportation, the AFIR regulation is a step forward by basically putting compulsory regulation to deploy stations, both for charging, electric charging, but also hydrogen. But if you don't find a way to cover the risk of volume ramp-up, which is not taken, you will not get massive investment. And if you don't get a massive investment of hundreds of stations, you don't get the volume and the scale effect to decrease the cost and also to raise the appetite for OEM to deploy, because the logistic operators are multi-countries. They are not purely regional, so they need a pan-European network. In order to do so, and I'm finished, you need to develop capacity payment mechanisms, so PPPs, which are basically against an obligation to deliver a station with a certain reliability and availability, pays you something that covers you some of your cost.
Mm-hmm.
This is what we need now in Europe to move forward. And Europe has a capacity to be in front, should go fast because China is moving very fast in the topic.
Thank you very much. And on that note, a last from each of you. So if you can wave a magic wand, what is the thing that's most important that, let's say you're sitting with people who are quite outside all of this, people have absolutely no knowledge, maybe the average Joe, the average citizen, in a pub, that's very British, in a brasserie, whatever, and you're saying, you know, this is the most important thing we need to think about for building this backbone. We have to keep this in mind because we need everything to move at speed. What's the most important thing to keep in mind in one sentence, starting with you, Chiara?
Yes, I would say two things quickly. One is keep as a compass the demand, the demand side, to make sure that if we can prioritize through demands, let's say, and linked to that, we need to keep constantly, while formulating this kind of policies, especially at the European level, to have independent assessment, so that the governance of such policies is playing the role of a compass to move forward.
Thank you. David?
Let's prioritize hard to abate, no regret sectors. Let's put all the instruments, all the regulation, and all the policy that is going to incentivize the demand now, because we want to do it now.
For you?
Let's go from PowerPoint to power plants.
Let's go from PowerPoint to...
Power plants.
Okay, power plants, nice. Did you, that's a cute one. Okay, all right, we like that.
But from my side, I think it's very important that we look at it from a European perspective, not country per country, because then we make other decisions.
Yes.
So a European approach, and especially the hydrogen bank, including an import portion, it needs to be on a level playing field in between countries, because otherwise we start to compete each other while there are much more challenges outside of Europe that we need to tackle combined.
Thank you. I think those are the wisest words, actually, on which to finish this panel. So, seriously? Bless your heart. Sorry, was that my face? Was that a scary face? Is this a comment or a question? There's no more time for questions, but is it a comment?
It's a question.
Is it, who's it for? Chiara, is it quick? All right, yeah, well, none of you are allowed to speak. Let Chiara just answer. All right, can I prevail upon you for just one more minute on this panel? Who are you, sir?
Thank you. Bertrand Hamelot, I'm Chief Commercial Officer of Mackie, and I was from this morning to this afternoon to the debate, and I really enjoyed this last debate with a lot of interesting confrontation. So I have a comment and a very practical question. One comment is when I have heard the different point of view, I think we need to raise the bar among common good, which means private and public economic benefits. Some TSO, it's a public asset paid by our grandparents and can be transmitted to our children. So we need to think of what we want to keep as public so that we share the benefit. And my question is more for the ONG, because I think we need to make sure we have a strong understanding and alignment in terms of social benefit, locally or abroad. What do you expect from the industry? Because my worry as a private company would be that some project may be stopped because the understanding of the benefit is not that clear. We have seen that last week with the Paris Tunnel Lyon, where ONG are stopping the project. So it's a real concern as a citizen that we make alignment. So my question to Chiara is, what do you expect from industry so that this dialogue is making productive and we find solution with social benefit?
Okay, last, as briefly, as concisely as you can be.
Question.
Yeah, thank you for that one, right in the last minute. Seconds.
As brief as possible, and we can discuss further, but I will say two things. Dialogue, such this one. I think it's important, and especially in the context of European policies development. But also, I think sharing more the practices and the best or bad practices when it comes to new projects and new infrastructure. I think across Europe we had several protests, but also some good examples. So I think it's important to share those more. And I would say, thirdly, what I said very broadly at the beginning, I mean, industry to embrace an approach that is not about business as usual, replacing old system with a new system, but really rethinking 360 degrees all the energy transition.
Thank you very much. 2 points, but I liked it, you made 3, and thank you, 3 very valid points. So, can I ask you please to give a very warm round of applause to the last speakers, because I think you do have a tougher slot. I don't know where we lost our 5th. She left. We weren't interesting. We weren't interesting enough, but it was good to have her perspectives while she was here. So, oh, you're there, you're back. I'm sorry, you've come back just at the time when I've released everybody from the stage. Okay, thank you very much for your points of view as well. Is everything okay? Okay, that's the main thing. Okay, so, just in the last dying moments, twilight moments, that's a nicer way to put it, of our event, can I invite you to join me for a short chat, please, the Director General of DG Energy, Dieter Juul Jørgensen. Very good hello to you. Here, maybe that one, then we'll be directly in the middle. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. So, I have a few questions for you, if I may, that's trying to pull together some of these bits and pieces of this very robust conversation we've had across 6 sessions. So I've got these 4 questions for you. You've got these fantastic stoics who've been here right from the very beginning to the end. Regulation. We talked about that a lot. Is there a particular regulatory challenge that you see coming up on the horizon?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to everyone who's still in this warm room late in the afternoon. I really appreciate that you're there, so thank you very much for staying till the end. Yes, I think the most important thing for us in a regulatory sense is to make sure that we create a stable, predictable framework so that the conditions for investment, the conditions for financing, the conditions for operators are clear and predictable. And that's what we've been working to do and what we continue to work to do. So our immediate challenge is to work closely with the 2 co-legislators to bring through to adoption the legislation we have been proposing on the decarbonization of gas and hydrogen market, because that will set a common framework. So really a critical piece of legislation. It's ongoing with the co-legislators, and we really hope to reach agreement under the Spanish presidency, so before the end of this year, to have that framework established. Then the second point I would want to make, and the previous panels have also pointed to this, will be we finally have the delegated acts out, and that's a really, really good thing because, again, we've got that predictability and that stability in a regulatory sense. So I think that really is the biggest challenge for us, is to make sure that we get agreement, that we have that framework, and that it's clear, both for domestically produced hydrogen, but of course also for imported hydrogen.
And let's look at sort of another sort of topic of conversation, another that came up a lot, private investors. You know, this is an emerging market. We've heard it many times actually, the market's not there. So it is an emerging market, but there's also this need for speed. So, you know, if you were to encourage these private investors, we've heard how there's been these screeching halts before the FIDs. You know, we've heard that come up a lot of times. What would be your messages or your words of encouragement?
Well, I would say please continue, please engage. Europe is the first continent in the world that is creating a comprehensive framework for hydrogen, creating the framework for a hydrogen market and giving that predictability and stability that is needed. We are also investing, so the establishment of the Hydrogen Bank, we'll have a first auction later this year, and so there will be this facilitator, if you will, to help the market help the market taking off and to help supply and demand meet. As one of the previous speakers talked about, the demand side is really important as well, and we need to work on that. And so I think Europe as a whole has really created the best possible framework, the more predictable framework. And then the final aspect of that is, of course, the need for infrastructure investments. We revised our regulatory framework just a few years ago, and hydrogen is an important category, an important component. We're currently going through all the many different proposals for projects, and there was a record number, or a very, very high number of hydrogen projects, close to 200, that we are currently assessing and going through to see, well, which ones can be selected and which ones are considered projects of common interest or project of mutual interest with our neighbours, and that will then help facilitate infrastructure investments and those final investment decisions that you refer to.
And the Hydrogen Bank. So a whole panel on the Hydrogen Bank, lots of conversation on it, still coming up again, you know, yes, brilliant, it is something new for the Commission, still this, lots of calls of oh, we need increased funds, that's come up again and again, it came up yesterday, but what would you like to underline about it and how you think it can really support actors in this sector? Why are you happy about it? What do you want people to know and to take away?
Well, I think the key point, as you and others have said, is that we are in this nascent market and we need the market to accelerate, to take off. We need investments to take place and commercial deals, commercial activities to take place. And the Hydrogen Bank aims to do that. And so the first operational step, if you will be the first domestic auction later this year, and that is a great opportunity for operators to really be part of that and help to both make that first auction a success, benefit from that first auction, but then of course we will also on that basis have some lessons learned that can help us take this further. So later this year the first auction for domestic hydrogen, and then we'll also be preparing a first auction for imported hydrogen again, and that will be an important part of our supply as we go forward. So I think the key point really is we're going to make this happen. We can benefit from the experience that H2 Global has gained with respect to imports, and I think that's very, very helpful that it's not the very first out there, but it's the first at European level, and so we look forward to engaging with that.
And the last one, obviously, I mean, there we were talking about infrastructure. I mean, very, very interesting conversation that we came to at the end, and the need to be really properly assessing to align that supply and demand, this talk about pipelines, about repurposing pipelines, where the cost falls, where are the needs, how do we meet people who are further off the grid, so to speak, and how you balance that with the imports. What are the priorities there for developing the hydrogen infrastructure? What do you want to see?
Yeah, so that is essentially part of the assessment of the projects that have been proposed, that have been put forward under our project of common interest selection process. I said close to 200, it's 180 to be very precise. So really a very significant interest in the hydrogen category of our trans-European networks, which is excellent news. And we go through, we assess each of those projects on its merits. We've got a set of criteria that are established. The key point for these projects of common interest is that we are talking about cross-border projects. Right. The cross-border projects are the ones that can benefit from European funding and that can be considered projects of common interest, and that can be projects that cover more than one member state, so European projects, but it can also be projects with our neighbouring countries, so projects of mutual interest. So that European aspect is absolutely critical. It's clear that for the hydrogen economy to develop, for the hydrogen market to develop, we are going to need to invest significantly in infrastructure. Some of our existing pipelines, including pipelines in the Mediterranean, for example, are essentially hydrogen ready and will require very, very small adaptations. So we have a lot that is there already. Others will require retrofitting, and that's also part of what can benefit from financing and from support under the Trans-European Networks legislation that we have. So we're looking at all of those aspects. Then there's, of course, less infrastructure heavy, but still investment, still with important investments, are those hydrogen production facilities that will be installed close to where the demand is. So we're looking at the hard-to-abate sector, some of the heavy industry that really will require molecules for their production and that have the possibility to shift out of fossil molecules to the cleaner green hydrogen molecules. And so those will require, in a best-case scenario, less infrastructure because we can look at how do we make sure that there are investments close to where the demand is.
And the last one, off the cuff, just for me. I mean, I was saying, you know, the consumer is not, well, actually that's not true. Of course, we're talking about the role of civil society, where the needs are, what costs get passed on to the consumer in all of this. But hydrogen isn't out there in the same way that obviously electrification, you know, there's a lot of conversation around that. You know, we've got EVs, there's you know, there's a lot out there in the media. How do you see sort of hydrogen alongside? Do you think it's going to have its, do you think it's coming to its moment in the spotlight as well for the average European citizen? How do you see that in terms of the knowledge, in terms of, yeah?
Yeah, I think a lot of spotlight on hydrogen actually already now, more spotlight than actual markets. And I think we need to think less about the spotlight and more about what can we do, how can we make this happen. I think it's important to be aware that hydrogen and the green hydrogen market should and will coexist with a very significantly scaled up electrification of our economy. So there are a number of energy uses that will require electrification for us to be as energy efficient as possible. Heating of homes, for example, that's better done with electricity. Transport, you mentioned e-vehicles, that makes sense. They're significantly more energy efficient than the combustion equivalent or than anything based on hydrogen when we talk about small cars. And so there are a number of electricity uses that are much better electrified, and that's part of our overall system integration strategy, part of our green transition. And then there are a number of sectors that will require molecules, energy-intensive industries, hard-to-abate industries, for example, but also some of the heavy transport, where hydrogen really will have a critical role to play. So there will be spotlight for hydrogen, but also significant uses for hydrogen, and that's why we need to make sure that we have the regulatory framework, that we have the infrastructure, that we have the investments, that we have the transparency and clarity in our markets, so that this can happen, because it is a necessary part, a necessary energy vector, energy carrier as part of the green energy transition.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. And thank you for coming to sort of with your energy and your passion at the end. So that goes well with the job that you do. But thank you very much for coming with that energy for these good people who stayed with us all day at the very end. Can I give you a very warm thanks, please?
Thank you.
To Dieter. Thank you. Thank you very much. So it just remains for me just to do I'm closing it. Can I ask you, just with the last bits of energy that you have, can you do a last poll? Can I see how you're leaving this event, please? That would be lovely. I hope it's positively, but go on. Let's see. I leave today's event. How? How do you leave today's event for those of you who are, there you go, better networked, stuffed with new information. I should have said stuffed with some bloody nice food, but I didn't put that in there. Motivated and inspired, more optimistic than before I came, with new knowledge to reflect or act upon or even share. How do you leave today's event? So let's give that a little bit of time to settle. Of course, it could be all of those things, but if you had to pick one, or even one or two, which would they be? So I'm glad there's some optimism from at least, well, it's now a quarter, just under a quarter of the, it's being taken over. Well, I'm glad the networking is brilliant, because that's a bloody purpose as well, isn't it? How many times have I said bloody? That's not very good as a moderator, is it? I'm very sorry. So better networked, which is also, of course, the drive for all of you to attend these events. I know it is highly important. New knowledge to reflect or act upon. I'm glad about that, 40%, that's decent, and could be that some of you are still taking part in this online. More optimistic than before I came, and almost 20% of you motivated and inspired. So, thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Please let me just thank briefly. That's my job as moderator. Don't leave your seats. I promise it's super short. A few actors, the European DG GROW, of course, the European Commission DG GROW for organising and hosting this event. I want to just say a very special shout out to Siobhan and her colleagues. Siobhan and Carla, very dedicated, very knowledgeable. So I don't know where, and the whole team, I don't know where Siobhan's disappeared to, but honestly, it really helps when you're a moderator. Absolutely dedicated and knowledgeable, and that is critical, because events, they're a bloody bugger to put on. So thank you to all of that wonderful team there. Thank you so much to these brilliant speakers. It's such a privilege, honestly, and I wish that just civil, I'm talking about non-structured actors in civil society, just people could walk in off the street and come to some of these events. I think they would be very impressed by the amount of energy and passion and brilliance and excellence of all of you. Thank you very much to TIPIC for their logistical and organisation support. Thank you so much to the technical team. It's hard. This has been a long event. Could you please give them also a warm round of applause? Can I also say thank you very much to you, our audience, both the audience here and if anybody is still online, I'm not sure which camera I should look at. Thank you very much. Now, this has been my penultimate moderation. I'm doing something entirely different on Friday and then I'm done for the summer. But I really do thank you. I've learned such a tremendous amount. So it really has been a pleasure and a privilege to be in your good company. And I want to leave you with one of my favorite quotes on communication, because communication, collaboration, and cooperation come up time and time again. And this sector, this economy, alongside all the others, that needs to be very, very important, because without robust and open collaboration, we're nothing. So this quote belongs to the writer and philosopher George Bernard Shaw. It's my favorite. And it is thus: the single biggest problem in communication is the illusion that it has taken place. You have to think about that. And it's actually very true. So this requires a tremendous amount of energy. Have you listened properly? Have you been heard? It's good to ensure both. So I wish you a lot of luck in your ongoing endeavours, and also a very, very good evening and a very safe trip home. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you.